Chapter 1 of Joan Thursby by Louis Joseph Vance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information on a volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Pierard. Chapter 1. She stood on the southeast corner of Broadway at 22nd Street, waiting for a northbound car with a vacant seat. She had been on her feet all day and was very tired, so tired that the prospect of being obliged to stand all the way uptown seemed quite intolerable. And so, though quick with impatience to get home and have it over with, she chose to wait. Up out of the south, from lower Broadway and the sweatshop purlieus of Union Square, defiled an unending procession of surface cars, without exception dark with massed humanity. Pausing momentarily before the corner where the girl was waiting, as if mockingly submitting themselves to the appraisal of her alert eyes, one after another received the signal of the switchman beyond the northern crossing and ground sluggishly on. Not one but was crowded to the guards, affording the girl no excuse for leaving her position. She waited on, her growing impatience as imperceptible as her fatigue, neither of them discernible to those many transient stares which she received with a semblance of blank indifference that was, in reality, not devoid of consciousness. Youth will not be overlooked. Reinforced by an abounding vitality, such as hers, it becomes imperious. This girl was as pretty as she was poor, and as young. Judged by her appearance, she might have been anywhere between 16 and 20 years of age. She was, in fact, something over 18, and at heart more nearly a child than this age might be taken to imply, more a child than any who knew her suspected. She herself suspected it least of all. She looked what she liked to believe herself, a young woman of considerable experience with life, simple and even cheap. Her garments still owned a certain distinction, which she would without hesitation have termed stylish, a quality of smartness which somehow contrived not incongruously to associate with inferior materials. Her shirtwaist was of opaque linen, pleated, and while not laundry fresh, was still presentable. Her skirt fitted her hips snugly, and fell in graceful lines to a point something short of her low tan shoes, showing stockings of a texture at once coarse and sheer. To her hat, an ordinary straw simply trimmed with a band and a show of ribbon, she had lent some little factitious character by deftly twisting it a trifle out of the prevailing shape. Over one arm she carried a coat of the same material as her skirt, and in her hand a well-worn handbag of imitation leather, rather too large, and decorated with a monogram of two initials in German silver. The initials were J.T. Her name was Joan Thursby. Uniform with 1,000 sisters of the shop counters, she was yet mysteriously different. Men looked twice in passing. After passing, some turned to look again. Her face, tinted by the glow of the western sky, was by no means poor in native colour. A shade thin, its regular features held a promise, vague, fugitive, and provoking. Her hair was a brown which hardly escaped being ruddy, and her skin matched it, lacking alike the dusky warmth of the brune and the purity of the blonde. She was neither tall nor short, but seemed misleadingly smaller than she was, in fact, thanks to the slightness of a body more stupidly nourished than undernourished or immature. Her eyes were brown and large, and they were very beautiful indeed when divorced from the vacancy of weary thinking. It was only in this look of the unthinking toiler that unconsciously she confessed her immense fatigue. Her features were relaxed into lines and contours of apathy. She seemed neither to think nor even to be capable of much sustained thought. Yet she was thinking, and that very intensely, if unconsciously. Her mind was not only active, but was one of considerable latent capacity, something which she did not in the least suspect. Indeed, it had never occurred to Joan to debate her mental limitations. Her thoughts were as a rule more emotional than psychical, as now, when she was intensely preoccupied with pondering how she was to explain at home the loss of her position, and what would be said to her, and how she would feel when all had been said, and what she would then do. Daylight was slowly fading, though it was only half after 6 of an evening in June. The sun was already invisible, smudged out by a portentous bank of purplish cloud whose profile was edged with fire of gold against a sky of tarnished blue, a sky that seemed dimmed with the sweat of day long heat and toil. The city air was close and moveless, and the cloud bank was lifting very slowly from behind the Jersey hills. It might be several hours before the promised storm would break and bring relief to a parched and weary people. At length, despairing of her desire, the girl moved out to the middle of the street and boarded the next open car of the Lexington Avenue line. She was able to find standing room only between two seats toward the rear, where smoking was permitted. She stood just inside the running board, grasping the back of the forward seat. Her hand rested between the shoulders of two men. She was the only woman in that section. Behind her were 10 masculine knees in a row, before her 5 masculine heads, 10 men crowding the 2 transverse benches, some smoking, all stolidly absorbed in newspapers and indifferent to the intrusion of a woman. None dreamed of offering the girl a seat, nor did she find this anything remarkable, in whom use had bred the habit of accepting without question such everyday phenomena. If she was weary, so were the men. If she desired the consideration due her sex, then must she enfranchise herself from the sexless struggle for a living wage. The car, swerving into 23rd Street, plunged on to and turned north on Lexington Avenue. Thereafter its progress consisted of a series of frantic leaps from street corner to street corner. When it was in motion there was a grateful rush of air; when it paused the heat was stifling, and the fumes of cigarettes, pipes, and cheap cigars blended to manufacture a mephitic reek. A slight sweat dewed the face of the girl, and her colour faded to pallor. Her feet and legs were aching, her back ached with much lifting of boxes to and from shelves, her head ached, chiefly because of the inevitable malnutrition of a shopgirl's lunch. From time to time more passengers were taken on; a lesser number alighted. Joan found herself obliged to edge farther in between the rank of knees and the rigid back of the forward seat. By the time the car crossed 42nd Street, she was at the inside guard rail. 10 persons, half of them standing, were occupying a space meant for 5. It was then, or only a trifle later, that she became conscious of the knee, which the man behind her was purposely pressing against her. Then for a minute or two she was let alone, but she was sick with apprehension. She stood it as long as she could, then abruptly she twisted round and faced her persecutor. Before her eyes, half blinded by rage and disgust, his face swam like the mask of an incubus, a blur of red flesh fixed in an insolent smirk. She was dimly aware of curious glances, lifting to the sound of her tremulous voice: "Must I leave this car, or will you let me alone?" There was the pause of an instant. Then she had her answer in a tone of truculent contempt: "Ah, what's the matter with you, anyhow?" She choked, stammering, and looked round in despair, but the man at her elbow was grinning with open amusement, and another, seated beside her tormentor, was pretending to notice nothing, his nose buried in a newspaper. "If you don't like the going, sister, why don't you get off and walk?" This from him who had compelled that frantic protest. With a lurch the car stopped, and as it did so the girl turned impulsively, grasped the guard rail, swung her lithe body between it and the floor of the car, and dropped to the cobbles between the tracks. She staggered a foot or two away, followed by an indistinguishable taunt amid derisive laughter. Fortunately there was no car bearing down on the south-bound track to endanger her, while that which she had left flung away as, recovering, she ran to the sidewalk. She began to trudge northward. The first street lamp she encountered told her she had alighted at 47th Street, and had another mile and a half to walk. But with all her weariness, she no longer thought of riding. It was impossible. She could never escape annoyance. Men just wouldn't let her alone. Men! Shuddering imperceptibly, her eyes hot with tears of shame and indignation, she walked rapidly, anxious to gain the refuge of her home, to be secure, for a time at least, from Man. They called themselves men? She despised them all. All! Beasts! What had she ever done? It wasn't as if this was the first time. They were always plaguing her. Hardly a day passed. Well, anyway, never a week. It wasn't her fault if she was pretty. She never even so much as looked at them, but they kept on staring, nudging. She didn't believe there was a decent fellow living. Except, of course, that one. He was different. At least, he had been, somehow, like a perfect gentleman. He had come between her and a gang of tormentors, had knocked one down, and thrown the rest into confusion with a lively play of fists, and then, whisking Joan into a convenient taxicab, had taken her to the corner nearest her home, never so much as asking her name, or if he might call. She had expected him to, like in a book, but he didn't. Nor had he, likewise contrary to her expectations, at any time thereafter been known to haunt her neighbourhood. To her the affair was like a dream of chivalry. She remembered him as very handsome, probably far more handsome than he really was, and different, with grand clothes and manners. The man had helped her out of the cab and lifted his hat in parting. All in all, vastly unlike any of the fellows whose rude attentions she somewhat loftily permitted in the streets, after supper, or at the home of some other girl. That one remained her dream lord of romance, and in her heart of hearts she was sure that some day their paths would cross again. But it had all happened so long ago that she had grown a little faint with waiting. So, smothering her indignation with roseate fancies, she plodded her weary way to 76th Street, where, turning eastward, she presently ascended a squat brownstone stoop, entered the dingy vestibule of a dingier tenement, pressed the button below a mail box labelled Thursby, waited till the latch clicked its spasmodic welcome, and then began her weary climb to the topmost floor. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Joan Thursby by Louis Joseph Vance. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Pierard. The 5 flights of steps were long and steep and covered with a compound of fabric, grease, and dirt which, today, resembling a thin layer of decayed rubber, had once been bright linoleum. There was no light other than a dejected dusk filtering down the wall from a grimy skylight in the roof, a twilight lacking little of the gloom of night. On each landing 5 doors opened, 3 toward the back, 2 toward the front of the building, most of them ajar, for purposes of ventilation and publicity. It was a question which was the louder, the clatter of tongues, or the conflict of odours from things cooking and things that would doubtless have been the better for purification by fire. At the top, conditions were a little more endurable, and when Joan had shut behind her the door giving access to her home, the clatter and squalling came from below, a familiar and not unpleasant blend of dissonances. And within the smells were individual, chiefly of boiled cabbage and fried pork, with the feebly contending flavour of cheap tobacco smoke. She was in the dining room of the Thursby flat. Behind it lay the kitchen, Forward, 3 small cubicles successively denominated on the architect's plans as bedchamber, alcove, and parlor. They were all, however, sleeping rooms. The nearest was occupied by Joan's brother. The next, the alcove, contained a double bed dedicated to Joan and her young sister, while the parlor held a curiosity called a folding bed, which had long since ceased to fold, and on which slept Anthony Thursby and his wife. Mrs. Thursby was now in the kitchen, preparing dinner with the assistance of her 15-year-old daughter, Edna. Butch, the son of the house, was not at home. Anthony Thursby sat at the dining table, head bent over a ragged notebook and a well-thumbed collection of white and pink newspaper clippings. It was the sight of him that checked Joan in her explicit intention. She had meant to enter dramatically to her mother, blurt out the news, with the cause of her misfortune, and abandon herself to the luxury of self-pity soothed by sympathy. But she had also meant to have it understood that nobody was to tell "the old man," at least, not until she should have established herself in a new job. In short, she had not thought to find Thursby at home. Hesitating beside the table, she removed the long pins from her hat while she stared with narrowed eyes at her father. She was wondering whether she hadn't better confess and have it out with him first as last. The only thing, indeed, that made her pause was the knowledge that there would be no living with him until she was once more earning good money behind a counter. And she was firmly determined not again to seek employment in a department store. Regarding fixedly the round but unpolished bald head with its neglected fringe of gray hair, she asked herself if the bitterness in her heart for her father were in truth hatred, or mere premonitory resentment of the opposition he would unquestionably set against her plans for the future. He was a man of nearly 50, who looked more, in spite of a tendency to genial corpulence. At 30 he had been a fair and handsome man. Today his round red face was mottled, disfigured by a ragged gray moustache, discoloured by several days' growth of scrubby beard, and lined and seamed with the imprint of that consuming passion whose sign was also set in his gray, passionate, haunted eyes. Shabbily dressed in a soiled Madras shirt and shoddy trousers, he wore neither tie nor collar. His unkempt chin hung in folds upon his chest. Fat and grimy forearms protruded from his rolled-up sleeves. Fat and mottled hands trembled slightly but perceptibly as they rustled the pink and white clippings, and with a stubby pencil scrawled mysterious hieroglyphics in the battered notebook. Thursby was intent upon what he, and indeed all his family, knew as his "dope," checking and rechecking selections for tomorrow's races. This pursuit, with its concomitants, its attendant tides of hope and disappointment, was his infatuation, at once the solace and the terror of his declining years. Now and again he muttered unintelligibly. There rose a sound of voices in the kitchen. Annoyed by the interruption, he started, looked up, and discovered Joan. She offered to his irritated gaze a face of calm, with unsmiling features. "Hello," he growled. "How long have you been in?" "Only a few minutes, Pa," the girl returned quietly. "Well, what are you standing there staring for, anyhow?" "I didn't mean anything. I was just taking off my hat." "Well," his face was now purple with senseless anger, "cut along. Don't bother me. I'm busy." "I see." There was a damnable superciliousness in the tone of the girl as she turned away. Thursby meditated an explosion, but refrained at discretion. Joan had taught him that, unlike her brow-beaten mother and timid sister and her sleek, loaferish brother, she could give as good as he could send. He bent again, grumbling over his dope. Instantly it gripped him, obliterating all else in his cosmos. He frowned, moistened the pencil at his mouth, and scrawled another note in the greasy little book. Joan slipped quietly away to her bedroom. She found it stifling. ventilated solely from the parlour and the open door to Butch's kennel, it reeked with the smell of human flesh and cheap perfume. She noted resentfully the fact that her sister had neglected to make up the bed, its rumpled sheets and pillows, still retaining the impression of overnight, lent the cubicle the final effect of sordid poverty. Hanging up her hat and coat, she sat for a time on the edge of the bed, thinking profoundly. Such an existence, she felt, passed human endurance, and a gate of escape stood ajar to her, with a mundane paradise beyond, if only she had the courage to adventure. In any event, conditions as they were now with the Thursbys could not obtain much longer. If the old man continued to follow the races through the pool rooms, he would soon be forced out of his small business and his family dispossessed of their mean lodgings, and there was no longer any excuse for hope that he would ever shake off the bondage of his infatuation. As it was, he gave little enough toward the support of his family, and grudged that little. Almost all his meagre profits went to the pool rooms. It was only when he won, or seldom otherwise, that he would spare his wife a few dollars. Furthermore, his business was heavily involved in an intricate meshing of debt. Thursby, at least, persisted in calling it a business, though Joan's lips shaped scornfully at mention of that mean and insignificant newspaper shop, crowded in between a saloon and a delicatessen shop, in the shadow of the Third Avenue Elevated Railway. In her understanding it was chiefly remarkable as the one place where one could be certain of not finding Thursby during the afternoon or Butch at night. They were seldom there together. It was as if father and son could not breathe the same atmosphere for long at a time. Nominally, Butch was his father's assistant. Actually, he alone kept the business alive. Had it not been for his supervision of the morning and evening paper deliveries, it would long since have wasted inconspicuously away. By way of compensation, Butch, shrewdly alive to signs of a winning day, would now and again wheedle a dollar or two out of the old man. Wages he neither received nor expected, being well content with a nominal employment which served to cover many an hour of unlicensed liberty, and he seemed to have access to some mysterious if occasionally scanty fund, for he was never without some little money in pocket. After dinner, if Butch elected to eat the evening meal at home, he invariably disappeared, and his return was a matter of his personal convenience. He had been known not to sleep at home at all. His favourite bedtime was between 1 and 2 in the morning, after the saloons had closed. Yet no one had ever seen him drunk. He was younger than Joan by a year. Born to the name of Edgar, he had been dubbed Butch in the public schools, and the name had stuck. Even his mother and father employed it. And yet it could not be said to suit him. Rather, the boy suggested a jockey. He was short, slender and wiry, with a strong, emaciated nose flanked by small eyes sunk deep in sallow cheeks, his mouth set in a perpetually sardonic curve. He dressed neatly, whatever the straits and necessities of the family, to the mitigation of which he contributed nothing whatever, and had a failing for narrow red neckties and flashy waistcoats. His hard, thin lips were generally tight upon a cigarette. They were forever tight upon his personal affairs. If he opened them at home it was to kid the girls, which he did with a slangy, mordant wit, or to drop some casually affectionate word to his mother. His conversation with his father, whom he seemed always to be watching with a narrow, grim suspicion, was ordinarily confined to monosyllables of affirmation or negation. He went his secret ways, self-sufficient, wary, reserved, a perpetual subject of covert speculation to the women of his family. Joan had heard it whispered that he was a member of the Car Barn gang, but she never dared question Butch, though she trembled every time she came upon newspaper headlines advertising some fresh hooliganism on the part of the gang, a policeman beaten up, a sober citizen held up and frisked in the small hours, or a member of some rival organization found stabbed and weltering on the sawdust floor of a grisly dive. Between this girl and her brother there existed a strange harmony of understanding, quite tacit and almost unrecognized by either. Joan's nearest approach to acknowledgment of it resided in infrequent admissions to friends that she could "get on with Butch," whereas the rest of the bunch made her weary. Almost all the vigor and vitality of the mother seemed to have been surrendered to Butch and Joan. There had been little left for Edna. The girl was frail, anemic, flat chested, pretty in an appealing way, fit only for one of two things: tuberculosis or reconstruction in the country. As it was, in the busy seasons she found underpaid employment in the workrooms of Sixth Avenue dressmaking establishments. Between whiles she drudged at housework to the limits of her small strength. As for Mrs. Thursby, it was singularly difficult for Joan to realize her mother. There was about the woman something formless and intangible. She seemed to fail to make a definite impression even upon the retina of the physical eye. She had the faculty of effacing herself, seemed more a woman that had been than a woman who was. The four boundary walls of the flat comprehended her existence. She seldom left the house. She never changed her dress, save for bed. It might have been thought that she would thus dominate her world. To the contrary, she haunted it, more a wraith than a body, a creature of functions rather than of faculties. She had a way of being in a room without attracting a glance, of passing through and from it without leaving an impression of her transit. When Joan made herself look directly at her mother, she was able to detect traces of ravaged beauty, a living shell in which its tenant lay dormant. Her subjective will to live alone kept this woman going her sempiternal rounds of monotony. Capacity for affection she apparently had none. She regarded her children with as little interest as her husband, nor had she the power to excite or sustain affection. Joan believed she loved her mother. She did not. She accepted her as a convention in which affection inhered through tradition alone. Seated on the edge of the bed, her face flushed with the heat of the smouldering evening, sombre eyes staring steadfastly at the threadbare carpet, the girl shook her head silently, in dreary wonder. She stood at crossroads. She could, of course, go on as she had gone, bartering youth and strength for a few dollars a week, but every fibre of her being, every instinct of her forlorn soul, was in vital mutiny against such servitude. In fact, doubt no longer existed in Joan's mind as to which way she would turn. Dread of the inevitable rupture alone deterred her from the first steps. From the rear of the flat Edna called her fretfully: "Joan, Joan, ain't you coming to eat?" Joan rose. She answered affirmatively in a strong voice. Her mind was now made up. She would tell them after supper, after the old man had gone back to the shop. She posed before a mirror, touching her hair with deft fingers while she stared curiously at the face falsified in the depths of the uneven sheet of glass. Then, placing her hands on her hips, at the belt line, thumbs to the back, she lifted her shoulders, at one and the same time smoothing out the wrinkles in her waist and settling her belt into place. "Oh," she said, as casually as if there had been any one to hear, "I guess I'll do. All right, all right." End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Joan Thursby by Louis Joseph Vance. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Pierard. With a careless nod to her mother and sister, Joan slipped into her chair and helped herself mechanically but liberally to the remains of pork and cabbage. Her mother tilted a graniteware pot over a cup and filled the latter with a decoction which, in the Thursby menu, masqueraded as coffee. Joan acknowledged the service with an outspoken "Thanks." At this Edna plucked up courage to say, with some animation: "Joan?" The mother interrupted with a sibilant warning: "Hush!" Thursby lifted his head and raked the three faces with an angry glance. "In God's name," he cried, "can't you women hold your tongues?" The girls made their resentment variously visible: Joan with a scowl and a toss of her head, Edna with a timid pout. The mother's face betrayed no emotion whatsoever. Thereafter, as far as they were concerned, the meal progressed in silence. Thursby bent low over his plate, in the intervals devoted to mastication intently studying the file of dope at his elbow. Now and again he would drop knife and fork to take up his pencil and check the name of a horse, or jot additional memoranda in his notebook. Infrequently he spoke, or, rather, grunted, to indicate a desire for some dish beyond his reach. Curiously enough, Joan remarked for the thousandth time, he was punctilious to say "please" and "thank you." The idiosyncrasy was all a piece, she thought, with the ease with which he employed knife, fork, and spoon, a careless grace which the girl considered elegant and did him the honour to imitate. Furtively throughout the meal she studied her father. These little peculiarities of his, these refinements which sat so strangely on his gross, neglected person, and were so exotic to his circumstances, exerted a compelling fascination upon the nimble curiosity of the girl. She both feared and despised him, but none the less cherished a sneaking admiration for the man. Beyond the fact that their estate had not always been so sorry, she knew nothing of the history of her parents, but she liked to think of her father that he had once been, in some unknown way, superior, that he was a man ruined by a marriage beneath his station. To think this flattered her own secret dreams of rising out of her environment. Girls, she had heard, took after their fathers, and vice versa. Perhaps she had inherited some of Anthony Thursby's keener intelligence, adaptability, and sensitiveness, those qualities with which she chose to endow the man who had been Thursby before he became her father. Other circumstances lent colour to this theory. Butch, for instance, had unquestionably inherited his mother's physique and her reticence, while Joan had her father's vigorous constitution and a body like his for sturdiness and good proportion. Suddenly thrusting back his chair, Thursby rose, buttoned a soiled collar round his neck, shrugged a shabby coat upon his shoulders, and pocketing his dope, departed with neither word nor glance for his womenfolk. His heavy footsteps were pounding the second flight of steps before a voice broke the hush in the stuffy little room, a voice faint and toneless, dim and passionless. It was Mrs. Thursby's. "He's had a bad day, I guess." Edna placed a tender hand over the scalded, listless one that rested on the oilcloth. Joan, abandoning her determination to air her personal grievances at the first available instant, said suddenly: "Never mind, Ma. It ain't like he was a drinking man." The vacant eyes in the faded face of the mother were fathoming distances remote from the four walls of the slatternly room. Her thin and colourless lips trembled slightly. Little more than a whisper escaped them. "Sometimes I wish he was. Wish he had been. It'd have been easier to stand all this." A faltering gesture indicated vaguely the misery of their environment. Edna continued to pet the unresponsive hand. "Don't, mother," she pleaded. The woman stirred, withdrew her hand, and slowly got up. "Come on, Edna, let's get done with them dishes." With eyes hard and calculating, Joan watched the two drift into the kitchen. Their wretched state touched her less than the fact that she must continue forever to share it, or else try to better it, in open defiance of her father's prejudices. "Something's got to be done for this family," she grumbled, "and I don't see anybody even thinking of doing anything but me." She rose and strode angrily back to the cubicle she shared with Edna. In a fit of unreasoning rage, snatching her hat from its hook, she impaled it upon her hair with hat pins that stabbed viciously. It had grown too dark to see more than a vague white shape moving on the surface of the mirror. but she did not stop to light the gas to make sure she was armored against the public eye. In another moment, bag in hand, coat over her arm, she was letting herself out into the hallway. Time enough tomorrow morning to fret her mother and sister with news of her misfortune. Tonight she was in the humor to make a bold move toward freedom. But on the doorstep she checked, a trifle dashed by apprehension of the impending storm, which she had quite forgotten. She drew back into the vestibule. She could hardly afford to subject her only decent waist and skirt to danger of a drenching. An atmosphere, if anything, more dense than that of the day, blanketed heavily the city. Even the gutter children seemed to feel its influence, and instead of making the evening hideous with screams and rioting, moved with an uncommon lethargy, or stood or squatted apart in little groups, their voices hushed and querulous. The roar of the trains on the nearby elevated seemed muted, the clangor of the Third Avenue surface cars blunted, and Joan fancied that the street lamps burned with an added luster. Wayfarers moved slowly if near home, otherwise briskly, with a spirit as unwilling as unwonted, one and all with frequent glances skyward. Overhead, a low-hung bosom of dusky vapor borrowed a dull blush from the fires of life that blazed beneath. In the west, beyond the silhouetted structure of the elevated, and the less distinct profile of buildings on the far side of Central Park, the clouds blazed luridly with their own dread fires, a fitful sheeted play athwart gigantic curtains, to an accompaniment of dull and intermittent grumbles. A soft warm breath sighed down the breathless street, and sighing, died. Another, more cool and brusque, swept sharp upon the heels of the first, played with the littered rubbish of the pavements, caressed with a grateful touch flesh still stinging with the heat of day, and drove on, preceded by a cloud of acrid dust. A few drops of lukewarm water maculated the sidewalks with spots as big as dollars. There followed a sharper play of fire, and one more near. Children ran shrieking to shelter, and men and women dodged into convenient doorways or scudded off clumsily. The wind freshened, grew more chill, then so suddenly that there might as well have been no warning, on the wings of the howling blast, laced continually with empyrean fire, timed by the rolling detonations of heavy artillery, now near, now far, a shining deluge sluiced the streets and made its gutters brawling rivulets. A lonely, huddled figure, standing back in the entry, well out of the spray from the spattering drops, Joan waited the passing of the storm with neither fascination nor fear, self-absorbed, her mood almost altogether introspective. She weighed her reckless plans. The crisis bellowed overhead in a series of tremendous, shattering explosions, bathing the empty street in wave after wave of blinding violet light, without seriously disturbing the slow, steady processes of the girl's mentality. Then she became aware of a young man who had emerged from the darksome backwards of the tenement, so quietly that Joan had no notion how long he might have been standing there, regarding her with interest and amusement in his grey eyes, and on his broad, good-humoured countenance. He had a long, strong body, poised solidly on sturdy legs, short arms with large, efficient hands, and bore himself with a careless confidence that did much to dissemble the negligence of his mode of dress, the ill-fitting coat and trousers, the common striped outing shirt, the rusty derby set aslant on his round, close-cropped head. Joan knew him as Ben Austin, one of the few admirers whose attentions she was wont to suffer. By occupation a stage-hand at the Hippodrome, a steady young man who lived with his mother in one of the rear flats. He greeted her with a broadening grin, and a "Hello, Joan." She said with indifference, "Hello, Ben." "Waiting for the rain to let up?" "No, foolish. I'm posing for a statue of Patience by a sculptor who's going to be born tomorrow." This answer was brilliantly in accord with the humour of the day. Austin chuckled appreciatively. "I thought maybe you was waiting for Jeems to bring around your limousine, Miss Thursby." "I was, but he won't be here till day before yesterday." The strain of such repartee proved too much for Austin. He felt himself outclassed, and shuffling to cover his discomfiture, sought another subject. "Whatcha doing tonight, Joan? Anything special?" "I've got an engagement to pass remarks on the weather with the Duke de Bonehead," the girl returned with asperity. "He ain't late, either." "I guess there was one off the griddle, all right," said Austin pensively. "Excuse me for living." There fell a pause, Joan contemptuously staring away through the glimmering raindrops, Austin desperately casting about for a conversational opening less calculated than its predecessors to educe rebuffs. "Say, Joan, listen." "Move on," the girl interrupted. "You're blocking the traffic." "Nah, serious? How'd you like to go to a show tonight?" She turned incredulous eyes to him. "What show?" she drawled. "I got a pass for Ziegfeld's Follies. New York Roof. Wanna go?" "Quit your kiddin'," she replied after a brief pause devoted to analysis of his sincerity. "You know you've got to work." "Nothing like that," he insisted. "They have closed last Saturday, and I got a couple of weeks' lay off while they're getting ready to rehearse the new show." "On the level now, will you go with me?" "Will I?" The girl drew a long, ecstatic breath. Then her face darkened as she glanced again at the street. "But we'll get all wet." "No, we won't. I'll get an umbrella. Besides, it's letting up." With this Austin vanished, to return in a few minutes with a fairly presentable umbrella. The shower was, in fact, fast passing on over Long Island, leaving in its wake a slackening drizzle, and amid deep-throated growls at constantly lengthening intervals, half-clothed children were seeping in swelling streams from the tenements as the two, Austin holding the umbrella, Joan with a hand on her escort's arm, her skirts gathered high about her trim ankles, splashed through lukewarm puddles toward Third Avenue. A faint and odorous vapor steamed up from wet and darkly lustrous asphalt. They hurried on in silence, Austin dumbly content with his conquest of the aloof tolerance which the girl had theretofore shown him, and planning bolder and more masterful steps, Joan all ecstatic with the prospect of seeing for the first time a Broadway show. A few minutes before 9 they left the crosstown car at Broadway and 42nd Street. Though she had lived all her young years within the boundaries of New York, never before had Joan experienced the sensation of being a unit of that roaring flood of life which nightly scours Longacre Square, with scarce a perceptible change in volume, winter or summer. Yet she accepted it with apparently implacable calm. She felt as if she had been born to this, as if she were coming tardily into her birthright, something of which each least detail would in time become most intimate to her. They were already late, and Austin hurried her. A brief, hasty walk brought them to the theatre, where Austin left her in a corner of the lobby with the promise that he would return in a very few minutes. He had to see a friend, round back, he explained in an undertone. But Joan remained a target for boldly inquiring glances for full 10 minutes before he reappeared. Even then, with a nod to her to wait, Austin went to the box office window. She was not deceived as to the general tenor of his fortunes there, saw him place a card on the ledge and confer inaudibly with the ticket seller, and then reluctantly remove the card and substitute for it 2 $1 bills, for which he received 2 slips of pasteboard. "House most sold out," he muttered uncomfortably in her ear, as an elevator carried them to the roof. "Best I could get was table seats." "They're just as good as any," she whispered, with a look of gratitude that temporarily turned his head. The elevator discharged them into a vast hall with walls and a roof of glass. Artificial wistaria festooned its beams and pillars of steel, palms and potted plants lined the walls. A myriad electric bulbs glimmered dimly throughout the auditorium, brilliantly upon the small stage. Deep banks of chairs radiated back from the footlights, to each its tenant staring greedily in one common direction. An usher waved the newcomers to the left. Ultimately they found seats at a small table in a far corner of the enclosure. Austin was disappointed, and made his disappointment known in a public grumble. The table was too far away, they couldn't see nothin'. Might's well not have come. Joan smiled his ill humour away, insisting that the seats were fine. Mollified, he summoned a waiter and ordered beer for himself, for Joan a glass of lemonade, a weirdly decorated and insipid concoction, which, nevertheless, Joan absorbed with the keenest relish. In point of fact, the distance from their seats to the stage offered little obstacle to her complete enjoyment. Her senses were all youthful and unimpaired. She saw and heard what many another missed of those in their neighbourhood. Furthermore, Joan brought to an entertainment of this character a point of view fresh, virginal, and innocent of the very meaning of ennui. She sat forward on the extreme edge of her chair, imperceptibly aquiver with excitement, avid of every sight and sound. All that was tawdry, vulgar, and contemptible escaped her. She was sensitive only to the illusion of splendour and magnificence, and lived enraptured by dreamlike music, exquisite wit, and the poetic beauty of femininity, but half clothed, or less, and viewed through a kaleidoscopic play of colour light. During the intermission she bent an elbow on the sloppy table top and chattered at Austin with a vivacity new in his knowledge of her, and for which he had no match. At one time, during the second part of the performance, the auditorium was suddenly darkened, while attention was held to the stage by the antics of a pair of German comedians. But in the shadows that now surrounded them, quite unconscious that Austin had seized this opportunity to capture her warm young hand, Joan became aware of a number of figures issuing from a side door to the stage. She saw them marshalled in ranks of two, a long double file, vaguely glimmering through the obscurity. And then the comedians darted into the wings, the lights blazed out at full strength all over the enclosure, and a roll of drums crescendo roused the audience to a tremendous and exhilarating novelty: a procession of chorus girls in hip tights and hussar tunics, who, each with a snare drum at waist, had stolen down the aisle into the heart of the auditorium. For a long moment they marked time, drumming skilfully, their leader with her polished baton standing beside Joan. Then the orchestra blared out an accompaniment, and they strode away, turning left and marching up the centre aisle to the stage. Joan marked, with pulses that seemed to beat in tune to the drumming, the wistful beauty of many of the painted faces, with their aloof eyes and fixed smiles of conscious self-possession, the richness of their uniforms, their bare, powdered arms, the pretty legs in their silken casings. Oblivious to the libidinous glances of the goggling men they passed, she envied them one and all, the meanest and homeliest of them even, as the most proud and beautiful. This chance of theirs to act, to be admired, to win the homage of the herd. She awoke as from idyllic dreams to find herself again in a Third Avenue car, homeward bound. But still her brain was drowsy with memories of the splendour and the glory. Fragments of haunting melody ran through her thoughts, and visions haunted her, of herself commanding a similar meed of adoration. Austin's arm lay along the top of the seat behind her. His fingers rested lightly against the sleeve of her shirtwaist. She did not notice them. To his clumsily playful advances she returned indefinite monosyllabic answers, accompanied by her charming smile of a grateful child. On the third landing of their tenement they paused to say good night, visible to one another only in a faint light reflected up from the gas jet burning low in the hall below. The smell of humanity and its food hung in the clammy air they breathed. A hum of voices from the many cells of the hive buzzed in their ears, but Joan forgot them all. She hesitated, embarrassed with the difficulty of finding words adequate to express her thanks. Austin tried awkwardly to help her out. "Well, I guess it's good night, kid," she said, exclamatory. "Oh, Ben, I've had such a good time." "Did ya? Glad to hear it. Will you go again, next week? I guess I can work some other show, all right." Compunction smote as memory reminded her. "But Ben, didn't you have to pay for those tickets?" "Oh, that's all right. I couldn't find the fellow I was looking for. Ran back." "I'm so sorry." "G'wan. It wasn't nothing. Cheap at the price, if you liked it, little girl." "I liked it awfully. But I won't go again unless you show me the pass first." "Well, we'll see about that." He edged a pace nearer. Suddenly self conscious, Joan drew back and offered her hand. "Good night. And thank you so much, Ben." He took the hand, but retained it. Say, is this all I get? I thought you kinda liked me." "I do, Ben, but—" "Well, a kiss won't cost you nothing. It's your turn now." "But Ben—" "But Ben—" "Oh, well, if that's the way you feel about it." He made as if to relinquish her hand, but to be thought lacking in generosity had stung her beyond endurance. Without stopping to think, blindly and quickly, so that she might not think, she gave herself to his arms. "Well," she breathed in a soft voice, "just one." "Just one, eh?" He pressed his lips to hers. "Oh, I don't know about that." He tightened his embrace. Her heart was hammering madly. His mouth hurt her lips, his beard rasped her tender skin. She wanted frantically to get away, to regain possession of herself; and wanted it the more because, dimly through the tumult of thought and emotion, she was conscious of the fact that she rather liked it. "Joan," Austin murmured in a tone that, soft with the note of wooing, was yet vibrant with the elation of the conqueror. "Joan!" One arm shifted up from her waist, and his big hand rested heavily over her heart. For a breath she seemed numb and helpless, suffocating with the tempest of her senses. Then, like lightning, there pierced her confusion the memory of the knee that had driven her from the car, only that afternoon, symbolic of the bedrock beastliness of man. With a quick twist and wrench she freed herself and reeled a pace or two away. "Ben!" she cried, in a voice hoarse with anger. "You brute!" "Why, what's the matter?" "What right had you to touch me like that?" she panted, retreating as he advanced. He paused, realizing that he had made a false move which bade fair to lose him his prey entirely. Only by elaborate diplomacy would he ever be able to reestablish a footing of friendship. Weeks must elapse now before he would gain the advantage of another kiss from her lips. He swore beneath his breath. "I didn't mean nothin'," he said in a surly voice. "I don't see who has got any call to make such a fuss." "Oh, don't you don't you!" She felt as if she must choke if she continued to parley with him. "Well, I do," she flashed, and turning, ran up the 4th flight of steps. He swung on his heel, muttering, and she heard him slam the door to his flat. She continued more slowly, panting and struggling to subdue the signs of her emotion. But she was poisoned to the deeps of her being with her reawakened loathing of man. On the top landing she paused, blinking back her tears, digging her nails into her palms, while she fought down a tendency to sob; then drew herself up, took a deep breath, and advancing to the dining room turned the knob with stealth, to avoid disturbing her family. To her surprise and dismay, as the first crack widened between the door and jamb, she saw that the room was lighted. Wondering, she walked boldly in. Her father was seated at the dining table, a cheap pipe gripped between his teeth. Contrary to his custom, when he sat up late he was not thumbing his dope. His fat hairy arms were folded upon the oilcloth, his face turned squarely to the door. Instinctively Joan understood that he had waited up for her, that inexplicably a crisis was about to occur in her relations with her family. In a chair tilted back against the wall, near the window opening upon the air shaft, Butch sat, his feet drawn up on the lower rung, purple lisle thread socks luridly displayed, hands in his trouser pockets, a cigarette drooping from his cynical mouth, a straw hat with brilliant ribbon tilted forward over his eyes. Closing the door, Joan put her back to it, eyes questioning her parent. Butch did not move. Thursby sagged his chin lower on his chest. "Where have you been?" he demanded in deep accents, with the incisive and precise enunciation which he had learned to associate only with his phases of bad temper. "Where have I been?" she repeated, stammering. "Where? Why, out walking." "Street walking?" he suggested with an ugly snarl. She sank, a limp, frightened figure, into a chair near the door. "Why, Pa, what do you mean?" "I mean I'm going to find out the why and wherefore of the way you're behaving yourself. You're my daughter and not of age yet, and I have a right to know what you do and where you go. Keep still," he snapped, as she started to interrupt. "Speak when you're spoken to. I'm going to have a serious talk with you, young woman. What's all this I hear about your losing your job and going on the stage?" End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Joan Thursby by Louis Joseph Vance. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Pierard. For a brief moment Joan sat agape, meeting incredulously the keen, contemptuous gaze of her father. Then she pulled herself together with determination to be neither browbeaten nor overborne. "Where'd you hear that about me?" she demanded ominously. Thursby shook his ponderous head. "It makes no difference." "It makes a lot of difference to me," she cut in, sharply contentious. "You might's well tell me, because I won't talk to you if you don't." Butch brushed the brim of his hat an inch above his eyes and threw her a glance of approbation. Thursby hesitated, his large mottled face sullen and dark in the bluish illumination provided by the single gas jet wheezing above the table. Then reluctantly he gave in. "Old Ennis was in the store this evening. He said—" "Never mind what he said. I guess I know. Gussie's been shooting off her face about me at home. And of course old Ennis hadn't nothing better to do than to run off and tell you everything he knew." "Then you don't deny it?" Thursby insisted. "I don't have to. It's true. No, I don't deny it," she returned, aping his manner to exasperation. "How'd you come to lose your job?" "Mr. Winter insulted me. One of the floor walkers, if you've got to know." Thursby's head wagged heavily while he weighed this information, and he regarded his daughter with a baleful, morose glare, his fat hands trembling. "What did you say to this man, Winter?" he asked presently. "Told him I'd slap his face if he tried anything like that on me again. So he reported me up to the management, lied about me, and I got fired." There was a long silence, through which Thursby pondered the matter, his thick lips moving inaudibly, while Joan sat upright, maintaining her attitude of independence and defiance, and Butch, grinning lazily, as if at some private jest, manufactured ring after ring of smoke in the still, close air. Before her father spoke again, Joan became cognizant of Edna and her mother, like twin ghosts in their night dresses, stealing silently, barefooted, to listen just within the door of the adjoining bedroom. "And what do you propose to do now?" asked Thursby at length, lifting his weary, haunted gaze to his daughter's face. "What's this about your going on the stage?" Joan set her jaw firmly. "That's what I'm going to do." Thursby shook his head with decision. "I won't have it," he said. "Oh, you won't! Well, I'd like to know how you're going to stop me. I'm tired slaving behind a counter for a dog's wages, and that eaten up by fines because I won't go out with the floor walkers. I'm going to do the best I can for myself. I'm going to be an actress so's I can make a decent living for Edna and Ma and myself." "A decent living!" Thursby mocked without mirth. "You're old enough to know better than that." "I'm old enough to know which side my bread's buttered on," the girl flashed back angrily. "I'm through living in this dirty flat and giving up every dollar I make to keep us all from starving. God knows what we'd do if it wasn't for me with a steady job, and Edna working during the season. You don't do anything to help us out. All you get goes on the ponies. I don't see any reason why I got to consult you if I choose to better myself." She rose the better to end her tirade with a stamp of her foot. Thursby likewise got up, if more sluggishly, and moved round the table to confront her. "You don't go on the stage. No," he said. "That's settled. Understand?" "Oh, I get you," she replied, with a flirt of her head. "But I don't agree with you. I'm going down town first thing tomorrow to try for a job with" she hesitated "Ziegfeld's Follies." "You will do nothing of the sort," he insisted fiercely, congested veins starting out upon his forehead. "You're my daughter and those are my orders to you, and you'll obey 'em, or I'll know the reason why. You " he faltered as if choking. Then he flung out an arm with a violent gesture, indicating the shrinking woman in the doorway. Your mother was an actress when I married her and took her off the stage. She " "Don't you dare say a word against my mother!" Joan screamed passionately into his louring face. "Don't you dare! You hear me? Don't you dare!" Her infuriated accents were echoed by a smothered gasp and a spasm of sobbing from the other room. Momentarily abashed by the sheer force of this defiance, the father fell back a pace. An expression of almost ludicrous disconcertion shadowed his discoloured features. Then slowly, as if thoughtfully, he lifted one hand and deliberately tore his collar from its fastening and cast it from him. At this, hastily jerking his cigarette into the air shaft, Butch got up, removed his hat and carefully placed it on the mantel, out of harm's way. "You," said Thursby with apparent difficulty, breathing heavily between his words, "you shan't use that tone to me, young woman, and live in this house. More than that, you'll leave it this very night. Now! Unless you promise to give up this fool's notion of the stage." "Tonight!" Joan paled. Her lips tightened, but the glint in her eyes wasn't one of fright. "Tonight!" her father reiterated with malicious pleasure in what he thought to be evidences of consternation. "And what's more, you're going to apologize to me now." "Apologize to you?" Joan caught her breath sharply, and her next words came without premeditation. She was barely conscious, in her rage, that she employed them. "I'll be damned if I do!" With an inarticulate cry, maddened beyond reason, Thursby lifted a heavy hand and stepped toward her. Simultaneously, Butch sprang forward, seized the menacing fist and dragged it down and back, with a movement so swift and deft that his purpose was accomplished and the hand pinned to the small of Thursby's back, actually before he appreciated what was happening. Even Joan was slow to comprehend the fact of this amazing intervention. Nodding emphatically, "Beat it, kid," Butch counselled in a pleasant, unstrained tone. "Beat it while the going's good. Easy now, guv'nor." Speechless, Joan slipped out into the hall and slammed the door. Stumbling blindly in the murk, she was none the less quick to find the head of the stairway. On the ground floor, panting and sobbing, she paused to listen. There came from above no sound of pursuit to speed her on. Yet on she went, out of the house, to scurry away through the midnight hush of the squalid street like a hunted thing. There was no sort of coherence in her thoughts, nothing but shreds and tatters of rage, fear and despair, all clouded with a faint and vain regret. She gave no heed to the way she went. Impulse controlled and blind instinct guided her. But at the corner of Park Avenue she was obliged to pause for breath, and took advantage of that pause to review her plight and plan her future. Her first concern must be to find a lodging for the night. Tomorrow could take care of itself. Uttering a low cry of dismay, the girl clutched at the handbag swinging by its strap from her wrist. Its latch was broken, its wide jaws yawned. In a breath she had grasped the empty substance of her most dire apprehensions. The slender fold of bills, handed her when she left the store for the last time that evening, was gone. Whether some sneak thief had robbed her on a surface car or in the Broadway rabble, or whether the lock had been broken, releasing its poor treasure during her struggle with Austin on the stairs, or afterwards, or before, she could not guess. But she was swift to recognize in its bitter fulness the heartrending futility of retracing her steps to search for the vanished money, even though it was all that had stood between her and the world, between a common room with food for a week or two and starvation, and the streets. It was a fact, established and irrefutable in her understanding, that she could never go back. Diligently exploring the bag, she brought to light a scanty store of small change: 3/4, a nickel, 7 coppers, 87 cents wherewith to face the world. Further rummaging educed a handful of odds and ends, from which, by the light of a corner lamp, she presently succeeded in sorting out a folded scrap of paper bearing a pencilled memorandum, faint almost to illegibility, so that only with some difficulty could Joan decipher its legend: Maizie Dean, Lizzie Fogarty, 289 West 45th Street. Slowly conning the address with mute, moving lips, until she had it by heart, the girl trudged on to Madison Avenue, and there signalled and boarded a south-bound surface car. It carried few passengers. She had a long seat all to herself, and about 15 minutes wherein to debate ways and means. She reckoned it several years since Lizzie Fogarty, predecessor of faithless Gussie Inness, both at the stocking counter and in Joan's confidence, suddenly and with no warning or explanation had left the department store, and for fully 8 months thereafter had kept her whereabouts a mystery to her erstwhile associates, though rumours were not lacking in support of a shrewd suspicion that she had gone on the stage. The truth only transpired when, one day, she drifted languidly up to the counter behind which she had once served, haughtily inspected and selected from goods offered her by a stupefied and indignant Gussie, and promptly broke down, confessing the truth amid giggles, not guiltless of a suspicion of tears. Lizzie was in vaudeville, partner in a sister act, witnesser card, the Dancing Deans, Maizie and May. Beyond shadow of doubt she had prospered. Not only was she amazingly and awfully arrayed, but there was in evidence an accomplishment believed to be singular to people of great wealth, an English accent, or what Joan and Gussie ingeniously accepted as such. As practised by Miss Maizie Dean, this embellishment consisted merely in broadening every A in the language, when she didn't forget, and speaking rapidly in a high, strained voice. Its effect upon her former associates was to render the wake she ploughed through their ranks phosphorescent with envy. Departing in good time to spare the girls the censure of the floorwalker, she had left with Joan the pencilled address in this counsel: "If ever you dream of goin' into the business, my dear, don't do anything before you see me. That address will always make me, no matter where I'm workin', and I'd do anything in the world for you. I know you'd make good anywheres with that shape and them eyes." Of such stuff as this had Joan fashioned her dreams. Confident in the generosity of Lizzie Fogarty, she relied implicitly upon the willingness of Miss Maizie Dean to help her into the magic circle of the profession. She had no more doubt that Maizie would make it her business, even at cost of personal inconvenience, to secure her an engagement, than she had that tomorrow's sun would rise upon a world tenanted by one Joan Thursby. Or, if such doubt entered her mind by stealth, she fought it down and cast it forth with all the power of her will. For in Miss Dean, née Fogarty, now resided her sole immediate hope of friendly aid and advice. Alighting at 45th Street, Joan hastened westward, past Fifth Avenue and Sixth, to Longacre Square. Here on the corner she paused to don her coat, for the low swinging draperies of the painted skies had begun to distil upon the city a gentle drizzle, soft and warm. Only 2 hours ago a vortex of vivid animation, the square now presented a singular aspect of sleepy emptiness. With its high glittering walls of steel and glass, its polished black paving like moiré silk, its blushing canopy of cloud, its air filled with an infinity of globular atoms of moisture. swirling and weltering in a shimmer of incandescence. It was like a pool of limpid light, deep and still. Few moving things were visible: now and again a taxicab, infrequently a surface car, here and there, singly, a few prowling women, a scattering of predacious men. Of these latter, one who had been skulking beneath the shelter of the New York Theatre fire escapes strolled idly out toward Joan and addressed her in a whisper of loathly intimacy. Fortunately she did not hear what he said. Even as he spoke she slipped away from the curb, and like a haunted shadow darted across the open space and into the kindly obscurity of the side street. Number 289 reared its 5-story brownstone front on the northern side of the street, hard upon 8th Avenue. Joan inspected it doubtfully. Its 3 lower tiers of windows were all dark and lightless, but on the 4th floor a single oblong shone with gaslight, while on the 5th as many as 3 were dully aglow. The outer doors, at the top of the high, old-style stoop, were closed, and even the most hopeful vision could detect no definite illumination through the fanlight. Into the heart of Joan a wretched apprehension stole, and there abode, cold and crawling. From something in the sedate aspect of the house she garnered grim and terrible forebodings. Nevertheless she dared not lose grasp on hope. Mounting the stoop, she sought the bell pull, and found it just below a small strip of paper glued to the stone, frayed and weather-beaten. It published in letters, in faded ink scrawled by an infirm hand, the information: "Rooms to let, furnished." For some reason which she did not stop to analyze, this announcement spelled encouragement to Joan. She wrought lustily at the bell. It evoked no sound that she could hear. Trembling with expectancy, she waited several minutes, then pulled again, and once more waited while the cold of dread spread from her heart to chill and benumb her hands and feet. She heard never a sound. It was no use. She knew it, yet she rang again and again, frantically, with determination, in despair. And once she vainly tried the door. The drizzle had developed into a fine, driving rain that swept aslant upon the wings of a new sprung breeze. A great weight seemed to be crushing her, a vast invisible hand relentlessly bearing her down to the earth. Only vaguely did she recognize in this the symptoms of immense physical fatigue added to those of intense emotional strain. She only knew that she was all aweary for her bed. Of a sudden, hope and courage both deserted her. Tears filled her eyes. She was so lonely and forlorn, so helpless and so friendless. Huddled in the shallow recess of the doorway, she fought her emotions silently for a time, then broke down altogether and sobbed without restraint into her handkerchief. Moments passed uncounted, despair possessing her utterly. The street was all but empty. For some time none remarked the disconsolate girl. Then a man, with a handbag but without an umbrella, appeared from the direction of Longacre Square, walking with a deliberation which suggested that he was either indifferent to or unconscious of the rain. Turning up the steps of number 289, he jingled absently a bunch of keys. Not until he had reached the platform of the stoop did he notice the woman in the doorway. Promptly he halted, lifting his brows and pursing his lips in a noiseless whistle, his head cocked critically to one side. Then, through the morning tempest of her grief, Joan heard his voice. "I say, what's the matter?" Gulping down a sob and dabbing hastily at her eyes with a sodden wad of handkerchief, she caught through a veil of tears a blurred impression of her interrogator. "A man." She ceased instantly to cry, and shrank hastily out of his way, into the full swing of wind and rain. She said nothing, but eyed him with furtive distrust. He made no offer to move. "See here," he expostulated, "you're in trouble. Anything I can do?" Joan felt that she was regaining control of herself. She dared to linger and hope rather than to yield to her primitive instinct toward flight. "Nothing," she said with a catch in her voice. "Only I wanted to see Miss Dean, but nobody answered the bell." "Oh," he said thoughtfully.
You wanted to see Miss Dean, yes." As though he considered this a thoroughly satisfactory explanation. "But Madame Duprat never does answer the door after 12 o'clock, you know. She says people have no right to call on us after midnight. There's a lot in that, too, you know." He wagged his head earnestly. "Really?" he concluded with animation. His voice was pleasant, his manner sympathetic, if something original. Joan found courage to inquire: "Do you think perhaps she might be in?" "Oh, she never leaves the house. At least I've never seen her leave it. I fancy she thinks one of us might move it away if she got out of sight for a minute or so." Puzzled, Joan persisted: "You really think Miss Dean is in?" "Miss Dean? Oh, beg pardon. I was thinking of Madame Duprat. Ah, Miss Dean. Now, I infer you have urgent business with her, what?" "Yes, very," the girl insisted eagerly. "If I could only see her. I must see her." "I'm sure she's in, then," the man declared in accents of profound conviction. "Possibly asleep, but at home. Oh, positively." He inserted a key in the lock and pushed the door open. "If you don't mind coming in, out of the weather, I'll see." Joan eyed him doubtfully. The light was indifferent, a mere glimmer from the corner lamp at 8th Avenue. But it enabled her to see that he was passably tall and quite slender. He wore a Panama hat with dark clothing. His attitude was more explicitly impersonal than that of any man with whom she had as yet come into contact. She could detect in it no least trace either of condescension or of an ingratiating spirit. He seemed at once quite self possessed and indefinitely preoccupied, disinterested and quite agreeable to be made use of. In short, he engaged her tremendously. But what more specifically prepossessed her in his favour, and what in the end influenced her to repose some slight confidence in the man, was a quality with which the girl herself endowed him. She chose to be reminded in some intangible, elusive fashion of that flower of latter day chivalry who had once whisked her out of persecution into his taxicab and to her home. In point of fact, the two were vastly different, and Joan knew it. But at least, she argued, they were alike in this: both were gentlemen, rare visitants in her cosmos. It was mostly through fatigue and helpless bewilderment, however, that she at length yielded and consented to precede him into the vestibule. Here he opened the inner doors, ushering Joan into a hallway typical of an old order of dwelling, now happily obsolescent. The floor was of tiles alternately black and white, a hideous checkerboard arrangement. A huge hat rack, black walnut framing a morbid mirror, towered on the one hand. On the other rose a high arched doorway, closed; and there was a vast and gloomy stairway with an upper landing lost in shadows impenetrable to the feeble illumination of the single small tongue of gas flickering in an old fashioned bronze chandelier. Listening, Joan failed to detect in all the house any sounds other than those made by the young man and herself. "If you'll be good enough to follow me." He led the way to the rear of the hall, where, in the shadow of the staircase, he unlocked a door and disappeared. The girl waited on the threshold of a cool and airy chamber, apparently occupying the entire rear half of the ground floor. At the back, long windows stood open to the night. The smell of rain was in the room. "Half a minute. I'll make a light." He moved through the darkness with the assurance of one on old, familiar ground. In the middle of the room a match spluttered and blazed. With a slight plop, a gas drop light with a green shade leapt magically out of the obscurity, discovering the silhouette of a tall, spare figure bending low to adjust the flame, which presently grew strong and even, diffusing a warm and steady glow below the green penumbra of its shade. The man turned back with his quaint air of deference. "Now, if you don't mind sitting down and waiting a minute, I'll ask Madame Duprat about Miss your friend." "Miss Dean. Maizie Dean." "Thank you." With this he left the girl, and presently she heard his footsteps on the staircase. She found a deeply cushioned arm chair, and subsided into it with a sigh. The intensity of her weariness was indeed a very serious matter with her. Her very wits shirked the labour of grappling with the problem of what she should do if Maizie Dean were not at home. Wondering incoherently, she stared about her. The rich, subdued glow of the shaded lamp suggested more than it revealed, but she was impressed by the generous proportions of the room. The drop light itself stood on a long, broad table littered with a few books and a great many papers, inkstands, pens, blotters, ash trays, pipes, all in agreeable disorder. Beyond this table was one smaller, which supported a typewriting machine. Against the nearer wall stood a luxurious, if worn, leather covered couch. There were two immense black walnut bookcases. The windows at the back disclosed a section of iron railed balcony. Joan grew sensitive to an anodynous atmosphere of quiet and comfort. Drowsily she heard a quiet knocking at some door upstairs, then a subdued murmur of voices, the closing of a door, footsteps returning down the long staircase. When these last sounded on the tiled flooring, the girl spurred her flagging senses and got up, in a sudden flutter of doubt, anxiety and embarrassment. The man entering the room found her so, poised in indecision. "Please do sit down," he said quietly, with a smile that carried reassurance, and, taking her compliance for something granted, passed on to another armchair near the long table. With a docility and total absence of distrust that later surprised her to remember, Joan sank back, eyes eloquent with the question unuttered by her parted lips. Her host, lounging, turned to her a face of which one half was in dense shadow, a keen, strongly modelled face with deep set eyes at once whimsical and thoughtful, and a mouth thin lipped but generously wide. He rested an elbow on the table, and his head on a spare, sinewy hand, thrusting slender fingers up into hair straight, not long, and rather light in colour. "I'm sorry to have to report," he said gently, "that the Dancing Deans, Maizie and May, are on the road. So I'm informed by Madame Duprat, at least. They're not expected back for several weeks. I hope you aren't greatly disappointed." Her eyes, wide and dark with dismay, told him too plainly that she was. She made no effort to speak, but after an instant of dumb consternation, moved as if to rise. He detained her with a gesture. "Please don't hurry. You needn't, you know. Of course, if you must, I won't detain you. The door is open, your way clear to the street. But what are you going to do about a place to sleep tonight?" She stared in surprise and puzzled resentment. A warm wave of colour temporarily displaced her pallor. "What makes you so sure I've got no place to sleep?" she asked ungraciously. He lifted his shoulders slightly and dropped his hand to the table. "Perhaps I was impertinent," he admitted. "I'm sorry. But you haven't, have you?" "No, I haven't," she said sharply. "But what's that?" "As you quite reasonably imply, it's nothing to me," he interrupted suavely. "But I'd be sorry to think of you out there, alone, in the rain, when there's no reason why you need be." "No reason?" she echoed, wondering if she had misjudged him after all. Without warning the man tilted the green lampshade until a broad, strong glow flooded her face. A spark of indignation kindled in the girl while she endured his brief, impersonal, silent examination. Sheer fatigue alone prevented her from rising and walking out of the room. That and curiosity. He replaced the shade, and got out of the chair with a swift movement that seemed not at all one of haste. "I see no reason," he announced coolly. "I've got to run along now. I merely dropped in to get a manuscript. I think you'll be quite comfortable here, and there's a good bolt on the door. Of course, it's very unconventional, but I hope you will be kind enough to overlook that, considering the circumstances. And tomorrow, after a good rest, you can make up your mind whether it would be wiser to stick to your first plan or go home." He smiled with a vague, disinterested geniality, and added a pleading "Now don't say no," when he saw that the girl had likewise risen. "How do you know I've left home?" she demanded hotly. "Well," his smile broadened, "deductive faculty, Sherlock Holmes, Dupin, that sort of tommy rot, you know. But it wasn't such a bad guess, now was it?" "I don't see how you knew," she muttered sulkily. He ran his long fingers once or twice through his hair in a manner of great perplexity. "I can't quite tell, myself." "It wasn't my fault," she protested with a flash of passion. "I lost my job today, and because I said I wanted to go on the stage, my father put me out of the house." "Yes," he agreed amiably, "they always do, don't they? I fancied it was something like that. But there isn't really any reason why you shouldn't go home to morrow and patch it up. Or is there?" She gulped convulsively. "You don't understand." "Probably I don't," he conceded. "Still, things may look very much otherwise in the morning. They generally do, I notice. One goes to bed with reluctance and wakes up with a headache all that sort of thing. But if you'll listen to me a moment why, then if you want to go, I shan't detain you. My name is John Matthias. My trade is writing things plays mostly. I know it sounds foolish, but then I hate exercise. I live sleep, that is elsewhere down the street. This is merely my work room, so your stopping here won't inconvenience me in the least." He snatched up a mass of papers from the table, folded them hastily and thrust them into a coat pocket. "That manuscript I was after. Good night. I do hope you'll be comfortable." Before the amazed girl could collect herself, he had his hat and handbag and was already in the hallway. She ran after him. "But, Mr. Matthias!" He glanced hastily over his shoulder while fumbling with the night latch. "I can't let you." "Oh, but you must. Really, you know." He had the door open. "But why do you how can you trust me with all your things?" "Tut!" he said reprovingly from the vestibule. "Nothing here but play scripts, and they're not worth anything. You can't get anybody to produce 'em. I know, because I tried." He closed the inner door and banged the outer behind him. Joan, on the point of pursuing to the street, paused in the vestibule, and for a moment stood doubting. Then with a bewildered look she returned slowly to the back room, shut herself in, and shot the bolt. On the platform of the stoop, Mr. Matthias delayed long enough to turn up his coat collar for the better protection of his linen, and surveyed with a wry grin the slashing rush of rain through which he now must needs paddle unprotected. "Queer thing for a fellow to do," he mused dispassionately. "Daresay I'm a bit of an ass. I might at least have borrowed my own umbrella. But that would hardly have been consistent with the egregious insanity of the performance. I wonder why I do these awful things. If I only knew, perhaps I could reform." Running down the steps, he set out at a rapid pace for the Hotel Astor, which in due time received and harboured him for the night. Chapter 5 of Joan Thursby by Louis Joseph Vance. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Pierard. Awakening at a late hour in a small bedroom, bright with sunlight, Mr. Matthias treated himself to a moment of incredulity. Such surroundings were strange to his drowsy perceptions, and his transitory emotions on finding himself so curiously embedded might be most aptly and tersely summed up in the exclamation of the old lady in the nursery rhyme, "Lack a mercy, can this be I?" Being, however, susceptible to a conviction of singular strength that he was himself and none other, and by dint of sheer will power overcoming a tremendous disinclination to do anything but lie still and feel perfectly healthy, sound, and at peace with the world, he induced himself to roll over and fish for his watch in the pocket of the coat hanging on a nearby chair. The hour proved to be 10:30. He fancied that he must have been uncommonly tired to have slept so late. Then he remembered. "One doesn't need to get drunk to be daft," was the conclusion he enunciated to his loneliness. "I hope to goodness she doesn't go poking through my papers." The perturbation to which this thought gave rise got him out of bed more promptly than would otherwise have been the case. None the less, he forgot it entirely in another moment, and had bathed and dressed and was
knotting his tie before a mirror, when the memory of the girl again flitted darkly athwart the glass of his consciousness. Wonder what it was that made me turn myself out of house and home for the sake of that girl, anyway? Something about her. But try as he might, he could recall no definite details of her personality. She remained a shadow, a hunted, tearful, desperate wraith of girlhood. More than that, nothing. He wagged his head seriously. Something about her. Must have been good looking, or something. With which he drifted off into an inconsequent and irrelevant reverie which entertained him exclusively throughout breakfast and his brief homeward walk. In his magnificent pantoscopic protean imagination he was busily engaged in writing the first act of a splendid new play, something exquisitely odd, original, witty and dramatic. A vague smile touched the corners of his mouth. His eyes were hazily lustrous. His nose was in the air. He had forgotten his guest entirely. He ran up the steps of number 289, let himself in, trotted down the hall and burst unceremoniously into his room, not in the least disconcerted to find it empty, not indeed mindful that it might have been otherwise. His hat went one way, his handbag into a corner with a resounding bang. He sat himself down at his typewriter, quickly and deftly inserted a sheet of paper into the carriage and sat back at leisure, his gaze wandering dreamily out of the long, open windows, into the world of sunshine that shimmered over the back yards. A subconscious impulse moved him to stretch forth a long arm and drop his hand on the center table. After a few seconds, his groping fingers closed round the bowl of an aged and well-beloved pipe. He filled it, lighted it, smoked serenely. Half an hour elapsed before he was disturbed. Then someone knocked imperatively on the door. He recognized the knock. It was Madame Duprat's. Swinging round in his chair, he said pleasantly, "Come in." Madame Duprat entered, filling the doorway. She shut the door and stood in front of it, subjecting it to an almost total eclipse. She was tall and portly, a grenadier of a woman, with a countenance the austerity of whose severely classic mould was somewhat moderated by a delicate, dark little moustache on her upper lip. Her mien was regal and portentous, sitting well upon the person of the widow of a great if unrecognized French tragedian. But her eyes were kindly, and Matthias had long since decided that it needed a body as big as Madame Duprat's to contain her heart. "Bonjour, monsieur." "Bonjour, madame." This form of salutation was invariable between them, but the French of Matthias rarely withstood much additional strain. He lapsed now into English, cocking an eye alight with whimsical intelligence at the face of the landlady. Madame possessed the gift, as it were an inheritance from the estate of her late husband, of creating an atmosphere at will, when and where she would. That which her demeanour now created within the four walls of the chamber of Monsieur Matthias was rather electrical. "Something's happened to disturb madame?" he hazarded. "What's the row? Have we discharged our chef? Is it that the third floor front is behindhand with his rent? Or has Achilles, that dachshund of heaven, turned suffragette, and proved it with pups?" "The row, monsieur," madame checked him coldly, "has to do only with the conduct of monsieur himself." "Eh?" Matthias queried blankly. "You ask me what?" The hands of madame were vivid with exasperation. "Is it that monsieur is not aware he entertained a young woman in this room last night?" "Oh, that!" The cloud passed from monsieur's eyes. He smiled cheerfully. "But it was quite proper, indeed, madame. Believe me, I " "Proper! And what is propriety to me, if you please, at my age?" madame demanded indignantly. "Am I not aware that monsieur left my house almost immediately after entering it, and spent the night elsewhere? Did I not from my window see him running up the street with his handbag through the rain? But am I to figure as the custodian of my lodger's morals?" The thought perished, annihilated by an ample gesture. "My quarrel with monsieur is that he left the young woman here alone." Matthias found the vernacular the only adequate vehicle of expression. "I've got to hand it to you, Madame Duprat. Your point of view is essentially Gallic." "But what is the explanation of this conduct, monsieur? Am I to look forward to future escapades of the same nature? Do you intend to make my house a refuge for all the stray unfortunates of New York? Am I, and my guests, to be left to the mercies of God knows who, simply because monsieur has a heart of pity?" "Oh, here!" Matthias broke in with some impatience. "It wasn't as bad as that. It's not likely to happen again. And besides, the girl was a perfectly good, nice, respectable girl. Madame should know that I wouldn't take any chances with people I didn't know all about." "Monsieur knew the young woman, then?" "Oh, yes, assuredly, yes." Matthias lied nonchalantly. By the happiest of accidents, his glance, searching the table for a box of matches wherewith to relight his pipe, encountered a sheet of typewriter paper on which a brief message had been scrawled in a formless, untrained hand. "Dear Sir," he read with relief. "Thank you. Your friend, Joan Thursby." He found the matches and used one before looking up. "Miss Thursby," he said coolly, "is the daughter of an eminently respectable family in reduced circumstances. Thinking to better her condition, she proposed to become an actress, but met with such violent opposition on the part of her father, a bigot of a man, that she was obliged to leave her home in order to retain her self respect. Quite naturally she thought first of her only friend in the profession, Miss Maizie Dean, and came here to find her. The rest you may imagine. Was I to turn her out to wander through the rain at 2 o'clock in the morning? Madame discredits her heart by suggesting anything of the sort." Madame's expression of contrition seemed to endorse this reproof. She hesitated with a hand on the doorknob. "Monsieur is prepared to vouch for the young woman?" "Certainly," he assented, with an imperturbable countenance, masking a creepy crawly feeling that perhaps he might be letting himself in for more than he bargained. "Very good. I go with apologies." Madame opened the door. "Thursday, you said?" He repeated without bothering to correct her. "Joan Thursday." Barbarous names of these mad Americans! The door closing totally eclipsed the grenadier. With thoughtful deliberation, Matthias, smiling guiltily, tore Joan's note into minute bits and, dropping them in a waste basket, dismissed her message and herself entirely from his mind. 5 minutes later the typewriter was rattling cheerily. But its staccato chattering continued without serious interruption only for the time required to cover 2 pages and part of a third. Then came a long interval of smoke-soothed meditation, which ended with the young man cheerfully placing fresh paper in the machine and starting all over again. This time he worked more slowly, weighing carefully the value of lines already written before recasting and committing them to paper. But the third sheet was covered without evident error, and a fourth, and then a fifth. Indeed, the type bars were drumming heartily on the last quarter of page 6, when suddenly the young man paused, scowled, thrust back his chair and groaned from his heart. He sat for a space, teetering on the rear legs of his chair, his lips pursed, forehead deeply creased from temple to temple. Then, in a sepulchral tone, uttering the single word "Snagged!" he rose and began to pace slowly to and fro between the door and the windows. At the end of an hour he was still patrolling this well worn beat, his way of torment by day and by night, if the threadbare length of carpet were to be taken as a reliable witness. And there's no telling how long he might have continued the exercise had not Madame Duprat knocked once again at his door. Roused by that sound, he came suddenly out of profound speculations. Stopping short and bidding Madame enter, he waited with hands thrust deep in his trouser pockets and shoulders hunched high toward his ears, a cloud of annoyance darkening his countenance. Madame Duprat came in with a "Pardon, monsieur," and a yellow envelope. Placing this last upon the table, she announced with simple dignity, "A telegram, if you please," and retired. Matthias strode to the table, and with an air of some surprise and excitement tore open the message. He found its import unusual in more than one respect. It was not a day letter, and it had been written with a fine, careless extravagance of emotion that recked naught whatever of the 10-word limit. He conned its opening aloud. "Beast, animal, coward, ingrate, poltroon, traitor, beast." At this point he broke off to glance at the signature and observe thoughtfully: "If Helena's going in for this sort of thing, I really must buy her a thesaurus. She's used 'beast' twice in 2 lines." He continued: "How dared you run away last night? You promised. I was counting on you. I am disgusted with you and never want to see your face again. Return at once. Perhaps you won't be too late after all. Imperative. I insist that you return." The signature was simply Helena. He said with considerable animation: "But, damn it, I don't want to get married yet. I don't see what I've done." Throwing back his shoulders and lifting a defiant chin, he announced with invincible determination: "I won't go. That's all there is about it. I will not go. Besides," he argued plaintively, "I couldn't travel like this. Clothes all out of shape from that drenching last night. No time to change." Consultation of his watch gave flat contradiction to his assertion. "And besides, I'm just getting this thing started nicely." This with reference to the play. With another groan even more soulful than the first, he sat down at the table, seized the telephone in a savage grasp, and in prematurely embittered accents detailed a suburban number to the inoffensive central operator. In the inevitable 3 minutes' wait for the connection to be put through, he found ample opportunity to lash himself to a frenzy of exasperation. "Hello?" he roared suddenly. "Hello, I say! Who is this? Oh, you, eh, Swinton? This is Mr. Matthias. No, I say, no, don't call Mrs. Tankerville. Haven't time. Just tell her I'm coming down on the 6:30. Yes, and send something to meet me at the station. Yes, good bye." End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Joan Thursby by Louis Joseph Vance. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Pierard. Joan's was an awakening of another order. Like the thoroughly healthy animal she was, the moment her eyes opened she was vividly and keenly alive, completely acquainted with her situation, in full command of every faculty. With no means of determining the time save by instinct, she was none the less sure that the hour wasn't late. Not late, at all events, for people who didn't have to be behind counters by 8:30. So she lay still for many minutes, on the worn leather couch, listening intently. There was a great hush in the lodging house, not a footfall, not a sound. Yet it was broad daylight, a clear and sunny morning. Her quick eyes, reviewing the room in this new light, realized the substance of a dream come true. She liked it all: the high and dusty ceiling, the immense and gloomy bookcases, the disorderly writing table, the 3 sombre and yellowing steel engravings on the walls, the bare, beaten path that crossed the carpet diagonally from door to window, the roomy and dilapidated chairs, even the faint, intangible, ineradicable smell of tobacco that haunted the air, even the generous cushion beneath her head. Against this last she cuddled her cheek luxuriously, a shadowy smile softening her lips, her lashes low. She was enchanted by the novel atmosphere of this roomy chamber, an atmosphere of studiousness and clear thinking, and her thoughts focused sharply upon her memories of the early morning hours, especially those involving the man who had put himself out to shelter her. She was consumed with curiosity about him and all that concerned him. In her inexperience she found it rather more than difficult to associate his courtesy, his solicitude and generosity, with his aloofness, abstraction and detachment. The type was new and difficult to classify. Was it true, then, that man, flesh and blood man, as differentiated from the romantic abstractions that swaggered through the chapters of the 10-cent weekly libraries, could be disinterested with woman, content to serve rather than be served, to give rather than take? On the one side stood That One of the taxicab adventure, together with John Matthias. Arrayed against these, a host composed of Ben Austins and Mr. Winters and men with knees, beasts of prey who stalked or lay in ambush along all the trails that webbed her social wilderness. Were they truly different, Matthias and that other one? Or were they merely old enemies in new masks? How was one to know? A noise in the basement, the rattle of a kitchen range being shaken clear of ashes, startled the girl to her feet in a twinkling. However sharp her inquisitiveness and her desire to see and to know more of this man, she entered no idea of lingering to be found there by him. After bolting the door and before surrendering her tired body to the invitation of the couch, she had yielded to the temptation to make a brief tour of inquiry. The result had satisfied her that Matthias had lied in one particular, at least. Unquestionably this was his workroom, but no less surely the man lived as well as worked in it, much, if not all of the time. In its eastern wall Joan found a door opening into a small bedroom furnished with almost soldierly simplicity, and there were two large closets in the southern wall of the chamber. In one she found his wardrobe, a staggering array of garments, neatly arranged in sharp contrast to the confusion of his desk. The other was a bathroom completely equipped, a dazzling luxury in her eyes, with its white enamel, nickel plate, glass and porcelain fittings. She refreshed herself there after rising, not without a guilty sensation of trespass, returning to the larger room to complete her dressing. No great matter, since she had merely laid aside skirt, coat and shirtwaist, and loosened her corsets before lying down. In a very little time, then, she was ready for the street, but with her hands on the doorknob and bolt, she hesitated, looking back, reluctant to go a thankless guest. Slowly she moved back to the center table, touching with diffident fingers its jumble of manuscripts, typewriter paper, memoranda and correspondence. There were letters in plenty, a rack stuffed with them, others scattered like leaves hither and yon, one and all superscribed with the name of John Matthias, Esquire, many in the handwriting of women, a few scented, but very faintly. Joan wondered about these women and his relations with them. Was he greatly loved and by many? It would not be strange, she thought, if he were. Her temper curiously unsettled by these reflections, she stood for a long time, staring and thinking. Then a renewed disturbance in the lower regions of the house sent her packing, but not until she had left an inadequate scrawl of thanks, whose poverty and crudity she felt keenly. Why had she never learned to write a hand of delicately angular distinction to bear comparison with the hands that had addressed those impeccably correct notes? The hallway was deserted. She let herself hastily out, believing she had escaped detection. Sunlight swept the street from side to side, a pitiless and withering blast. Already every trace of last night's shower had vanished, blotted up by an atmosphere all aquiver with the impetuous passion of those early slanting rays. As if every living thing had been driven to shelter, or dared not venture forth, the street was quiet and empty. In violent contrast, the tides of life ran brawling through Longacre Square on one hand and Eighth Avenue on the other. Joan turned toward the latter, moving listlessly enough once she had gained the grateful shadow of its easterly sidewalks. A clock in the window of a delicatessen shop told her the hour was 7:30, while the sight of the food, unattractively displayed, proved a sharper reminder of breakfast time. She had no other concern in the world just then. It would be hours before she could accomplish anything toward establishing her independence, and what steps she was to take toward that consummation remained altogether nebulous in her understanding. She had not gone far before a dairy lunch settled the question as to where she was to breakfast. It was a small, shabby, dingy place, its walls plastered with white tiling and mirrors,
Joan's order comprised a cup of brownish yellow liquid, which was not coffee, and 3 weighty cakes known as "sinkers." These last might have been crude, childish models in putty of the popular American hot biscuit, but were larger and slightly scorched on top and bottom, and when pried open revealed a composition resembling aerated clay. Joan anointed them generously with butter, and consumed them with evident relish. Her powers of digestion were magnificent. The price of the meal was 10 cents. She went away with a sense of repletion and 72 cents. She turned northward again. An empty day of arid hours confronted her perturbed and questioning imagination. She was still without definite plans or notion which way to turn for shelter. She knew only that everything must be settled before nightfall. She dared not trust to find another John Matthias. She could not sleep in the streets or parks, and return to East 76th Street. She would not. She had her own exertion to rely upon, and 72 cents, the one as woefully inadequate as the other. Near Columbus Circle she bought a copy of the New York World for the sake of its help wanted advertisements, and strolled on into Central Park. Here she found some suggestion of nature rising refreshed from its overnight bath to bask in sunlight. The grass was nowhere scorched, and in shadowed spots still sparkled with raindrops. The air was still, steamy, and heady with the fragrance of vegetation. Upon this artificial rectangular oasis a sky of robin's egg blue smiled benignly. A sense of peace and friendly fortunes impregnated the girl's being. Somehow she felt serenely sure that nothing untoward could happen to her. The world was all too beautiful and kindly. She discovered a remote bench and there unfolded her newspaper and ran hastily through its advertising columns, finding one reason or another for rejecting every opening that seemed to promise anything in the nature of such employment as she had theretofore known. There were no cards from theatrical firms in need of chorus girls, and nothing else interested her. She was now obsessed by 2 fixed ideas, as they might have been the poles of her world. She was going on the stage. She was not going back behind a counter. Yet she must find a way to live until the stage should open its jealous doors to her. The morning hours ebbed slowly, with increasing heat. From time to time Joan, for one reason or another, would drift idly on to another bench. Once, as she sat dreaming with vacant eyes, she was roused by the quick beating of muffled hoofs, and looked up in time to see a woman on horseback pass swiftly along a bridle path, closely pursued by a man, likewise mounted. The face of the horsewoman burned bright with pleasure and excitement, and her eyes shone like stars as she glanced over shoulder at her distant escort. She rode well, and looked very trim and well turned out in her habit of light coloured linen. Joan thought her charming and unspeakably blessed. Later they returned, but now their horses walked sedately side by side, and the woman was smiling softly, with her eyes downcast, as she listened to her companion, who bent eagerly close to her, and spoke in a low and intimate voice. For hours afterwards Joan was haunted by the memory, and rent with envious longing. 100 times she pictured herself in the place of the horsewoman, and the man at her side wore always the manner and the aspect of John Matthias. About 2 o'clock in the afternoon she lunched meagrely on crackers and milk at another dairy establishment on Columbus Avenue, reducing her capital to 61 cents. Then, recrossing the park, she made her way back through the sweltering side streets toward her late home. She arrived in time to see her father's burly figure lumbering heavily up the street. His gaze was to the sidewalk, his mind upon the pool rooms, his thick, pendulous lower lip quivered with incessant, inaudible repetition of race track names and records. He would not have recognized Joan had he looked directly at her, and he didn't look. She was safe, now,
to make her final visit to the flat. Thursby could be counted on not to return before 6 o'clock. She hastened across the street and up the narrow, dark, and noisome stairway. Seated at the dining table, over an array of dishes discoloured with the residue of the midday stew, her mother, seemingly more immaterial than ever, merely lifted shadowed and apathetic eyes to Joan's face as she entered. Edna, on the contrary, jumped up with a hushed cry of surprise, not untouched by alarm. "Joan!" The girl assumed a confident swagger. It was borne in upon her, very suddenly, that she must prove a ready liar in answer to the storm of questions that was about to break. "Hello, people!" she cried cheerfully. "How's everything?"
"Didn't the old man meet you on the stairs?" demanded Edna in a frightened breath.
"Nope.
I waited till he turned the corner," Joan returned defiantly. "Anyway, I ain't afraid of him. What did he say last night after I was gone?"
Edna started to speak, stammered and fell still, turning a timid gaze to her mother. "No more'n he said before you went out," said the latter listlessly. "He won't hear of your coming back." "A lot I care!" Joan retorted with a fling of her head. "All I'm after's my things. I've done enough for this family. Now I'm going to look out for Number One." The mother made no response. She seemed no longer to see Joan, whose bosom swelled and palpitated with a suddenly acquired sense of personal grievance. "I've done enough," she repeated mutinously. Edna said in a tremulous voice: "I don't know what we'll do without you." "Do as I done!" Joan broke in hotly. "Go out and get a job and slave all day long so's your father won't have to support his family. Go on and try it. I'm sick and tired of it." She turned and strode angrily into the front rooms. Edna followed, awed but inquisitive. Pulling their bed out from the wall, Joan disentangled from the accumulation of odds and ends beneath it a small suitcase of matting, in which she began to pack her scanty store of belongings, all in embittered silence, ignoring her sister.
"Where'd you stay last night?" Edna ventured at length.
"With a friend of mine," Joan answered brusquely.
"Who?"
the other persisted. Joan hesitated not one instant. The lie was required to save her face.
"Maizie Dean, if you got to know." "Who's Maizie Dean? I never heard you speak of her."
"Lizzie Fogarty, then," said Joan roughly.
"She used to work with me at the stocking counter. Then she went on the stage. Now she's making big money."
"Is she going to get you a job?"
"Of course, foolish."
"Where's she live?"
"Down in 45th Street, near 8th Avenue."
"What's the number of the house?"
"What do you want to know for? Ain't you going back there?"
Joan shut down the lid of the suitcase and began to strap it.
"Yes," she said
with a trace of reluctance.
"I might want to write you," insisted Edna. "Anything might happen and you'd not know."
"Oh, well, then," Joan admitted, with an air of extreme ennui. "The number's 289. Catch that? Don't forget."
"I won't."
"Besides," Joan added, lifting her voice for the benefit of the listener in the dining room, "you don't need to be so much in a rush to think I ain't ever comin' back to see you. You got no right to think that of me, after the way I've turned in my pay week in and week out. Right straight along. I don't know what makes you think I've turned mean. I'm going to come and see you and Ma every week, and as soon's I begin to make money you'll get your share, all right. All right?"
"Joan!" the younger girl whispered, drawing nearer.
"What?"
"They had an awful row last night, Ma and Pa, after you went."
"I bet he done all the rowing."
"He" Edna's thin, pale cheeks coloured faintly with indignation "he said rotten things to her. Said it was because you took after her made you want to go on the stage."
"That's like him, the brute!" Joan commented between her teeth. "What did she say?"
"Nothing. Then he lit into Butch, but Butch stood up to him and told him to shut his face or he'd knock his block off." And he did shut his face, didn't he?" Edna nodded vigorously. "Yeah, but he rowed with Ma for hours after they'd went to bed. I could hear him fussing and swearing. She never answered one word." Reminiscences of like experiences of her own, long white nights through which she had lain sleepless, listening to the endless, indistinguishable monologue of recrimination and abuse in the adjoining bedroom, softened Joan's mood. She returned to the dining room. Her mother's head had fallen forward on arms folded amidst the odious disorder of unclean dishes. Through a long minute Joan regarded with sombre eyes that unlovely and pitiful head, with its scant covering of grayish hair stretched taut from nape to temple and brow and twisted into a ragged knot at the back, with its hollowed temples and sunken cheeks, its thin and stringy neck emerging from the collar of a cheap and soiled Mother Hubbard. With new intentness, as if seeing them for the first time, she studied the dejected curve of those toil bent shoulders and the lean red forearms with their gnarled and scalded. Dull emotions troubled the girl, pity and apprehension entering into her mood to war with selfishness and obstinacy. This drudge that was her mother had once been a woman like herself, straight and strong and fashioned in clean, firm contours of wholesome flesh. To what was due this dreadful metamorphosis? To the stage? Or to man? Or to both? Must she, in the end, become as her mother was, a battered derelict of womanhood, hopeless of salvage? Slipping to her knees, she passed an arm across the thin, sharp shoulders of the woman. "Ma," she said gently. The response was a whisper barely audible, her name breathed in a sigh. "Joan." Beneath her warm, strong arm there was the faintest perceptible movement of the shoulders. "Listen to me, Ma. I ain't going to forget you and Edna. I am going to work hard and take care of you." The mother moved her head slightly, turning her head away from her daughter. Otherwise she was wholly unresponsive. Joan might have been talking to the deaf. She divined suddenly something of the tragedy and despair of this inarticulate creature whose body had borne her, who had once been as her daughter was now. Before her mental vision unfolded a vast and sordid tapestry, a patchwork thing made up of hints, innuendos and snatches of half remembered conversations, heretofore meaningless, of 1,001 insignificant circumstances individually valueless, assembling into an almost intelligible whole, picturing in dim, distorted perspective the history of her mother, drab, pitiful, appalling. Abruptly bending forward, Joan touched her lips to the sallow cheek. "Good bye," she said stiffly. "I got to go." She rose. Her mother did not move. Edna stared wonderingly, as though a bystander at a scene of whose meaning she was ignorant. Joan took up her suitcase and went to the door. "S'long, kid." She saluted her sister lightly. "Take good care of Ma while I'm away. See you before long." She hesitated again in the open doorway, with her hand on the knob. "And tell Butch I said thanks." She was halfway down to the next landing before she became aware of Edna bending over the banisters. "Joan?" "What?" The girl paused. "I 'most forgot. Butch said if you was to come in to tell you to drop round to the store this afternoon. Said he had something to tell you." "What?" demanded Joan, incredulous. "I dunno. He just said that this morning." "All right. Good bye." "Good bye, Joan." To eyes dazzled by ambition, the news stand, shouldered on either side by a prosperous delicatessen shop and a more prosperous and ornate corner saloon, wore a look unusually hopeless and pitiful. It was so small, so narrow chested, so shabby. In its plate glass show window, dim with the accumulated grime of years, bore in block letters of white enamel, with several letters missing, the legend: A. Thursby, News Dealer and Stationer, Egards and Confectionery. Before the door stood a wooden newspaper stand, painted red and black, advertising the 1 cent evening sheet which furnished it gratis. A few dusty stacks of papers ornamented it. The door was wide open, disclosing an interior furnished with dirt-smeared showcases which housed a stock of cheap cigars and tobacco, boxes of villainous candy to be retailed by the cent's worth, writing paper in gaudy, fly-specked packages, magazines, and a handful of brittle toys, perennially unsold. The floor was seldom swept, and had never been scrubbed in all the 9 years that Thursby had been a tenant of the place. The establishment was, as Joan had anticipated, in sole charge of Butch, who occupied a tilted chair, his lean nose exploring the sporting pages of the evening journal. Inevitably, a half-consumed sweet caporal cigarette ornamented his cynic mouth. He greeted Joan with a flicker of amusement. "'Lo, kid," he said, and threw aside the paper. "What's doing?" "Edna said you wanted to see me." "Yeah, that's right." Butch yawned liberally and thrust his hat to the back of his head. "Well," said the girl sharply, "what do you want?" Butch delayed his answer until he had inserted a fresh cigarette between his lips, lighted it from the old, and inhaled deeply. Interim, he looked her over openly, with the eyes of one from whom humanity has no secrets. "Did you land that job?" he inquired at length, smoke trickling from his mouth and nostrils, a grim smile lurking about his lips. "Haven't tried yet." "But you're going to?" "Of course." "What line? Chorus girl or soup in the legit?" "I'm going to try to do anything that turns up," Joan affirmed courageously. "Try anything once, eh?" murmured the boy with profound irony. "Well, where you going to hang out till you land?" The lie ran glibly off her tongue this time. "With Maizie Dean, 289 West 45th." "That where you stayed last night?" "Yes," she faltered, already beginning to repent and foresee unhappy complications in event Butch should try to find her at the address she had given. The boy got up suddenly and stood close to her, searching her face with his prematurely knowing eyes. "Look here, kid," he said roughly, "hand it to me straight now. On the level, there ain't no man mixed up in this." She was able to meet his gaze without a tremor. "On the dead level, Butch." "That's all right, then. Only " "Only what?" "There'll be regular trouble for the guy, if I ever find out you've lied to me." "What business?" "Ah, cut that!" snarled Butch. "You're my sister, see? And you're a damned little fool, and somebody's got to look out for you. And that means me. You go ahead and try the stage thing all you like, but duck the men, duck 'em every time." He eyed her momentarily from a vast and aloof coign of vantage. She was dumb with resentment, oppressed by amazement, and a little in awe of the boy, her junior though he was. "Now listen. Got any money?" "No yes 50 cents," she stammered. "That ain't gonna carry you far over the bumps. Who's gonna put up for you while you're looking for this job thing? Your friend Maizie?" "I don't know. I guess so. Yes, I'm going to stay with her." "Well, you won't last long if you don't come through with some coin every little while." Without warning, Butch produced a small packet of bills from his trouser pocket. "Did you ever see them before?" he enquired with his mocking smile. Joan gasped. "My money!" "Uh-huh," Butch nodded. "Fell out of your bag when you sidestepped the old man and beat it last night. He didn't see it, and I sneaked the bunch while he wasn't looking. G'wan, take it." He thrust the money into her fingers that closed convulsively upon it. For a moment she choked and gulped, on the verge of tears, so overpowering was the sense of relief. "Oh, Butch!" "Ah, cut that out. It's your money, all right, ain't it?" She began with trembling fingers to count the bills. Butch tilted his head to one side and regarded her with undisguised disgust. "Say, you must have a swell opinion of me, kid, to think I'd hold out on you." She stared bewildered. "There's $22 here, Butch." Her hand moved out as if offering to return the money. With an angry movement he slapped it back and turned away. "That's right," he muttered sourly. "I slipped an extra 10 in. I guess I got a right to, ain't I? You're my sister, and you'll need it before you get through all right." She lingered, stunned. "But, Butch, I oughtn't to." "Ah, can that guff and beat it. The old man's liable to be back any minute." Seizing her suitcase, he urged her none too gently toward the door. "It's awful good of you, Butch, awful good." "All right, all right. But can the gush thing till next time." Overwhelmed, Joan permitted herself to be thrust out of the door, and then, recovering to some extent, masked her excitement as best she could and trudged away across town, back toward Central Park. Blind instinct urged her to that refuge where she would have quiet and peace while she thought things out, a necessity which had not existed until within the last 15 minutes. Before her interview with Butch she had been penniless and planless, but now she found herself in circumstances of comparative affluence and independence. $22, strictly economized, surely ought to keep her fed and sheltered in decent lodgings for at least 3 weeks, within which time she would quite as surely find employment of some sort. It remained to decide how best to conserve her resources. On the face of the situation she had nothing to do but seek the cheapest and meanest rooming house in the city, but in her heart of hearts she had already determined to return to the establishment of Madame Duprat, beyond her means though it might be, ostensibly to await the return of the Dancing Deans, secretly that she might be under the same roof with John Matthias. And in the end it was to Number 289 that she turned. At 4:30 she stood again on the brownstone stoop, waiting an answer to her ring. And at the same moment John Matthias, handsomely garbed in the best of his wardrobe, but otherwise invested in a temper both indignant and rebellious, instituted a dash from room to train, handicapped by a time limit ridiculously brief. As the front door slammed at his back, he pulled up smartly to escape collision with the girl on the stoop. He looked at and through her, barely conscious of her pretty, pallid face and the light of recognition in her eyes. Then, with a murmured apology, he dodged neatly round her, swung down the steps, and frantically hailed a passing taxicab. Joan, dashed and disappointed, saw the vehicle swing in to the curb, and heard Matthias, as he clambered in, direct the driver to the Pennsylvania Station with all possible haste. She stared after the dwindling cab disconsolately. He hadn't even known her. In another minute she would have turned her back on the house and sought lodgings elsewhere, but the door abruptly opened a second time, revealing Madame Duprat, a forbidding but imperative figure, upon the threshold. Timidly, in her confusion, the girl made some semi-articulate inquiry as to the address of Miss Maizie Dean. To her astonishment and consternation the landlady unbent and smiled. "Ah!" she exclaimed with unction. "Mademoiselle is the friend of Monsieur Matthias, is it not? Very good. Will you not be pleased to enter? It is but this afternoon that the Sisters Dean have returned so altogether unexpectedly." End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Joan Thursby by Louis Joseph Vance. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Pierard. Alone in the body of a touring car, Helena Tankerville, a slender and fair woman in white, as cool and fresh to look upon as the day was hot, and weary to endure, consulted her bracelet watch, shrugged recklessly, and lifted her parasol an inch or so to enable her to level an imperious stare at the point where the straight, shining lines of railroad track debouched from the western woodland, as if expecting the very strength of her impatience to conjure into sight the overdue train. She was very pretty, and prettily dressed and sure of herself. There were evidences of temper and determination mixed with disquietude in her manner, and there was no one in her present neighbourhood, except possibly her chauffeur, of whose existence she considered it worth her while to be aware. None the less, she was conscious that she was visible. A faint puff of vapour bellied above the distant screen of pines. Immediately a far, mellow, prolonged hoot turned all faces toward the west. A rakish, low-lying locomotive with a long tail of coaches emerged from the woodland and, breathing forth vast volumes of smoke, fled a pursuing cloud of dust, straight as an arrow to the station, where, panting with triumph and relief, as one having won a race, it drew in beside the platform. Incontinently, upwards of 200 people, the majority of them men in apparently comfortable circumstances, well dressed to the standards of summer negligence, swarmed out of the cars and ran hither and yon, heedlessly elbowing one another and gabbling vociferously as they sought accommodations in the long rank of station wagons, buses, surreys, smartly appointed traps, and motor cars. Helena, bending forward, overlooked them all with imperceptible disdain. The face she sought was not among those that swam in review beneath her. And presently, encountering an over-bold glance, she drew back with a little frown of annoyance. Already the throng was thinning. Conveyances laden to the guards were drawing out of the rank and rattling and rumbling off through stifling drifts of dust. No more passengers were issuing from the coaches, and already the parlour car porters were picking up their stools and preparing to swing back aboard the train. The conductor waved his final signal. The bell tolled its warning. The locomotive belched black smoke and cinders, and amid stentorian puffings began to move, the coaches following to their tune of clanking couplings. No sign of her refractory nephew, and still Helena hesitated to give the order to drive home. John had telephoned. It wasn't like him to be delinquent in his promises. The end of the last car was passing her when she saw him. He appeared suddenly on the rearmost platform with the startled expression and air of a jack-in-the-box, dropped his suitcase over the rear rail, ran down the steps, delayed an instant to gauge distance and speed, and with nice calculation dropped lightly to the ground. Pausing only to recover his luggage, he approached the motor car with a sheepish smile for his handsome young aunt, who regarded him with an air of mingled bewilderment and despair. "Well!" she exclaimed, as soon as he was near enough to hear. "Of all things!" "Right you are," he affirmed gravely, tossing his handbag into the car and following it. "Kick along, Davy," he added, with a nod to the chauffeur, and gracefully sank back upon the seat beside Helena. Purring, the car began to grope its way through the dust fog. Matthias turned twinkling eyes to his aunt. She compressed her lips and shook her head hopelessly. "Words inadequate, auntie?" "Quite," she said. "What were you doing on that train, to come so near forgetting the station?" "Thinking," he explained, wrapped in profound and exhaustive meditation. "I say, how stunning you look!" She gave him up, or one inferred as much from her gesture. "You're impossible," she said in a tragic voice. "Thinking! While I had to wait there and be ogled by all those odious men! You must have been ready to sink through the ground." She eyed him stonily. "You didn't care!" "Even if I hadn't been preoccupied, it would never have entered my head that you seriously objected to being admired." She received this in injured silence. Matthias chuckled to himself and settled more comfortably into his seat. The motor car turned off the main road from the station to the village of Port Madison, down which the greater number of its predecessors had clattered, and found unclouded air on a well-metalled lane bordered with aged oaks and maples. Through a funnel-like dip between hills, Matthias, looking past his aunt, caught a fleeting glimpse of the cluttered roofs of Port Madison, its shallow, landlocked harbor set with a little fleet of pleasure boats, and the ineffable burning blue of the distant Sound. "I presume," Helena returned to the charge, disarmingly aggrieved, "you think I ought to be grateful for your condescending to return at all." "Forgive me," he pleaded, not altogether insincerely. "I know it wasn't right of me to run away like that, but I couldn't help it." "You couldn't help it!" she murmured despairingly. "That's just the way of it. I got to thinking about a play I wanted to write yesterday afternoon, and well, along about 10 o'clock it got too strong for me. I just had to get back to my typewriter. You know how that is." "I? What do I know about your silly playwriting?" Laughing, he bent nearer and patted the gloved hand on the cushions beside him. "You know perfectly well, Helena dear, what it is to want to do something so bad you simply can't help yourself. It's the Matthias blood in both of us. That's why you ran off and married Tankerville, against everybody's advice. Of course, it did turn out beautifully, but you didn't stop to wonder whether it would or not when you took it into your head to marry him. The same with me. You decide that it's high time for your delightful sister-in-law to get married, and you look round and fix on your dutiful nephew for the bridegroom-elect, wholly because you want it to be that way. Don't you?" she demanded sharply. He took a moment to think this over. "I suppose I do," he admitted almost reluctantly. "But " "You're in love with her," Helena declared with spirit. "Quite true, but " "Then why?" she begged in tones of moderate exasperation. "Why do you object? Hang fire! Run away like a silly, frightened schoolboy as soon as I get everything arranged for you?" "But you see, I'm not in a position to get married yet," he argued. "I haven't." "How's that? Not in a position?" she interrupted testily. "You keep forgetting I'm the family pauper, the poor relation, whereas Venetia has all the money there is, more or less." "There you are!" Helena turned her palms out expressively, folded them in resignation. "What more can you ask?" "Something more nearly approaching an equal footing, at least." "Jack!" She turned to him with a fine air of innocence. "How much money have you got, anyway?" "3600 per annum, as you know very well," he replied. "But my dear, dear auntie, you're one of the most beautiful creatures alive, and I'm awfully proud and fond of you. Surely you must understand that no decent fellow wants to go to the girl he's in love with and make a proposition like this. I've got 3600 and you've got 360,000. Let's marry and divide." "How long have you been writing plays?" "Oh, several years." "And how many have you written?" "Quite a few." "And how much have you made at it?" "Next to nothing, but " "Then why do you persist?" "Because it's the thing I want to do." "But you can't make any money at it." "I may make a lot before long. Meanwhile, I like it." "But if you'd only listen to reason and let Tankerville " "With all the best intentions in the world, dear Helena, Tankerville couldn't make me a successful business man. It isn't in me. Permit me to muddle along in my own special, wrong‐headed way, and the chances are I'll make good in the end. But once and for all, I refuse positively to give up my trade and try to make sense of Wall Street methods." Helena moved her shoulders impatiently. For an instant she was silenced. Then: "But marriage needn't necessarily put an end to your playwriting. A good marriage, as with Venetia, ought even to help, I should think." "But you persist in forgetting I'm not a fortune hunter." "But," she countered smartly, "Marbridge is," he said. "Oh, Marbridge!" as if dumbfounded. She smiled quietly, a very wise and superior smile. To this point the car had been steadily ascending. The noise of the motor, together with the frequent stutterings of the exhaust with the muffler cut out, had been sufficient to disguise the substance of their communication from the ears of the operator. Now, however, they surmounted the highest point and began the more gradual descent to the Tankerville estate. And with less noise there was consequently very little talking on the part of the two on the rear seat, for which Matthias wasn't altogether sorry. He wanted time to think about Venetia Tankerville in the new light cast upon her by his aunt's concluding remark, as affected by her friendship with Vincent Marbridge. In the natural swing of events, it would never have occurred to him to consider Marbridge's attention seriously. Nobody ever took Marbridge seriously, he believed, aside from a few exceptionally foolish women. Noiselessly the car slipped down a mile-long avenue to the brow of a promontory. On either hand, Tanglewood's long parked terraces fell away to the water. On the left the harbour of Port Madison, on the right Long Island Sound. Matthias was barely conscious of these things. His mood was haunted by an extraordinarily clear vision of Vincent Marbridge, not tall, but by no means short, a trifle stout, but none the less a well-knit figure of a man, and tremendously alive, dark, with a broad, blunt, good-humoured face, and seal-brown eyes that were exceedingly handsome and expressive, keen-witted and accomplished, knowing almost everybody in every place and thing worth knowing, hedonist and egoist, selfish, unscrupulous, magnetic, fascinating. Impressed, Matthias frowned. His aunt eyed him covertly, with a sly, semi-affectionate, semi-malicious smile shadowing her mouth. Slackening its pace, the car took the wide semicircle of the drive and slid sedately to a dead stop by the carriage block. Matthias pulled himself together, jumped out, and gave his hand to his aunt. They turned toward the house. Tankerville's pretentious marble palace crowned the brow of the headland with an effect as exquisite as a dream of an ancient French chateau realized in snow. For this, its owner had his wife to thank. Helena, unable to curb her husband's desire for the most expensive and ostentatious place obtainable, had at least guided his choice of design. It was too magnificent, it was overpowering, but it was beautiful. And it was more than ever beautiful at this hour, with its walls in part bathed in a rose-pink light of sunset, in part shadowed as with a wash of violet, and with all its admirable proportions stark against the dusky sapphire of the Sound. An unwonted stillness clung about the place. Matthias wondered. "It might be the palace of the Sleeping Beauty," he said. "Why this deadly and benumbing silence? What?" "Oh, simply that Tankerville decided this morning to take everybody down to Huntington for lunch. They got away quite early in the Enchantress. Come out on the terrace. We'll look for them." They passed through a wide, cool, panelled hallway. "Why didn't you go?" "You know I hate the water. Besides, I had a headache. At least, I had one until the Enchantress got under way. And furthermore, I meant to stay at home and meet you and talk it out." "Venetia went, of course." "Of course. And Marbridge. And everybody." He grunted thoughtfully. They descended to a terrace which jutted airily out over the edge of a cliff, with a sheer drop of 150 feet to the beach. Helena, dropping languidly into a wicker chair, motioned Matthias to the broad marble balustrade. "Any sign of the Enchantress, O perturbed nephew?" He lingered there for an instant, marvelling with an inexhaustible wonder at the magnificent sweep of the view; then, remembering, raked the waters until he discovered Tankerville's power cruiser standing in toward the dock from the bottleneck mouth of Port Madison Harbour. Returning, he reported, seated himself near his aunt, lighted a cigarette. "Why did you ask him here, anyway?" he demanded abruptly. "Who?" she parried mischievously. "Marbridge, of course," he admitted, sulking in the face of her manifest amusement. "Jealous, Jackie?" "Oh, if you insist." She laughed. "The most encouraging symptom you've yet betrayed. I didn't ask him. Tankerville did. He likes him. The man's amusing, after all." "But you like him?" "He amuses me." "He's not precisely a tame cat." "Dear boy!" She laughed again. "I didn't fetch you out here to worry about me. I'm fireproof. Venetia's quite another pair of shoes." Fret about her as much as you like." "When does he go? Marbridge, I mean." "Monday, I think. At least, I believe Tankerville asked him for a week only." "And that's why you asked me, this particular week?" "I thought you'd be a good counter irritant, and hoped you'd come to your senses and secure Venetia against all Marbridges for all time to come. You gave me to understand you would." "Pardon," he corrected a trifle stiffly. "I admitted to you in strict confidence that I was in love with Venetia. I never promised to ask her to marry me." "Well, that's what I understood you to mean. And anyway, you'd better. Neither Tankerville nor I can control the girl. She's her own mistress and headstrong enough to be a good match for any Matthias that ever lived. If Marbridge ever convinces her that she likes him," she concluded with an eloquent ellipsis. "Probably," mused Matthias after prolonged deliberation, "I'd have lost my head before this if it hadn't been so full of that play." Helena smiled indulgently. "It's not too late, I hope." Troubled, he rose, walked to the balustrade, jerked his cigarette into space, and returned. "As between one fortune hunter and another," he said gloomily, "I'm conceited enough to think myself the safer bet." His aunt smiled more openly. "See what Venetia thinks." "I will," said Matthias with a fine air of inalterable determination. Chapter 8 of Joan Thursby by Louis Joseph Vance. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Pierard. Since it was her whim, and the winds indulged, Helena had ordered that the rite of the late dinner be celebrated by candlelight alone. 10 shaded candles graced the places. In the centre of the table an ancient candelabrum of gold added the mellow illumination of its 7 alabaster arms, whose small flames yearned upward ardently, with scarce a perceptible flicker, though every window was wide to the whispering night. One of these that faced Matthias framed a shivering sky of stars and the still black shield of the Sound, on which the fixed and undeviating glare of a remote lighthouse was reflected darkly, a long, unwavering way of light. He thought of a tall wax candle burning amid the sanctified shadows of some vast and dark and still cathedral. They were 10 at table. From Helena's right, Pat Atherton, Tankerville's partner, a Mrs. Magendie, Marbridge, a Mrs. Cardrow, Tankerville at the head. On his right, Mrs. Pat Atherton, Matthias, Venetia Tankerville, Magendie. The latter and his wife were almost strangers to Matthias, having arrived only the previous afternoon, but he thought them as pleasant and handsome people as any of those with whom the Tankervilles liked to fill their house. The Athertons were old friends. He had known them well, long before Helena dreamed of marrying Tankerville. Marbridge was an indifferently familiar figure in the ways of his life. They frequented the same clubs, and of late he had begun to encounter the older man more and more frequently in his theatrical divagations. Remained Mrs. Cardrow, a widow, the acquaintance of a week's standing. Cardrow had been in some way connected with the enterprises of Messrs. Tankerville and Atherton. How, Matthias didn't remember. A man of whom rumour said little that was good until it began to say de mortuis. He had killed himself for no accountable reason. His widow seemed to have survived bereavement with amazing grace. Matthias admired her greatly. Women, he knew, Helena in their number, mistrusted her for no cause perceptible to him. He liked her, thought her little less than absolutely charming. So, evidently, did Marbridge, whose attitude toward her this evening was a little more noticeably attentive than ever before. He seemed to exert himself to interest and divert. His black eyes snapped. As he talked, his heavy body swayed slightly from the hips, lending an accent to his animation. His laugh was frequent and infectious. She was a woman who smiled more than she laughed. She smiled now, inscrutably, her beautiful, insolent eyes half veiled with demure lashes, her face turned to Marbridge, her chin a trifle high, bringing out the clear strong lines of her throat and shoulders, which had the texture, the pallor, and the firmness of fine ivory. Her eyes, when she chose to discover them, were brown, her eyebrows almost black, her hair dull gold, the gold of the candelabrum, the gold of artifice on the word of Helena. Perhaps it was to this odd colouring, ivory and brown, black and gold, that Mrs. Cardrow owed most of her strange and provoking quality. But there was something else, something one could not define, at once stimulating and elusive, less charm than allure, nameless, that attracted and repelled. These were thoughts set stirring by a dozen semi-curious glances at the women, in pauses in his conversation with Venetia. Matthias was in fact indifferent to Mrs. Cardrow, but he was tremendously interested in Venetia. It could hardly be otherwise, since his talk with Helena. He was to marry Venetia. Amazing thought! She was adorable. Of the other women, none compared with Mrs. Cardrow; even Helena's beauty paled in contrast. But Venetia was to Mrs. Cardrow as dawn to noon. One looked at Venetia and thought of a still sea at daybreak, mobile to the young and fitful airs, radiant with sunlight, breathless with apprehension of the long, golden hours to come. One looked at Mrs. Cardrow and thought of woman. Venetia was dark and the other fair. Venetia was by no means a child, Mrs. Cardrow not yet 30. The gulf that set them apart was not so much of years as of caste. They lived and thought on different levels, mental if not social. Matthias liked to think Venetia on the higher order. He was to marry her. Incredible! And tonight her eyes were warm and kind for him, and all for him. He could not see that there was anything of self interest in the infrequent glances she cast at those who sat opposite, playing their time old game with such engaging candour. If she had thought much of Marbridge, surely she must have betrayed some little pique or chagrin. She was not blind, neither was she patient and prone to self effacement. Matthias had known her long enough to have garnered vivid memories of her resentment of slights, whether real or fancied. She was unique and wonderful in many ways, but, he told himself in a catch phrase of the hour, she was essentially human. He could not have cared for a woman without temper. He cared intensely for this girl woman, whose rare loveliness seemed almost exotic in its singular scheme, whose skin, fine of texture and colourless as milk white satin, was splashed with lips of burning scarlet, whose eyes of deepest violet were luminous in the shadow of hair of the richness and lustre of burnished bronze, luminous and kind to him. He dared to hope greatly of their sympathy. Through dinner she had entertained him with a mirthful, inconsecutive narrative of the adventures of the day. Now, as ices were served, her interest swerved suddenly and found a new object in himself. "Why did you run away last night?" "You really noticed it?" Light malice trembled on her lips. "Not till this morning." "You were so busy." An imperceptible nod indicating Marbridge. "I felt myself becoming ornamental. Whereas, utility's my proudest attribute. So I left you dancing and skipped by the light of the moon." "Not really." "I assure you." "Put out with me, I mean?" He sought her eyes again and found them veiled and downcast. "Not the least in the world." "Then, again, why?" "I wanted to get back to work. Besides, I had a little business with the manager." And so he had, but until this moment he had forgotten it. "Play business?" "I'm afraid I know no other." "Is something new to be produced?" Matthias nodded. "Goes into rehearsal in August. A melodrama I wrote some time ago, 'The Jade God.'" "Who produces it?" "Rideout." "Who's he?" "A foolish actor. Played a sketch of mine in vaudeville for a couple of years, and, because that got over, thinks this piece must." "But it will, won't it?" "I hope so, but I'm glad it's not my money." "And where will you open?" "Heaven and the Shuberts only know. Write out books through the Shuberts, you understand." "I'm afraid I don't." "The Shuberts are the independents, the opposition to the syndicate headed by Klaw and Erlanger. You see, the theatres of this country are practically all controlled by one or the other combination. If you want booking for your show, you've got to take sides, serve God or Mammon." "And which is which?" "The difference is imperceptible to the innocent bystander." "But you'll let us know?" "If we open within motoring distance of town, rather." Tankerville, edging his plump little body forward on his chair, manoeuvred his round and sun-scorched face in vain attempts to catch his wife's eye past the intervening candelabrum. Helena, however, divined his desire. "Coffee in the card room, George?" "Please!" Tankerville bleated plaintively. There was a concerted movement from the table. Venetia lingered with Matthias. "It's auction tonight. Shall you play?" "'Fraid I'll have to. So will you. Helena, you know." "Of course we must. Only," she sighed, petulant, "I'd rather not. I'd rather talk to you." "Heroic measures!" he laughed. "But consolation note we're 2 over 2 full tables. Therefore we'll have to cut in and out. That'll give us some time to ourselves." "Yes," she agreed. "But it'll be just our luck to be disengaged at different times." He paused in amused incredulity. "Do you really want to talk to me as badly as all that?" She nodded, curtaining her eyes. "Very much," she said softly. They entered the card room and were summoned to different tables. Matthias cut and edged Mrs. Cardrow out by a single pip. How Venetia fared he did not learn, more than that she was to play while Marbridge was to stay out the first rubber. He played even less intelligently than usual, with a mind distracted. Venetia's new attitude, pleasant as had been all their association, was a development of disconcerting suddenness, or else he had been witless and blind beyond relief. And yet how could he say? He was so frequently misled by faculties befogged with dreaming, that overlooked when they did not flatly deny the obvious. It was possible that Helena had been more wise than he. A sense of strain handicapped his judgment. Whether atmospheric or bred of his own emotion, he could not tell. And yet, plumbing the deeps of his humour, he discovered nothing there more exacting than bewilderment, more exciting than hope. On the other hand, he could fix upon nothing in the bearing of these amiable people to lead him to believe that the feeling of tensity to which he was susceptible was not the creation of his own fancy. They played with a certain abandon of enjoyment, absorbed in their diversion. Looking past Venetia, at the other table, Venetia slim and tall and worshipful in a wonderful black gown that rendered dazzling the whiteness of her flesh, he could see Mrs. Cardrow and Marbridge at the piano in the drawing room. The woman sat all but motionless, white arms alone moving graciously in the half light as her deft hands wandered over the keyboard. Marbridge, his arms folded, lounged over the piano, his back to the card room. The eloquent movements of his round, dark head, its emphatic nods and argumentative waggings, seemed to indicate that he was bearing the burden of their talk. But the music, hushed though it was, covered his accents. The woman was looking up into his face with an expression of quick, pleased interest, her lips half parted, smiling. It did not occur to Matthias to wonder about the substance of their conversation, but for a sure clue to the intrigue of Venetia's heart and his own he would have given worlds. Throwing down his cards, Tankerville announced with satisfaction: "Game! Rubber! Jack, you go out. Praise the saints! You've cost Mrs. Pat close onto $15. More shame to you." "Sorry," Matthias smiled cheerfully, rising. "You would have me play." "Hearkening and repentance!" retorted Tankerville. Next time I marry, you can bet your sweet life I'm going to pick out a family of sure 'nuff Bridgers. Call Mrs. Cardrow, will you now, like a good fellow." But Mrs. Cardrow had already left the piano. Matthias held a chair for her, and then, since the rubber of the other table was not yet decided, strolled to a window. The night tempted him. Almost unconsciously he stepped out upon the terrace and wandered to the parapet. Abstractedly he lighted a cigarette. When the tobacco was aglow he held the match from him at arm's length over the abyss. Its flame burned as steadily as though protected, flickering out only when, released, it fell. No night ever more still than this, land and water alike spellbound in breathless calm. Even on the brow of that high foreland where Tankerville had builded him his lordly pleasure home, no hint of movement in the air. And yet Matthias was conscious of nothing resembling oppression, exhilaration, rather. He smiled vaguely into the darkness. From far below, echoing up from the placid waters of Port Madison, as from a sounding board, came the tinkle tinkle of a banjo and the complaint of a harmonica. When these were silent, the wailing of violins was clearly audible, bridging a distance of over a mile across the harbour, from the ballroom of the country club. Far out upon the Sound, the night boat for Boston trudged along like a slow winging firefly, and presently its wash swept inshore to rouse the beach below to sibilant and murmurous protest. In the east the vault of night was pallid, azure and silver, with the promise of the reluctant moon. A hand fell gently upon his arm. Venetia's. He had not been aware of her approach. Yet he was not startled. He turned his head slowly, smiling. She said softly: "Don't say anything. Wait till it rises." They waited in silence. Her hand lingered upon his arm. And that last, he knew, was trembling. The nearness of her person, the intimacy of her touch, weighed heavily upon his senses. An edge of golden light appeared where the skies came down to the sea, hesitated, increased. That wan and spectral light, waxing, lent emphasis to the rare and delicious wonder of her loveliness, to the impregnable mystery of her womanhood. He regarded her with something near awe, with keen perception of his unworthiness, as a spirit from heaven had stooped to commune with him. She lived, breathed. The hand upon his arm was warm and strong. Incredible! The gibbous disk swung clear of the horizon, and like some strange misshapen acrobat climbed a low-lying lattice-work of clouds. The girl turned away to a huge willow-basket chair. Matthias found its fellow and drew near to her. He struggled to speak. He fancied that she waited for him to speak, but his mind refused to frame, his tongue to utter, aught but the stalest of banalities. "No dew tonight," he hazarded at length, shamefaced. After an instant of silence she laughed clearly and gently. "Oh, romantic man," she said, "now that you have shattered the spell, if you please, a cigarette." He supplied this need, held a match, delayed holding it when it had served its purpose, enraptured with the refulgent wonder of that cameo of sweet flesh and blood set against the melting shadows, silver and purple and blue. With a second, low, light laugh she bent forward and daintily extinguished the flame with a single puff. "I don't wish to be stared at." "Pardon," he said, mechanically, startled. "But why?" "Perhaps I'm afraid you may see too much." "Impossible," he declared with conviction. "Odd as it may sound," she said in a mocking voice, "I have my secrets." Her back was to the moon, her face a pallid oval framed in ebony, illegible; but the moonlight was full upon his face, and she who might read. His disadvantage was obvious. It wasn't fair. Lounging, she crossed her knees, puffed thrice, and cast the cigarette into the gulf. Abruptly she sat forward, studying him intently. He was disturbed with a singular uneasiness. "Jack," said Venetia very quietly, "is it true that you love me?" "Good Lord!" he cried, sitting up. "Is it true?" He blinked. His head was whirling. He said nothing, sank back, quite automatically puffed with such fury that in a trice he had reduced the cigarette to an inch of glowing coal, scorched his fingers and threw it from him. Then he gasped stupidly: "Venetia!" "Is it true?" She had not moved. The question had the force of stubborn purpose through its very monotony, a monotony of inflection no less than of repetition. Her accents were both serious and sincere. She was in earnest. She meant to know. "But, Venetia or have you been just making believe all this long time?" "It I why, of course it's true," he stammered lamely. "Then why haven't you ever told me so?" There sounded reproach, not unkindly, but real. He shook his wits together. "How could I guess you'd care to know?" "Do you know me so little as to think I'd resent it, if I happened not to care?" "I don't know didn't think of it that way. In fact, you've knocked me silly." "But why? Because I've been straightforward? Dear boy!" She lifted a hand to him. He took it in trembling. "You're 27. I'm 23. We know one another pretty well. We know ourselves, at least slightly. Why can't we face things, facts, as man and woman, not as children? What's the good of make believe? If this thing lies between us, let's be frank about it." He hesitated, doubting, searching her face. Her look was very sweet and kind. Of a sudden he cried: "Venetia!" Came to his knees beside her chair, snatched her hand and crushed it between his own, to his lips. "I love you. I've always loved you." He felt the velvet of her lips, her breath upon his forehead, and made as if to clasp her to him. But she slipped back, straightening an arm to fend him off. "No," she whispered "not now not here. Dear boy, get up. Think this moonlight anybody might see." "I love you." "I know and dear I'm glad so glad but you made me ask you." "I couldn't help that, Venetia. I was afraid. I hardly dared to dream of this. You were you are above beyond." Gently her hand sealed his mouth. "Dear silly boy get up. If you won't, I must." Releasing her hand, he rose. His emotion shook him violently. At discretion he dropped back into his chair. He looked about him a little wildly, his glance embracing all the weird fantasy of the night: the cold, inaccessible, glittering vault of stars, the malformed and sardonic moon, the silken bosom of the Sound, the lace and purple velvet draperies of the land. Down on the harbour the banjo and harmonica were ragging to tatters a sentimental ballad of the day. From the house came a burst of laughter, Tankerville exultant in some successful stratagem at cards. His gaze returned to Venetia. She sat without moving, wrapped in the exquisite mystery of her enigmatic heart, bewitching, bewildering, steadfastly reading him with eyes veiled and inscrutable in liquid shadow. Muttering "Preposterous!" he dropped his head between his hands. "I'm mad mad!" he groaned. Without stirring, she demanded: "Why?" He shook his head free. "To have owned up let this come to pass. I love you, but that's all I dare say to you." "Isn't it maybe enough for me?" "I mean, I'm mad to marry you. But how can I ask you to have me? What have I to offer you? The position of wife to a poverty stricken, half grown playwright? It's out of reason." "But possibly am I not the one to judge of that?" "No, I won't have you marry a man unable to provide for you in the way to which you've been educated. It's a point of honour." "But I have." "You must understand, I've got to be able able To humour your every whim, with things that way. What of your own you choose to spend on yourself won't count. The issue is my ability to give you everything." "But that will come." "When? I can't promise. I hardly dare hope." "This new play isn't your only hope?" "No." "Success or failure, you'll keep on?" "Certainly." "Then it's only a question of time." "But you how can I ask you to wait?" "There's no necessity." "But it must be." He rose, unable to remain still. "Give me 6 months. I've got another piece of work under way and others only waiting their turn. In 6 months I can "No." The monosyllable brought him up sharply. He stared, her white arms, radiant in that clear, unearthly light, lifted toward him. "If you want me, dear," she said in a voice tense with emotion, "it must be now soon. To wait 6 months that's The beautiful modulations of Helena Tankerville's voice interrupted. Standing in one of the windows to the card room, she said simply, "An exquisite night." Then coming out upon the terrace and seeing Venetia and Matthias, she moved toward them. "Oh, there you are, Jack. You're wanted indoors." Matthias, unable quickly to regain his poise, said nothing. Venetia answered for him calmly: "He can't come." "What, dear?" "I say he can't come, Helena. He's engaged." "Engaged!" Recovering, Helena bore down upon them with a little call of delight. "Not really? Oh, my dears, I'm so glad!" She gathered Venetia into her arms. Chapter 9 of Joan Thursby by Louis Joseph Vance. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Pierard. Unremarked by any of these, Marbridge stepped out upon the terrace. He was light of foot like most men of his type. His voice, unctuous with the Southern drawl which he affected, together with quaint Southern twists of speech, was the first warning they had of his approach. "This is surely one powerful fine night. I don't wonder you all like it better out here than " He checked suddenly in both words and action. The women had started apart. "Why," he added slowly, as though perplexed, "I hope I don't intrude." His quick dark eyes shifted rapidly from Helena to Venetia to Matthias, and again back to the women, during a momentary lull of embarrassment. Then Helena said quietly: "Not in the least. But this makes you the first to learn the news, Mr. Marbridge. Venetia and my nephew are engaged to be married." "Engaged!" The man's chin slacked, his eyes widened. A cigarette fell unheeded from his fingers. He smiled a trace stupidly. "Why," he recollected himself almost instantaneously, "this certainly is some surprise. But I do congratulate you both." With a stride he seized the hand Venetia could not refuse him, and pressed it warmly. "You're the luckiest man I ever knew," he declared, turning to clasp hands with Matthias. Instinctively the latter met his powerful grasp with one as forceful. "Thank you," he said, smiling gravely into the other's eyes. Under his firm but pleasant regard they wavered and fell, then steadied with a glint of temper. Their hands fell apart. Marbridge stepped back. "Perhaps I don't know you well enough, Mr. Matthias, to congratulate Miss Tankerville as heartily as I do you, but I'm persuaded she's not liable to make any serious mistake." Matthias nodded thoughtfully. "I understand. Your intentions are excellent. I'm sure we both thank you. Venetia?" "Mr. Marbridge is very amiable," said the girl, a hint of mirth modifying her composure. "But I'm afraid, Helena," she added quickly, "if you don't mind, I think I'll go to my room." To Marbridge she gave a quaint little bow that was half an old fashioned courtesy robbed of formality by her spirited smile. To Matthias her hand and a gentle "Good night." Taking the arm of her sister in law, she drew her toward the house. Watching them until they disappeared, Marbridge chuckled quietly. "Took my breath away," he declared. "Why, I never suspected for an instant." He dropped heavily, but with characteristic grace, into a chair. "It takes you quiet boys to get away with the girls like Venetia. All fire and dash." "Yes," said Matthias reflectively. "It does, doesn't it? Have another cigarette?" He offered his case. "You dropped yours." "Thanks. She's a thoroughbred, all right. I reckon if I wasn't a mite too middle aged, maybe I might have set you a pace that you'd have found lively going." "Well, let's be thankful nothing of that sort happened, at all events." Marbridge looked up over his match and lifted his brows. But if in reality a retort trembled on his lips, he thought better of it; and before either spoke again, Tankerville was on the terrace, brandishing pudgy arms. "Hey, you!" he said fretfully. "Don't you know you're holding us all up? Come on in." But the game held less attraction for Matthias than ever; and after another and final failure to establish him in Tankerville's good graces, he pocketed his losses, relinquished his place to Marbridge, and with even less inclination for bed than for cards took himself again out into the open night. But now the terrace was all too small to contain his spirits. The need of action, movement, freedom, space, was strong upon him. Striding away down the drive that wound like a broad band of whitewash through its dark bordering lawns and darker coppices, he found even the grounds of Tanglewood too constricted for the extravagant energy that animated him, and took to the broad highways with all Long Island free to his tireless spirit. For several hours or more he trudged valiantly hither and yon, with little or no notion of whither he went, with his head in the stars and his feet in the dust, and kicking up a famous smother of it, and in that time was wittingly as near to happiness as he had ever been in all his days. The faculty of coherent thought had passed from him utterly, but it passed unmourned. Venetia was his: this thought alone sufficed him. He had neither time nor inclination to entertain those doubts, those questionings and apprehensions, which had beset him in saner humour theretofore. It mattered nothing now that he was poor and she wealthy; nothing that all his efforts to make something of himself had thus far proved vain and fruitless. She loved him: it was enough. He came to his senses, eventually, long enough to recognize anew the grounds of Tanglewood. Of a sudden his impetuosity had run out; remained the pleasant languor of a healthy body thoroughly exercised, the peace of a mind vexed by no insatiable desire. And still he was not sleepy. Purposefully he retarded his footsteps, approaching the house with stealth, eager to escape observation and gain his room, unhindered. Tomorrow would be soon enough to submit to the ordeal of congratulations. It was with a shock of amazement that he saw the house all quiet and dark. He pulled out his watch and studied its face by moonlight, finding its evidence difficult to credit. 20 minutes past 1 in the morning! Gingerly keeping to the grass in order that the gravel of the drive might not, by its crunching underfoot, betray him or alarm some wakeful member of the household, he approached the front door, wondering if he were locked out, and, not without amusement at his self contrived predicament, what to do if he were. To his relief, one half of the double door stood a foot or two ajar, thanks, he had no doubt, to the thoughtfulness of Helena or Tankerville. Blessing both on general principles, he entered, shut the door and softly shot the bolt, turned in deep obscurity to grope his way to the foot of the stairs, but paused with a hand on the newel post and his breath catching in his throat. In the hallway above a night light was burning dim and low, but sufficiently diffused to show him the figure of a woman silently descending the stairway. When he first became aware of her, she was indeed almost within arm's length, a shape of shadow scarce 3 shades lighter than the encompassing gloom. Venetia, possibly, having waited and watched for him from her windows overlooking the drive, stealing down to bid him that good night they had perforce foregone in the presence of Helena and Marbridge. That wild and extravagant surmise had no more than entered his mind when he found the woman in his arms. He gave herself into them with a gesture of abandonment, with a little sigh that escaped in broken measure, murmurous and fond. An arm that, lifting, flashed naked to the shoulder as the sleeve of her negligée fell back, encircled his neck and drew down his head to hers, and her mouth fastened to his with clinging lips. Half stunned by receipt of that mad caress, one thought shot like light through the turmoil of his senses: this was never Venetia. With an effort he straightened his neck against the pressure of the woman's arm. She strove to overcome his resistance, wooing him in accents hushed and shaking with passion. "Vincent, sweetheart!" He interrupted hastily: "I beg pardon?" The inadequacy of that stilted form disgusting him, he added: "I am John Matthias." Immediately the woman released him and, with a gasp, sank back against the newel post. Her breath came gustily, with a sound like smothered sobbing. Pitifully he divined her shame and terror, and though he knew her very well, beyond mistake, he said evenly: "Don't worry. There isn't any light." In a stupefied voice she iterated: "No light?" "It's so confounded dark," he complained. "I couldn't tell you from Eve. So perhaps you'd better run back to your room now." He turned away deliberately. Behind him, after a pause of an instant, there rose a sound of soft rustling draperies, a swift and hushed patter of footsteps on the stairs. A moment or two later a latch clicked very gently in the corridor above. Quietly Matthias switched on a single light, returned to the door, unbolted and quickly opened it. He was not disappointed that this manoeuvre surprised a shadow skulking in the penumbra of rose bushes that bordered the steps: the shadow of a man who drew back swiftly when he recognized Matthias. This last stepped out, turned in the direction of the fugitive shadow, and pursuing at leisure, hailed in a quiet and natural tone: "I say, Marbridge, that you?" Immediately he came upon Marbridge, at a standstill round the corner of the house, awaiting him in a curious posture of antagonism, his feet well apart, heavy body inclined a trifle forward, round dark head low between his shoulders, hands clenched, upon his face a cloud of anger. Matthias greeted him suavely: "I was afraid I'd locked you out." Ignoring his attitude, even as he seemed to ignore the fact that Marbridge had changed from evening dress to a suit of dark flannels, he added: "Coming in now? It's a bit late." Marbridge pulled himself together. "Perhaps you're right," he assented surlily, but it was with patent effort that he mastered his resentment and accompanied Matthias back to the doors. "A fine night, what?" Matthias filled in the awkward silence. "Yes," agreed Marbridge brusquely. "Too fine," he admitted. "Too fine to waste in bed." "Sleepless, eh?" "Yes." Following him in, Matthias refastened the door. "Several of us seem troubled with the same indisposition," he observed coolly, swinging to face Marbridge. "That's why I bothered to call you in, you know." Marbridge scowled. "Perhaps I don't get you." "She has gone back to bed," Matthias explained pleasantly. "I didn't like to think of you waiting out there all alone." Marbridge choked on a retort, turned and began slowly to mount the stairs. "Oh, going? Half a minute." The man paused, and in silence looked down. "I just happened to think perhaps you haven't a time table in your room," said Matthias amiably. "There are several early trains tomorrow, you know. I fancy the 8/7 would suit you as well as any." He got no answer other than a grunt. Marbridge resumed his deliberate ascent, gained the upper floor and disappeared. "Good night," Matthias called after him, softly, and turned out the light. Chapter 10 of Joan Thursby by Louis Joseph Vance. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Pierard. Monday morning found Mr. Matthias back at his desk and in a tolerably unhappy temper, tormented not only by that conscience-stricken sensation of secret guilt inseparable from a return to neglected work, but also by a less reasonable, in fact inexplicable to him, feeling of discomfort, as though he were a trespasser upon the premises rather than their lawful tenant. Never before had he felt less at home, never more ill at ease in the homely solitude of his workshop and lodgings. As for his work, he found page 6 of that promising young first act in the typewriter carriage, precisely as it had been left on his receipt of Helena's peremptory telegram. Removing the sheet, he turned back to the first page, and read what had been written with such high and eager hope, and looked his dashed bewilderment. Knitting portentous brows, sedulously he reconsidered the manuscript at length, then, with a groan, put it aside, ran fingers through his hair till it rose rampant, and sat scowling darkly at the wall, groping blindly and vainly for the lost ends of that snapped thread of enthusiasm. The first flush of confidence vanished. What he had written owned heart-rending incoherence in his understanding. However, he assured himself, it would come back to him in time. Indeed, it was bound to. It wasn't the first time this sort of thing had happened to him, nor yet the second. He was no raw novice to cry despair over such an everyday setback. But what the devil was the matter with him? All the way to town he had been full of his theme, as keen set for work as a schoolboy for a holiday, and hardly less for the well-worn comforts of his abode. And lo! Here sat he with his head as empty as his hands, and that misfit feeling badgering him to exasperation. Instinctively he consulted a pipe, and through its atmosphere the view from his windows, the never failing, tried and true, enheartening monotony of that sun-scorched area of back yards, grim and unlovely in the happiest weather, cat-haunted and melancholy in all its phases. But today he essayed vainly to distil from contemplation of it any of the rare glamour of yesterday's zeal and faith. It was all gone, all, and the erratic mind of him would persist in trailing off after errant thoughts of Venetia Tankerville. Surpassing inconsistency of the human heart! 3 hours ago, in her company, he had been able to control and to behave himself, to anticipate with pleasure the prospect of returning to his desk after escorting her from the Pennsylvania to the Grand Central Station and putting her aboard the train for Greenwich, whither she was bound for a fortnight's visit. But now he could think of nothing but Venetia. Venetia's eyes, her scarlet lips, her exquisite hands, her hair of bronze, her moods and whims, her laughter and her pensiveness, alike adorable. Venetia in evening dress on the moon-drenched terrace of Tanglewood. Venetia on the tennis courts, all in white, glorified by sunlight, an amazingly spirited, victorious figure. Venetia, with her hair blown across her eyes, at the wheel of one of Tankerville's racing motor craft. Venetia, in the gloom of the Grand Central Station, lingering to say good bye to her betrothed. It required several days for this stupid gentleman to awaken to the fact that the name of his trouble was merely love, that an acknowledged lover is a person vastly different from a diffident and distant worshipper, that, in short, the muse of the creative fancy is a jealous mistress, prone to sulk and deny the light of her countenance to a suitor who thinks to share his addresses with another. But this illuminating discovery did little to allay his discontent. Progress with his work alone could accomplish that, and the work dragged dolefully. He scored only dismal failures in his efforts to produce something to satisfy himself. And he had only 6 months to prove his worth. The date of their marriage had been fixed for February. Every detail of their plans had been worked out under the masterful guidance of Helena. Even the steamer upon which they were to sail for Egypt had been selected and their suite reserved. In short, he positively had to win out within the allotted period of Grace, who seemed able only to sit there, day in and out, beside his typewriter, with idle hands, or with a vacant mind, to pace his trail of torment from door to window, getting nowhere, stripped of every vestige of his arduously acquired craftsmanship. It was maddening. None the less, doggedly, savagely determined to overcome this sentimental handicap, he worked long hours, only to review the outcome of his labours with a sinking heart. For all his knowledge of the stage, for all that a long career of failures and half-hearted successes had taught him, the play that slowly took shape under his modelling lacked vitality, the living fire of drama. Technically, he could find no disastrous fault with it, but in his soul he knew it to be as passionless as a proposition in Euclid. He was a dreamer, but not even the stuff of dreams could dull the clear perceptions of his critical intelligence. Meantime, the superficial routine of workaday life went on much as it had ever since he had set up shop in the establishment of Madame Duprat. His breakfasts were served him in his rooms, for his other meals he foraged in neighbouring restaurants. A definite amount of exercise was required to keep him in working trim. In short, he was in and out of the house several times each day. Inevitably, then, he encountered fellow lodgers, either on the stoop or in the hallway. Among them, and perhaps more often and less adventitiously than in other instances, one wistful young woman, shabbily dressed, in whose brown eyes lurked a hesitant appeal for recognition. He grew acquainted with the sight of her, but he was generally in haste and preoccupied, looked over her head if not through her, stepped civilly out of her way and went absently his own, and never once dreamed of identifying her with that dreary and damp creature of the rain-swept night whose necessity had turned him out of his lodgings for a single night. One day, the second Thursday following his return to town, he found himself waiting in the lobby of the Knickerbocker, a trifle early for a luncheon engagement with Rideout and his producing manager, Wilbrow, a meeting arranged for the purpose of discussing the forthcoming production of The Jade God. The day was seasonably insufferable with heat, but there was here a grateful drift of air through open doors and windows. Lounging in an armchair, he lazily consumed a cigarette and reviewed the listless ebb and flow of guests with a desultory interest, which was presently, suddenly and rudely quickened. Marbridge, accompanied by a woman, was leaving the eastern dining room. They passed so near to Matthias that by stretching forth his foot he could have touched the woman's skirt, but she did not see him. Her face was averted as she looked up, faintly smiling, to the face of her companion. Marbridge, on his part, was attending her with that slightly exaggerated attitude of solicitude and devotion which was peculiarly his with all women. If he saw Matthias he made no sign. His dark and boyish eyes ogled his companion. His tone was pitched low to a key of intimacy. He rolled a trifle in his walk with the insuppressible swagger of the amateur of gallantry. They passed on and out of the hotel, and Matthias saw the carriage porter, at a sign from Marbridge, whistle in a taxicab. He turned away in disgust. A moment or so later he looked up to find Marbridge standing over him and grinning impudently as he offered a hand. "Why, how do you do, Matthias, my boy?" His voice, by no means subdued, echoed through the lobby and attracted curious glances. Matthias, ignoring the hand, lifted one of his own in a gesture deprecatory. "Softly," he begged. "Somebody might hear you." Unabashed, Marbridge dropped into the chair beside him. "How's that? Why shouldn't they?" "They might make the mistake of inferring that I liked you." returned Matthias. Marbridge, on the point of settling back, sat up with a start. A dull colour flushed his plump dark cheeks. For an instant his hands twitched nervously and his full lips tightened on a retort which he presumably deemed inadvisable. For, mastering his impulse, he sank back again and put a period to the display with a brief but not uneasy chuckle. "You're all there with the acidulated repartee," he observed appreciatively. "Some class to your work, my boy." To which, Matthias making no comment, he added with at least some effort toward an appearance of sincerity: "Sorry you feel that way about me." "Unfortunately I do." "Because I wouldn't act on your suggestion about that time table, eh?" "Because of the circumstances which moved me to drop that hint." A brief silence prefaced Marbridge's next remark. "But damn it, I couldn't. It would have made talk if I'd pulled out when you wanted me to." "There would have been no occasion for any talk whatever if you'd known how to comport yourself as the guest of decent people." And still Marbridge husbanded his resentment. "Oh, well," he said aggrieved, "women." Matthias threw away his cigarette and prepared to rise. "Hold on a bit," Marbridge checked him. "I want to ask a favour of you. Of course you're right. I am a bad actor and all that. I'm sorry I forgot myself at Tanglewood. Word of honour, I am." "Well?" Matthias suggested with an unmoved face. "Look here." Marbridge sat up eagerly. "I think you're a mighty good sort." "Thanks." "You didn't blow about that business down there." "I couldn't very well, could I, with a woman involved?" "Oh, you did the right thing. I'm not disputing that. But what I'm worried about now is whether you're as good a sport as you seem." "Meaning?" Marbridge nodded significantly toward the sidewalk, where he had put his late companion into the cab. "About today, you won't find it necessary to By God!" Matthias's indignation brimmed over. "If you're so solicitous of the woman's good name, why the devil do you allow her to be seen in your company?" "It isn't that," Marbridge persisted, keeping himself well in hand. "After all, what's a lunch at the Nick?" "Well?" "The trouble is, she's supposed to be at Newport. Majendie doesn't know." "You just can't help being a blackguard, can you, Marbridge?" Matthias enquired curiously. "You ought to have bitten off your tongue before you named a name in a public place like this." He rose, meeting with steady eyes the vicious glare of the other. "One word more. If I hear of your accepting another invitation to Tanglewood, I'll forget to be what you call a good sport." Marbridge jumped up hotly. "Look here," he said in accents that, though guarded, trembled. "I've been mighty patient with your insolence, and I'm certainly not going to forget myself here. But if you want to make a book on it, I'll lay you any odds you like that I'll be received at Tanglewood within the year. And you won't say one single damn word. Do you make me?" Matthias looked him up and down, smiled quietly, swung on his heel, and moved across the lobby to greet Rideout and Wilbrow. His instinctive inclination to dismiss altogether from his mind a subject so distasteful was helped out by a conference which outlasted luncheon, involved dinner with the two men at the theatre, and was only concluded in Matthias's rooms shortly after midnight. Wilbrow, considering the play from the point of view of him upon whom devolved all responsibility for the manner of its presentation, the scene painting alone excepted, and gifted with that intuitive sense du théâtre singular to men of his vocation, who very nearly monopolize the intelligence concerned with the American stage today, Wilbrow had uncovered a slight, by no means damning, flaw in the construction of the third act, and had a remedy to suggest. This, adopted without opposition from the playwright, suggested further alterations which Matthias could not deny were calculated to strengthen the piece. In consequence, when at length they left him, he found himself committed to a virtual rewriting of the last two acts entire. Groaning in resignation, he resolved to accomplish the revision in 1 week of solid, uninterrupted labour, and went to bed, rising the next morning to deny himself his correspondence and the newspapers and to make arrangements with Madame Duprat to furnish all his meals until his task was finished. These matters settled, and his telephone temporarily silenced, he began to work and, forgetful of the world, plodded faithfully on by day and night until late Thursday afternoon, when he drew the final page from his typewriter, thrust it with its forerunners into an envelope addressed to Rideout, entrusted this last to a messenger, and threw himself upon the couch to drop off instantly into profound slumbers of exhaustion. At 10 o'clock that night he was awakened, and sat up, dazed and blinking in a sudden glare of gaslight. Stupidly bemused with the slowly settling dust of dreams, he stared, incredulous of the company in which he found himself. Madame Duprat, having shown his callers in and made a light for them, was discreetly departing. George Tankerville, whose vigorous methods had roused Matthias, stood over him, with a look of deep and sympathetic anxiety clouding his round, commonplace, friendly countenance. Wearing a dinner jacket together with linen motor cap and duster, oil-stained gauntlets on his hands, with an implacable impatience betrayed in his very pose, he cut a figure sufficiently striking instantly to engage attention, the unexpectedness of his call aside. Furthermore, he was accompanied by his wife, Helena, in a costume as unconventional as her husband's, stood at a little distance, regarding Matthias with much the same look of consternation and care. "Great Scott!" Matthias exclaimed, pulling his wits together. "You are a sudden pair of people." With a shrug and a sour smile he deprecated his clothing, which consisted solely of a shirt, linen trousers, and a pair of antiquated slippers. "If you'd only given me some warning, I'd have tried to dress up to your elegance," he went on. "Damn your clothes!" Tankerville exploded. He dropped a hand on Matthias's shoulder and swung him round to the light. "Tell us you're all right. That's all we want to know." "All right?" Matthias looked from one to the other, deeply perplexed. "Why, of course I'm all right. Why not?" With a little gasp of relief, Helena dropped into a chair. Tankerville removed his hand and leaned against the table, smiling foolishly. "That's all right, then," he said. "We tried to get you on the telephone all afternoon. Failed. We're afraid you've done something foolish, and took a run into town to make sure." "What the dickens are you driving at?" Matthias demanded. "I had my telephone cut off the other day because I was working and didn't want to be interrupted. I do that frequently. Why not? What's got into you two, anyway? Have you gone dotty?" "No," Helena replied with a grim, pale smile. "We're sane enough, and thank heaven you are. But Venetia " "Venetia?" Matthias cried. "What about Venetia?" Tankerville avoiding his eye, it devolved upon Helena to respond to Matthias's frantic and imperative look. "Venetia," she said reluctantly "Venetia eloped with Marbridge day before yesterday, Tuesday. She came into town in the morning to do some shopping, met him, and was married to him at the City Hall. They sailed on the Mauretania yesterday. The papers didn't get hold of it. We knew nothing till this afternoon. I was afraid she might have written you, and you, in despair " Her voice broke. After a little, Matthias turned to a heap of unopened correspondence on a side table and ran rapidly through it, examining only the addresses. "No," he said presently, in a level tone. "No. She didn't trouble to write." End of Chapter 10.
Chapter 11 of Joan Thursby by Louis Joseph Vance. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Pierard. For several days the girl had haunted the stairs, the hall, and doorstep, alert to waylay Matthias, before suddenly she became aware that it was long since she had either caught a glimpse of him or heard the syncopated murmuring of the typewriter behind the closed door to his back parlor. It required the lapse of another day or two before she found courage to question with labored indifference the dilapidated chambermaid who sedulously neglected her room for lack of a tip. From this far from garrulous source she learned that Matthias had packed up and gone out of town very suddenly, without mentioning where he might be addressed during his absence. Alone at the window of her tiny cell, Joan stared down at the uninspiring vista of back yards and disconsolately recapitulated her sorry fortunes. She was now close upon the end of the fortnight's residence in the hall bedroom. Before long she would have to surrender another $4, a week's rent in advance. Of the $22 she had received from Butch, 8 remained in her purse. By dint of adhering to a diet largely vegetarian, she had managed without serious discomfort to keep within an expenditure of $4 per week for food. And twice Maizie Dean had saved her the cost of an evening meal by inviting her to dine out, at the expense of friends in the profession. But a continuance of such favors was not to be counted upon, and the problem of living a fourth week away from home was one serious and importunate, always assuming she should fail to secure work before her money ran out. She had no resources in any degree dependable. Butch, even if willing, would probably not be able to extend her another loan. She possessed nothing worth pawning, and Maizie Dean had taken prompt occasion to make it clear that, while she was willing to do anything inexpensive for a budding sister artiste, her tolerance would stop short of financial aid. "Take it from me, dear," she announced soon after their first meeting, "there ain't no people in the world quicker to slip you a live tip than folks in the business. But you've gotta make up your mind to pay your own keep. They work too hard for their coin to give up any without a howl you could hear from here to Holland. And anyway, everybody's always broke in the summer. If you don't land somewhere before your cash runs low, you might just as well make up your mind to slip back into the chain gang behind the counter." She had developed or changed amazingly in the brief period of her public career. Joan experienced difficulty in recognizing in her the warm-hearted Irish girl who had initiated her into the duties of saleswoman in the stocking department. She had hardened more than superficially. She was now as artificial as her make-up, as the hue of her ashen hair. The world to her was a desert threaded by circuits, life an arid waste of open time, punctuated with oases of booking, and the fountainhead of temporal power was located in the innermost sanctum of the United Booking Offices. Sitting on the edge of the bed, she crossed her knees frankly, sucked thoughtfully at a cigarette, and waved an explanatory hand. "Here's me and Mame, thinking we was all fixed for the next 6 weeks, and then something puts a crimp into our booking, and we're out for God knows long, till next fall, sure. That's unless we want to take a trip over the meal ticket circuit, filling in between fillums, you know. And if we do that, it's going to crab us with the Orpheum people, sure. We'd never get back into the real money class. So we gotta hold on to what little we got until we can see more time headed our way." On the other hand, she had been liberal with sage and trustworthy counsel as to the best way to go about breaking into the game. It was thanks to her that Joan was now able to enter a theatrical employment agency without fear and trembling, and to back her application for chorus work with a glib and unblushing statement that she had had experience in summer stock out on the coast. And to the Sisters Dean, likewise, Joan owed her growing acquaintance with the intricate geography of the theatrical districts of New York, her ability to discriminate between players resting and the average run of Broadway loungers who cluttered the shady side of that thoroughfare, from 25th Street north to 47th, those shimmering summer afternoons, and her slowly widening circle of nodding acquaintances among the lesser peoples of the vaudeville world.
As a rule, she was awake before anybody else in the establishment of Madame Duprat. Not yet could she slough the habit of early rising. Her breakfast she was accustomed to get at the same dairy restaurant which had supplied her first meal away from home, and at the same moderate expense, 10 cents. By 10 o'clock she would be on Broadway, beginning her round of the agencies, a courageous, shabby figure in the withering sun blast, patient and indomitable through long hours of waiting in crowded anterooms, undiscouraged by the brevity and fruitlessness of the interviews with which her persistence was sometimes rewarded, ignoring disappointment with the same studied calm with which she had long since learned to ignore the advances of loafers of the streets. Her lunches she would purchase wherever she might happen to be at the noon hour, or go without. By 5 o'clock at the latest, frequently much earlier, she would turn back to West 45th Street. For dinner she sought again the establishment that provided her breakfast. Her idle hours, both day and evening, she grew accustomed to waste in the double bedroom, second floor front, occupied by the dancing Deans. At such times the soi-disant sisters were rarely without company. They were lively and agreeable creatures, by no means unattractive, and so thoroughly theatric in every effect of manner, speech, gesture, person, and thought, that the most case-hardened member of the profession could not but feel at home in their company. Consequently they were popular with both sexes of their associates. Seldom did a day pass but they entertained several callers, with all of whom they seemed to be on terms of the most candid intimacy. So Joan grew accustomed to being hailed, whenever she opened the door of the sisters' room, with a formula that varied little with repetition. "Why, if it ain't the kid! Hello, dearie, come right in and stop a while. Say, listen, I want you to shake hands with my friend, Charlie Quard. I guess you know who Charlie is, all right. You must have seen him often. Played leading juveniles with the Spangler stock, I don't know how long. Charlie, this is my little friend, Miss Thursday. In the business, I trust?" "Going to be, before long. Just looking round." "Well, I wish you luck, Miss Thursday. This is the rottenest season I ever struck. There's 80 people for every job that blooms. Why, you know, Maizie, I was talking only yesterday to Percy Williams, and Percy said—" At about this point Joan would ordinarily be forgotten, and the gossip would rattle on through a stifling cloud of cigarette smoke, while she sat and listened with grave, if not always comprehending, attention. And in this manner she met and grew familiar with the personalities of an astonishing crew of minor vaudeville folk: jugglers, dancers, patter comedians, balladists, coon shouters, performers on weird musical instruments, monologists, and an unclassified host of others, including a liberal sprinkling of plain actors and actresses, the pendulums of whose life alternated between small parts in popular price stock companies and smaller parts in so-called dramatic sketches presented in vaudeville houses. To them all, if they remembered her at all, she was Joan Thursday. The translation from Thursby had been almost inevitable. Thursday was by far the easier word to remember. Joan soon grew tired of correcting the friends of the dancing Deans, and accepted the change the more readily since it provided her with a real stage name, and so, in some measure, identified her with the business to which her every aspiration was devoted. Of all the population of this new world, perhaps the most prominent in their eyes, aside from these saltatory sisters, was Mr. Quard, or to give him the fullest benefit of the printed cards which, detaching them dexterously from the perforated edges by which they were held in an imitation leather cover, he distributed regardless of expense. Mr. Charles Harborough Quard, Spangler Stock Company, Variety Artists Club, Brooklyn, New York. He was a long, rangy animal, robustious, romantical, with a taste in the question of personal decoration that created compelling effects.
His face was large, open, boldly featured, his smile genial, his laugh constant and unctuous. Something less than 30, he had been on the stage since childhood, with the training of an actor of the old school. He combined immense vitality, an ample, dashing air, enviable self-sufficiency, the temperament of a tomcat. Any competent stage director could have made much of him, but in an age when managers cast their productions with types who look their parts in preference to players who can act them, he found few chances to demonstrate his ability outside the cheaper stock organizations. For the only character he was physically fitted to portray was that of an actor. An ill-starred impulse had led him to resign his latest stock connection in order to adventure in vaudeville with a one-act sketch written to his order by a hack manufacturer of such trash. Its try-out week in a provincial town had elicited no offers from other managers, and in the meantime his place in the stock company had been filled. At present he had a little money saved up, no immediate prospects of an engagement, good humour, no illusions whatever. "It's no good," he informed Miss May Dean on the occasion of their first meeting. "I know where I get off, all right. I can play anything they slip me. But these Broadway guys can't see my kind of actor. Give me a part I can sink my teeth into, and I'll shake it until the house climbs on the seats and howls. But that ain't what they're after, these days." "The movies'll get you, if you don't watch out," May suggested cheerfully. "That's right, and I'd be a knockout in a film gang, too. I'm just their kind. That's what's become of all the old boys who still think 14th Street's the Rialto, you know. But me, I'm too strong for the noise an audience makes when they like you, or don't. I'd just as lief be hissed as get every hand in the house. Don't believe I could stand acting for a one-eyed box that didn't say anything but clickety-click. I'd rather travel with the Uncle Tommers. Honest." He was publicly morose for a moment or two. Then he roused. "Cheer up. The worst is yet to come. Maybe I can stick out till next spring, when Grady makes his next all-star revival. Wonder what he'll exhume this time. If it's only something like The Silver King or East Lynne, I may yet cop out a chance to play to a $2 house. Now listen, I'm going down on the stoop and smoke a cigarette while you girls color your maps for artificial light. The eats are on me tonight." "Does that take in my little friend?" demanded Maizie, with a nod toward Joan. Quard threw Joan a kindly glance. "Sure. Now get a hustle on." "But I can't," Joan protested. "I'm sorry. I'd love to, but I've got nothing fit to wear." "You look pretty good to me as you stand," returned Quard. "Forget it, kid, and kick in." "That's right," Maizie insisted. "Besides, I'll lend you a hat and a fresh fichu. You don't need any coat tonight. It's too rotten warm." "Anyway," Quard said over his shoulder as he left the room, "we ain't booked for Sherry's." In witness whereof, he introduced the girls to an obscure Italian boarding house in 27th Street, the proprietress of which admitted them only after examination through a grill in the front door. Quard explained to Joan that this precaution was necessary because the house served red ink with the meals, and without benefit of a liquor license. Hence, only friends could be admitted. They dined by gaslight in the back yard, under an awning which served the double purpose of excluding observation from the neighbouring dwellings, and compressing the heated air. Perhaps 24 tables crowded the enclosure. The male guests by common consent removed their coats and hung them on nails in the fence. The ladies emulated by discarding hats and all conventionalities of a nature to impede free expression of their temperaments. Maizie Dean even did without her English accent. The meal was of a sort only to be consumed with impunity by optimists and Italians. A heavy soup, and all one could eat of it, spaghetti without end, a minute section of lukewarm blotting paper with a remote flavour of chicken, a salad, cheese and coffee, a half bottle of atrocious red wine. Joan enjoyed it immensely.
It has been said that her powers of digestion were exceptional. Everybody seemed to know everybody else. Conversation was free between tables. Personalities were bandied back and forth amid intense glee. Quard, consuming enormous quantities of wine, proved himself a general favourite, a leading spirit. After dinner he called for a virulent green cordial, which Joan tasted but could not drink, and later returned to the wine. Before the end of the evening he became semi-maudlin, and on leaving exploited a highly humorous inability to walk a straight line. On the corner of Broadway he halted suddenly, bade the three women a slurred good night, and without other ceremony swung himself aboard a Broadway car. His rudeness excited no comment from the dancing Deans. They walked all the way home with Joan unescorted. Joan was surprised to see by the clock in the Herald building that it was almost 11. She thought she had never known an evening to pass so quickly and so pleasantly. What little wine she had consumed seemed to have affected her not at all, beyond rendering her keenly appreciative of this novel experience. But she suffered the next morning from a slight and, to her, inexplicable headache. It was 4 or 5 days later before she saw Quard again. He called early in the evening, but after dinner, and sat chatting amiably with the women for upwards of an hour before the real purpose of his visit transpired. "I was talking to Reinhardt about an idea I got for a sketch, day before yesterday," he announced suddenly. "But he wanted 50 cash before he'd touch it, and seeing as it was him slipped me that other lemon, I told him merrily where he could go and went home and wrote it myself." "You didn't!" Maizie exclaimed admiringly. "You bet your life I did," the actor asseverated with conscious modesty. "Why not? It's no great stunt, writing, and besides it's all old junk I've done before, only hashed up a new way. All I had to do was to cop lines out of shows I've played in. Surefire stuff, you know, and write in names of characters. That's nothing." "Oh, no, nothing at all," commented May Dean from her perch on the window sill. "What's an author, anyway? 8 to 5, girls. He's got the script on him. Get ready to duck." "Well," Quard laughed, "you beat me to it, all right." He produced a sheaf of folded papers, smoothing them out upon his knee. "I just thought I'd see what you thought of it. If it's any good, I'm going to read it to Schneider tomorrow, and see what he'll offer me." "Who's Schneider?" Maizie asked blankly. "Agent for the film circuits," Quard replied. "You don't mean you're thinking of falling for the 4 a day?" "I'll try anything once. I'm not too proud to earn my bed and board in the dull season, anyhow. Besides, this thing would break into the Orpheum circuit only over the dead body of Martin Beck. I'm no Georgie Cohan, but it ought to sandwich in between the pictures without anybody asking his 10 cents back." "You've got your nerve with you," Maizie commented darkly. "Let him rave," May advised, exhaling cigarette smoke voluminously. "Shoot." Taking this for consent, Quard rattled the sheets of paper, tilted back his chair, and began to read. His voice was flexible and sonorous. Instinctively he declaimed the lines, extracting from each its full value. Now and again he lent emphasis to a phrase with an eloquent hand, but to Joan the composition was quite incoherent. She attended with wonder, and a feeling of impatience because of her inability to understand what Quard seemed to relish with so much enthusiasm. It was, in fact, a worthless farrago of nonsense. None the less the two dancers laughed at encouraging intervals. Flattered, Quard rose, removed his coat and began to act the lines, striding up and down the narrow space between the foot of the double bed and the marble mantelpiece. The night was hot. A single gas jet illumined the center of the room. Quard perspired freely. For all that, his stenographic acting gave the thing some slight accent of humanity. It became a trifle, a mere trifle, more intelligible. Seated on the window sill, en profile to the room, her slight, wiry body attired sketchily in a kimono and short skirt, May Dean swung her legs and stared out into the darkness, an ironic smile hovering round her thin lips.
Maizie lounged on the bed, tracing a meaningless pattern on the counterpane with a thin and rouge-stained forefinger. Joan occupied the only chair other than that at the disposal of the actor. She was very tired, and her attention wandered, even though Quard managed to draw it back now and then by some vivid trick of elocution or gesture. Vaguely sensitive to the magnetism of the man, her thoughts were occupied more with indefinite speculations about his personality than with the semi-plagiaristic and wholly commonplace concoction of cheap sentiment and tried and true gags which he professed to have written. Physically, he attracted her. Divested of his coat, his chest swelled impressively beneath a pink-striped silk shirt. When he lifted an arm, the clinging sleeve moulded itself to an admirable biceps. As he strode to and fro, the stuff of his thin summer trousers shaped itself to legs that might have proved enviable to Sir Willoughby Patterne himself. His wide-lipped mouth disclosed an excellent outfit of large, white, strong teeth. His jet-black hair curled engagingly at his temples and over his generous pink ears. She liked his big, muscular, mobile hands. She started suddenly to discover that he had concluded and was facing her with an expectant expression, and sat up and smiled, faintly, with embarrassment, trying to remember what it had all been about. From the window, May drawled languidly: "Is that the finish?" Quard waved an arm. "Curtain," he said, and sat down. "My God!" observed May thoughtfully. He laughed uncomfortably. "As bad as all that?" "It'd make a wonderful chaser," Maizie commented without lifting her eyes from the counterpane. Quard turned desperately back to Joan. "What do you think of it, Miss Thursday?" "I think so, too," she said with all the animation she could muster. The other women laughed aloud. She flushed and added: "I mean, I think it's wonderful. I don't know what a chaser is." "A chaser, dearie," Maizie explained in tones of acute commiseration, "is an act put on in the continuous houses to chase out the chair warmers and make room for more." "Well," said Quard, shuffling the manuscript, "I don't care if it is a chaser, so long as it stakes me to the eats till something else turns up." End of Chapter 11.
Chapter 12 of Joan Thursday by Louis Joseph Vance. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Pierard. On that day when she discovered the disappearance of John Matthias, Joan left the house later than had been her wont, and returned earlier, after a faint-hearted and abortive attempt to interview the stage manager of a new musical production then being assembled to rehearse against an early opening in the autumn. The Deans were out. She had no place to go other than to her bare and lonely room, and she felt uncommonly helpless and friendless. Subconsciously, she had been holding in reserve, as a last hope, an appeal to the generosity of Matthias. He was a playwright, an intimate of managers. Surely he would be able to suggest something, no matter how poorly paid or inconspicuous. Now, with the date of his return indefinite, she felt unjustly bereft of that last resource. She spent 2 weary, wretched hours on her bed, harassed by a singularly fresh and clear perception of her unfitness, for the first time made conscious that she had actually possessed no reasonable excuse for her determination to go on the stage. Her qualifications, which hitherto might have been expressed, according to her own estimate, by the algebraic X, now assumed a value only to be indicated by a cipher. She had a good, strong voice, it's true, but no ear whatever for music. She didn't know steps, Maizie's term, denoting ability for eccentric dancing, and of the art of acting she was completely ignorant. In fact, her theatrical ambitions had been founded more upon need of money than upon any real or fancied passion for the stage. Other girls had done likewise and bettered themselves, Joan knew no reason why she should fall short of their enviable achievements. But she was innocent of dramatic feeling and even of any real yearning for applause. Only her looks, of which she was confident, were to be counted upon to carry her beyond the stage doors. She thought of her home, of her mother, her father, Edna and Butch, with a dull and temperate regret. Since that first afternoon she had never attempted to revisit them, and she felt now no inclination toward returning. Still her thoughts yearned back to the miserable flat as to an assured shelter. There, at least, she had been safe from rude weather and positive hunger. As things were with her, another week would find her destitute, but there was still the chance that something would turn up within that week. She felt almost sure that something would turn up. In this incurable optimism resided almost her sole endowment for the career of an actress: this, and a certain dogged temper which wouldn't permit her to acknowledge defeat until every possible expedient had been explored. Toward evening she heard footsteps on the stairs. To her surprise they paused by her door, upon which fell a confident knock. Jumping up from her bed in a flurry, she answered to find Quard on the threshold. No one had been farther from her thoughts. She stared, agape and speechless. "Hello, Miss Thursday," said the actor genially. "Can I come in?" He entered, cast a comprehensive glance round the poor little room, deposited his hat upon the bed and himself beside it, leaving the door open and murmuring some inarticulate response. Joan turned back to her one chair. "Hope I don't intrude," Quard rattled on cheerfully. "The girl told me the Deans was out and you in, so I took a chance and said I'd come right up." "I'm sorry Maizie isn't home," stammered the girl. "I ain't." Quard's eyes looked her over with open admiration. "I didn't want to see either of 'em, really. What I wanted was a little confab with you." "With me?" "Surest thing you know. I want to talk business. I don't guess you've landed anything yet?" Joan shook her head blankly. "Well, I got a little proposition to make you. You know that sketch I wrote and you liked so much the other night?" "Yes." "Well, I got hold of Schneider yesterday and read it to him, and he says he can get me 4 or 5 weeks' booking at least, if I can put it over at the tryout. How does that strike you?" "Why, I'm glad," Joan faltered, still mystified. "It must be fun to get something to do." "Well, I haven't got it yet, and of course maybe I won't get it. One of the first things you gotta learn in this business is never spend your pay envelope till you got it in your mitt. And in this case, a lot depends on you." "I don't get you," Joan returned frankly. "What have I got to do with it?" Quard smiled indulgently, offered her a cigarette, which she refused, and lighted one for himself. "If I can't get you to play the woman's part," he said, spurting twin jets of smoke through his nostrils, "it's all up. Unless I can hitch up with someone else just like you." "You mean you want me to act?" "Right, the very first time out of the box. You know, it's this way with these cheap houses: they can't afford to pay much for a turn, even a good one. And this one of ours is going to be about as bum as any act that ever broke through. Take that from me. So it's up to me to find somebody who'll work with me for little enough money to leave something for myself, after I've squared up with the agent and stage hands, and all that. You make me now?" "Yes, but I haven't any experience." "That's just it. If you had, I couldn't afford you. But you gotta start sometime, and it won't do you no harm to get wise to what little I can teach you. Now the most I can count on dragging down for this act is $60 a week. I want 25 of that for myself. 15 more will fix the agent and the rest. That leaves 20 for you. It ain't much, but it's a long sight better than nothing." "But how do you know I can do it?" "That'll be all right. I know all about acting. Anyway, I know enough to show you how to put across anything you'll have to do in this piece. Now how about it?" "Why, I'll be glad." "Good enough. Now here, I've had this dope typewritten, and here's your copy. Let's run through it now, and tonight you can start in learning. Tomorrow we'll have a rehearsal, and just as soon's we got our lines pat, we'll let Schneider have a pipe at it. Don't worry, it ain't going to be hard." Thus reassured, but still a trifle dubious, Joan accepted a duplicate of the manuscript, and composed herself to follow to the best of her ability Quard's second reading. This time he took less pains with his enunciation, scanned the lines more rapidly, and frequently interrupted himself in order to explain a trick of stagecraft or to detail with genuine gusto some bit of business which he counted upon to prove especially telling. In consequence of this exposition, Joan acquired a much clearer understanding of the nature of the sketch. It concerned two persons only: a remarkably successful stage dancer, to be played by Joan; her convict husband, fresh from the penitentiary, by Quard. Scene: the dressing room of the dancer. Time: just after the dancer's turn. Joan, discovered "on," informs the audience of her fortunate circumstances through the medium of a brief soliloquy. Enter Quard, shambling gait, convict pallor, etc., to inform her that she has been living in the lap of luxury during the 8 years that he has been serving time. "I'm going to have my share now." Comedy business. Humorously brutal attitude toward wife. Slangy description of prison life. "They'll simply eat that up." Quard. More comedy business involving a gratuitous box of property, cigars, and a cuspidor. Suddenly, and without shadow of excuse, husband accuses wife of infidelity. Indignant denials. Wife exhibits portrait of child born after commitment of husband, and of whose existence he has heretofore been ignorant. "It was for him I fought my way to the top of the ladder. He has your eyes." Incontinently, husband experiences change of heart, kisses photograph, snuffles into cap crushed between hands, slavers over wife's hand, refuses her offer of assistance, announces he will go West "to make a man of myself," before returning to claim his wife and child. And the curtain falls upon him in the act of going out, all broken up. "Of course," Quard admitted, "it's bunk stuff, but we can put it across all right. I'm going to call it 'The Convict's Return' and bill it as by Charles D'Arcy and Company. You'll be the company. I don't want to use my name, because it ain't gonna do me any good to have it known I've taken to this graft, and if I'm lucky no one's going to spot me through my make-up." Suddenly apprised by the failing light that the hour was growing late, he pocketed the manuscript and rose. "Come on out and eat. Business dinner. We'll talk things over, and I'll fetch you home early, so's you can start getting up on your lines." They dined again at the Italian boarding house. Quard drank, but sparingly, considerably to the relief of Joan. She was home by 8:30, her head buzzing with her efforts to remember all he had told her, and sat up till 3 in the morning, conning the inhuman speeches of her part until she had them by rote. No very wonderful accomplishment, considering that the sketch was to play less than 15 minutes, and that 2/3 of its lines were to be delivered by Quard. But once with head on pillow, it was not her rôle that she remembered, but the man: his coarsely musical tones, his eloquent white hands, the overt admiration that shone in his eyes whenever he forgot his sketch and remembered momentarily Joan the woman. She felt sure he liked her, and she liked him well. Of the merits of his enterprise she knew nothing, but he had succeeded in inspiring her with confidence that he knew what he was about. She drifted off into sleep, comforted by the conviction that she had found a friend. By the time of her return from breakfast, the next morning, Quard was waiting for her at the lodging house. He had already arranged with Madame Duprat for the use of the front parlour for rehearsals, pending its release to some fortuitous tenant, and here he proceeded to work out the physical action of the sketch. His gratitude to Joan for knowing her part was almost affecting. He himself was by no means familiar with his own, and her prompt response to cues he read from manuscript facilitated his task considerably. When they adjourned for luncheon, he announced himself persuaded that they would be ready to open within a week. Within that period Joan learned many things. She was a tractable and docile student, keen set to profit by the scraps of dramatic chicanery which formed the major part of Quard's stage intelligence. He himself had a very fair memory, and had been drilled by more than one competent stage director whose instructions had stuck in his mind, forming a valuable addition to his professional equipment. Joan soon learned to speak out clearly, to infuse a little semblance of human feeling into several of her turgid lines, to suffer herself to be dragged by one wrist round the room on her knees, by the romantical convict, to time her actions by mental counting, to feed lines to her partner in a rapid patter through the passages of putative comedy. She learned also to answer to "dearie" as to her given name, and to submit to being handled in a way she did not like, but which, from all that she could observe, was considered neither familiar nor objectionable as being people of the stage. And she learned, furthermore, that May Dean's opinion of the venture was never to be drawn beyond a mildly derisive "My God!" while Maisie's ran to the sense that it was all a chance and Joan a little fool if she didn't grab it. And anyway, Joan was old enough to take care of herself, with Charlie Quard or any man living. And it was Maisie who was responsible for insisting that Joan wheedle an advance of $10 from Quard, ostensibly toward the purchase of costume and make up. But when this had been successfully negotiated, the dancers advised Joan to save it against an emergency, and between them provided her with an outfit composed of cast-offs: a black satin décolleté bodice, an accordion pleated short skirt of the period of 1890, wear-proof silk stockings, a pair of broken down satin slippers with red heels, a japanned tin make-up box with a broken lock, and a generous supply of cheap grease paint and cold cream. Joan's debut occurred within the time limit set by Quard and before an audience of two, not counting a few grinning stage hands. The two were the agent Schneider and the manager of a small moving picture house in the 23rd Street shopping district, on the half lighted stage of which their tryout took place at 10:30 of a rainy and disheartening morning. The judges sat in the darkened auditorium, staring apathetically and chewing large cigars. Joan, though a little self conscious, was not at all nervous, and remembered her lines perfectly. Better than this, she looked very fetching indeed in her makeshift costume. Quard forgot several of his speeches, floundered all over the stage, and in a frantic effort to redeem himself, clowned his part outrageously. Nevertheless, they were engaged. Convinced of their failure, Joan had only succeeded in removing her make up and struggling into her shabby street clothing when Quard knocked at the door of her dressing room. He had played without make up and consequently had been able to catch the manager and agent before they could escape. Lounging in the doorway, he breathed a spirit of congratulation strongly tainted with fumes of whiskey. "We're on," he declared exultantly. "What'd I tell you? You needn't have changed, because we're going to stick here and open today. One of the turns on this week's bill fell down at the last minute, and so we caught this chance to fill in. We go on after the first films, about 1:15, and then at 4:30, 7:30, 10:45. Now, what do you know about that?" Joan gulped and shook her head, her eyes a little misty. For the first time she began to perceive that she had counted desperately on success. "I think we're awful lucky," she said faintly. "Lucky nothing! I knew I could get away with it, always providing I had you to play up to." "Me?" "That's right. After we'd fixed things up, I took Schneider down to the corner and bought him a drink. He said I don't know as I ought to tell you this, but anyway, he said this sketch was punk. God knows it is, and never would have gone if it hadn't been for you. He said all the women would go crazy about you. You'd got the prettiest shape he'd seen in a month of Sundays. You know, they get most of their afternoon houses from the women shoppers down here." He paused and after a moment added meditatively: "Of course, you can't act for shucks." Joan, looking down, said nothing. Quard dropped a hand intimately across her shoulder and infused a caressing note into his voice. I guess I'm a little bad guesser, eh, dearie?" Joan stood motionless for an instant. His hand seemed as if afire, as if burning through her shirtwaist the flesh of her shoulder; and she resented passionately the intimacy of his tone. Of a sudden she shook his hand off and moved a pace or two away. "Let me alone," she said sullenly. Quard started and jerked out a "What?" "I said, 'Let me alone,'" she repeated in the same manner, looking him steadily in the face. He coloured darkly, mumbled something indistinguishable, and flashed into a short lived fit of temper. "What's the matter with you, anyway?" he demanded hotly. "Nothing," she replied quietly. "Only I don't want to be pawed." "No?" he exclaimed with sarcasm. "Is that straight?" "Yes, that's straight. And so am I." Recollecting himself, Quard attempted to carry off his discomfiture with a shrug and a laugh. "Oh, all right. Don't get huffy. I didn't mean anything." "I know you didn't. But don't do it again." He turned out into the corridor, hesitated. "Well, let it go at that, can't you?" "All right," she said sulkily. "You let it go at that." Quard tramped off without saying anything more, and whatever his resentment and disappointment, schooled himself to control them and met her half way to a reconciliation when the approaching hour of their first public appearance brought them together in the wings. And by this time Joan had been sufficiently diverted by other experiences to have regained her normal poise. The dingy, stuffy and evil smelling dressing room to which she had been assigned had suffered an invasion of three other women: two worn and haggard clog dancers and a matronly ballad singer who, having donned an excessively soiled but showy evening gown, had settled down calmly to her knitting: an occupation which had interfered not in the least with her flow of animated and not unkindly gossip. Joan gathered that her voice was the main support of a small family, consisting of a shiftless husband and three children, for the younger of them of whom the mother was knitting a pair of small pink bootees. These last had immediately enlisted the sympathetic interest of the clog dancers, one of whom boasted of the precocity of her only child, a boy of 8 living with his grandmother in Omaha, while the other told simply of the death of 2 children, due to neglect on the part of those to whom she had been obliged to entrust them while on the road. Joan was the first to reach the entrance to the dingy kitchen set which was to figure as a star dressing room for the purposes of their sketch, and for the purposes of subsequent offerings, as the drawing room of a mansion on Fifth Avenue and the palm room of a fashionable hotel. About 10 times the size of any dressing room ever constructed, it was still atmospherically cheerless and depressing. She looked it over momentarily to make sure that the various simple properties were in place, and turned to find Quard approaching. Beneath the jaunty assurance which even his hangdog make-up couldn't wholly disguise, she was able to detect traces of some uneasiness and anxiety. It was a fact that he had grown a trifle afraid of her. The discovery impressed her as so absurd that she smiled, and instantly the man was himself again. He thrust out a hand, to which, with covert reluctance, she entrusted her own. "All right now?" he asked cheerfully. She nodded. "All right." "Good enough. Let's see what kind of a house we've got." He found a peephole near the proscenium arch, and peered intently through it for a moment or two, then beckoned Joan to take his place. But she could make but little of what seemed a dark well filled with flickering shadows. She turned away. "Only a handful out there," Quard assured her. "It's too early for much of a crowd. No good getting nervous about this bunch." "I'm not," she asserted quietly. And she wasn't, no less to her own surprise than to Quard's. She was conscious of no trace of the stage fright she had heard so much about. Indeed, a singular feeling of indifference and disappointment oppressed her: it was all so unlike what she had looked forward to as the setting for her first appearance in public. The dreary and tawdry atmosphere behind the scenes of the dilapidated little theatre, the weary and subdued accents in which her dressing room associates had discussed their offspring, the tinkle 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 wang of a painfully automatic piano in the orchestra pit, her own shabby second hand costume, the brutal grotesqueness of Quard's painted countenance at close range: these owned little in common with those anticipations roused by the glitter and glamour of that fleshy show on the New York theatre roof garden. She felt cheated. In perspective, even the stocking counter seemed less uninviting. A muffled outbreak of laughter and brief murmur of applause filtered through the curtain. The piano stopped with a crash. Quard nodded and, touching her elbow, urged her toward the entrance. "Film's finished. Ready and steady, old girl." "I'm all right," she said sullenly. "Don't you worry about me." She heard the curtain rise with a rustling, as of mighty wings penetrated by the shrill squeal of an ungreased block, held back a moment, and walked on, into a dazzling glare of footlights, conscious of no emotion whatever beyond desire to get finished with her part and return to the dressing room. At the designated spot, near the centre of the stage, she paused, faced the audience with her trained smile and mouthed the opening lines with precisely the proper intonation. The curtain fell at length amid a few scattering handclaps that sounded much like faint hearted firecrackers exploding at a distance. Joan rose from the chair in which she had been seated, in a posture simulating abandonment to tears of joy, and walked soberly off the stage, barely anticipating a few stage hands who rushed on to make the changes necessary for the next act. Quard was waiting for her. "Well," he said, "it didn't go so bad, did it?" "No," she agreed listlessly. "Anyhow, they didn't throw things at us." "No." She endeavoured to smile, with indifferent success. "I got a lot more laughs with that spittoon business than I thought I would," he continued thoughtfully as they turned back toward the dressing rooms. Joan made no reply, but when she stopped at the door of her dressing room, Quard added tentatively: "Anyway, it beats clerking in a department store, doesn't it?" With some hesitation she replied: "I don't know." Chapter 13 of Joan Thursby by Louis Joseph Vance. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Pierard. Immediately after her second public appearance in The Convict's Return, Joan removed her makeup, changed to street dress, and scurried through the rain to a child's restaurant, not far from the theatre. In her excitement she had forgotten lunch, and she was now thoroughly hungry. But she lingered purposely over the meal, and even for some time after she had finished, preoccupied with self-dissection. She was, at last, an actress, but she was none the less singularly discontented. In a very brief time she had travelled a great way from the Joan Thursby of East 76th Street. A world of emotion and experience already disassociated them, but she seemed to have profited little by the journey. She felt sure that she had started the wrong way to prove her ability to act, and foreseeing nothing better than her present circumstances, she questioned gravely an inscrutable future. Instinctively she felt uneasy about this intimate daily relationship with Quard. She wasn't afraid of him, but she was a little afraid of herself, because she liked him. Though still she dwelt in secret longing upon the image, half real, half fanciful, of a lover gentle and strong and fine, such as one as John Matthias might prove. For all that, Charlie Quard had the power to stir her pulses with a casual look of admiration, or with some careless note of tenderness in his accents. The shower slashed viciously at the restaurant windows. At that hour there were few other patrons in the establishment, no lights to relieve the dismal grayness of the afternoon, and no sounds other than an infrequent plash of crockery, the muffled shuffling of waitresses' feet, and their subdued voices, the melancholy and incessant crepitation of the downpour. Joan was sensible to the approach of an exquisite despondency, and in alarm, fearing to think too deeply, she arose, ran back to the theatre, and on impulse paid her way in through the front, to watch the flickering phantasmagoria of the flying films and to sit in judgment on the antics of her fellows on the variety bill. She was in no hurry to return to the dressing room, with its smells of grease paint, scented powder, ordinary perfumes, sweat, stale cigarette smoke, gin, and broken food. One of the clog dancers claimed a tubercular tendency, for which she asserted gin to be a sovereign specific; but as the day ran on was even forgetting, at times, to cough by way of an overture to recourse to the bottle. The other, viewing this proceeding with public disfavour, had opened up an apparently inexhaustible and hopelessly monotonous store of reminiscences of the privations she had endured in consequence of Fanny's weakness. Joan gathered that the two were forever being dropped from one bill after another because of Fanny's weakness. And of this she had 5 more days to anticipate and to endure. She crawled back to 45th Street at 11:30 that night, so dog-tired that she had neither the heart nor the strength to call on the Deans with her good news. This though there were sounds of discreet revelry audible through the door of the second floor front. Somehow the week wore out without misadventure. Joan walked through her part with increasing confidence. Quard left her very much to herself when they were off the stage. Indeed, he spent no more time in the theatre than was absolutely necessary. What he did out of it she did not know; but from the frequency with which he played his part with an alcoholic breath, she surmised that he was solacing himself in conventional manner for his degradation to the 4 a day. On the 3rd day the clog dancers were dispensed with for the reason forecast, their place being taken by 2 female acrobats of a family troupe, who lolled about for 11 hours at a stretch in their grimy pink tights, and had little to say either to Joan or to the matronly lady with the robust voice and the knitting. But the change was a wholesome one for the dressing room. The following week Charles D'Arcy and Company played at another house of equal unpretentiousness, on the East Side, and the week after that was divided between 2 other theatres. And on Wednesday of the 4th week they were then in Harlem what Joan had vaguely foreseen and hoped against happened. Quard turned up in the morning with red-rimmed eyes, a flushed face and a thick tongue blatantly advertising a night of sleepless drunkenness. By sheer force of an admirable physique and the instinct of a trained actor, he contrived to play the first turn without mishap, snatched at a little sleep in his dressing room, and seemed almost his everyday self at the next repetition. But after that he left the theatre to drug his jangling nerves with more whiskey, and appeared at the final repetition so stupefied that he would not have been permitted to go on the stage but for remissness on the part of the stage manager. Before he had been 5 minutes on view he was hooted off and the curtain was rung down amid an uproar. Once back in her dressing room, where she was alone, since their act was the last on the bill and the rest of the performers had already left the theatre, Joan gave way to a semi-hysterical tempest of tears. It was her first experience at close quarters with a man in hopeless intoxication; and while Quard's surrender was too abject to terrify, she was faint with disgust of him, and incensed beyond measure with him for having subjected her to those terrible 5 minutes before a howling audience. With this, she was poignantly aware that henceforth their offering was cold. By morning Quard's name would be upon the blacklist and further booking impossible to secure. She might as well count herself once more out of work, and now in even less hopeful circumstances than when first she had struck out for herself; for then she had been buoyed up by the fatuous confidence of complete inexperience, and then she had been comparatively affluent, in the possession of $22. Now she knew how desperately hard was the way she must climb, and she had less than $5. What little she had been able to set aside out of her weekly wage had gone to purchase some sorely needed supplements to her meagre wardrobe. It was some time before she could collect herself enough to dabble her swollen eyes with cold water, scrub off her make-up, and change for the street. She stole away presently across an empty and desolate stage and through the blind, black alley leading from the stage door to 125th Street. She felt somewhat relieved and comforted by the clean night air and the multitude of lights, the sense of normal life fluent in its accustomed orderly channels. It seemed, in her excited fancy, like escaping from the foul, choking atmosphere of a madhouse. The theatre was near Third Avenue, toward which Joan hurried, meaning to board a southbound car and transfer to 42nd Street. But as she neared the corner she checked sharply, and, simple curiosity proving stronger than her impulse to fly across the street, went more slowly, only a few yards behind a figure that she knew too well, a swaying figure with weaving feet. Vastly different from the carefully overdressed, dandified person he had been at their first meeting, Quard stumbled on, his hands deep in pockets, head low between his shoulders, a straw hat jammed down over his eyes. Obviously he was without definite notion of either his whereabouts or his destination. Passers by gave him a wide berth. He seemed so broken and helpless that pity replaced horror and indignation in the heart of the girl. After all, he hadn't been unkind to her; but for him she would long since have gone to the wall. And ever since their clash on the day of the tryout he had treated her with a studied respect which had pleased her, apprehensive though she had remained of a renewal of his advances. Suddenly, and quite without premeditation, she darted forward and plucked Quard by the sleeve just as he was on the point of staggering through the swinging doors of a corner saloon. If her impulse had been at all articulate, she would have said that this was, in such extremity, the least she could do to try to save him from himself. "Charlie!" she cried. "No, Charlie! Don't be a fool!" The man halted and, turning, reeled against the door post. "Wha's the matter?" he asked thickly. Then recognition stirred in his bemused brain. "Why, it's little Joan Thursby." "Come away," she insisted nervously. "Don't be a fool. Don't go in there. Go home." He moved his head waggishly. "Thash where I'm goin'. Home. Soon's I brace up a bit." "Come away!" Joan repeated sharply, dragging at his cuff. "Do you hear? Come away! A walk'll straighten you out better'n anything else." "Walk, eh?" Quard lifted his chin and lurched away from the door post. "You wanna take a walk with me? All right." Indulgently: "I'll walk with you, little one, 's far's you like." "Come, then," she persisted. "Hurry. It's late." He yielded peaceably, with a sodden chuckle. But as he turned, the lights of the saloon illumined his face vividly for an instant and provided Joan with a fresh and appalling problem. The man had forgotten to remove his make up. His mouth and jaws were plastered with a coat of bluish grey paint, to suggest a week's growth of beard when viewed across footlights. There were wide blue rings round his eyes, and splashes of some silvery mixture on his dark hair. His face was a burlesque mask, so extravagant that it could not well escape observation in any steady light. It was impossible for Joan to be seen publicly with him, in a street car, for instance. But now that she had taken charge of him, she couldn't gain her own consent to abandon the man to the potentially fatal whims of his condition. For a moment, aghast and hesitant, in another she recognized how unavoidable was the necessity of adopting the suggestion his stupefied wits had twisted out of her pleadings. She would have to walk with him a little way, at least until he could recover to some slight extent. Indeed, even had she desired to, she would probably have found it difficult to get rid of him just then. For in an attempt to steady himself, Quard grasped her arm just above the elbow. And this grip he maintained firmly, without Joan's daring to resent it openly. She was to that extent afraid of his drunkenness, afraid of his uncertain temper. Submissively, then, she piloted him to the south side of the street, where with fewer lighted shop windows there was consequently less publicity, and to Lexington Avenue, turning south and then west through the comparative obscurity of 124th Street. Neither spoke until they had traversed a considerable distance and turned south again on Lenox Avenue. The streets were quiet, peopled with few wayfarers, and these few hurried past them with brief, curious glances, if not with that blind indifference which is largely characteristic of the people of New York. Quard suffered himself to be led with a docility as grateful as it had been unexpected. It was apparent to the girl that he was making, subconsciously at least, a strong effort to control his erratic feet. He retained her arm, however, until they were near 116th Street, when, noticing the lights of a corner drug store, the girl held back. A swift glance round about discovered nobody near. "Where's your handkerchief, Charlie?" she demanded.
"Where's your wash? Wash master?"
"I say," she repeated impatiently, "where's your handkerchief? Get it out and scrub some of that paint off your face. Do you hear? You look like a fool." "I'm a fool," Quard admitted gravely, fumbling through his pockets. "Well, I won't be seen with you looking like that. Hurry up!" Her peremptory accents roused him a little. He found his handkerchief and began laboriously and ineffectually to smear his face with it, with the sole result of spreading the colour instead of removing it. In this occupation he released her arm. With a testy exclamation Joan snatched the handkerchief from him and began to scour his cheeks and jaws, heedless whether he liked it or not. To this treatment he resigned himself without protest, with, in fact, almost ludicrous complacence, lowering his head and thrusting it forward as if eager for the scrubbing. For all her willingness she could accomplish little without cold cream. When at length she gave it up, his jowls were only a few shades lighter. She shrugged with despair and threw away the greasy handkerchief. "It's no use," she said. "It just won't come off. You'll have to go as you are."
"What's that? Go where?"
"Now listen, Charlie," she said imperatively. "See that drug store on the corner? You go in there and ask the man to give you something to straighten you out." Quard nodded solemnly, fixed the lighted show window with a steadfast glare, and repeated: "Something to straighten out. That's it. Go on, now. I'll wait here." He wagged a playful forefinger at her. "Mind you do," he mumbled, and wandered off. "And, Charlie, get him to let you wash your face," she called after the man. Waiting in the friendly shadow of a tree, she watched him anxiously through the window, saw him turn to the soda fountain and make his wants known to the clerk, who, with a nod of comprehension and a smile of contempt, began at once to juggle bottles and a glass. Singularly enough, it never occurred to the girl to seize this chance to escape. She was now accepting the situation without question or resentment. Quard seemed to her little better than an overgrown, irresponsible child, requiring no less care. Somebody had to serve him instead of his aberrant wits. To leave him to himself would be sheer inhumanity, but she reasoned about his case far less than she felt, and for the most part acted in obedience to simple instinct. She saw him drain a long draught of some whitish, foaming mixture, pay and reel out of the store. He had, of course, forgotten, if he had heard, her plea to remove the remainder of his make-up. She was angry with him on that account, as angry as she might have been with a heedless youngster, but she did not let this appear. She moved quickly to his side. "Come on," she said quietly, turning southward. "You've got to walk a lot more." He checked, mumbled inarticulately, staring at her with glazed eyes, but in the end yielded passively. In silence they continued to 110th Street, Joan watching him furtively but narrowly. The drug worked more slowly than she had hoped. Primarily, in fact, it seemed only to thicken the cloud that befogged his wits. But by the time they had gained the last named street, she noticed that he was beginning to walk with some little more confidence. He now seemed quite ignorant of her company, strode on without a word or glance aside. They crossed a Central Park, and, entering, began to thread a winding path up the wooded rises of its northwestern face. Momentarily, now, there was an increasing assurance apparent in the movements of the man. He trudged along steadily, but with evident effort, like one embarrassed by a heavy weariness. His breathing was quick and stertorous. The park seemed very quiet. Joan wondered at this, until she remembered that it must have been nearly midnight when they stopped at the drug store. She had noticed idly that the clerk had interrupted preparations to close in order to wait on Quard. They met nobody afoot, not even a policeman, but here and there, upon benches protected by umbrageous foliage, figures were vaguely discernible. Men and women, a pair to a bench, sitting very near to one another when not locked in bold embraces. Joan heard their voices, gentle, murmurous, fond. These sights and sounds, the intimations they distilled, would at a previous time have moved the girl either to derision or to envy. Now she felt only a profoundly sympathetic compassion, new and strange to her, quite inexplicable. Near the top of the hill they found a bench set in the stark glare of an arc light, and therefore unoccupied. Upon this Quard threw himself, as if exhausted. He said nothing, seeming wholly oblivious of his companion. Immediately he was seated, his chin dropped forward on his chest, his hat fell off, his arms and legs dangled inertly. He appeared to sink at once into impregnable slumber. Yet Joan was somehow intuitively aware that he wasn't asleep. She herself was very weary, but she couldn't leave him now, at the mercy of any prowling vagabond of the park. Picking up his hat, she sat down beside him with it in her lap. Glad of the chance to rest, she was at once and incongruously not sleepy and thoughtless. Convinced that Quard was coming to himself, she was no longer troubled by solicitude. Her wits wandered in a vast vacuity, sensitive only to dull impressions. She felt the immense hush that brooded over the park, a hush that was rendered emphatic by the muffled but audible and fast drumming of the man's overstimulated heart, straining its utmost to pump and cleanse away the toxic stuff in his blood. The infrequent rumble and grinding of a surface car on Central Park West seemed a little noise in comparison. Now and again a long thin line of glimmering car windows would wind snakily round the lofty curve of the elevated structure at 110th Street. Beyond, the great bulk of the unfinished cathedral on Morningside Heights loomed black against a broken sky of clouds. At one time a policeman passed them, strolling lazily, helmet in hand, while he mopped his brow. His stare was curious for the two silent and ill-assorted figures on the bench. Joan returned it with insolent and aggressive interest, as if to demand what business it was of his. He grinned indulgently and passed on. She had lost track of time entirely when Quard stirred, sighed, lifted his head and sat up with a gesture of deep despondency. The movement roused her from a dull, lethargic, waking dream. "Feeling better, Charlie?" she asked with assumed lightness. He nodded and groaned, without looking at her. "Able to go home yet?" "In a minute," he said drearily. "Where do you live?" she persisted. He waved a hand indifferently westward. "Over there, 96th Street." "Think you'll be able to walk it?" "Oh, I'm all right now." He groaned again, leaned forward, elbow on knee, forehead in his hand. "I feel like hell," he muttered. "The best thing for you is to get to bed and get some sleep," said the girl, stirring restlessly. He snapped crossly: "Wait a minute, can't you?" She subsided. "I guess you know I've gummed this thing all up, don't you?" he asked at length. "Yes, I guess you have," she replied, listless. "And of course," bitterly, "it's all my fault." To this she answered nothing. "Well, I'm sorry," he pursued in a sullen voice. "I guess I can't say any more'n that." She sighed: "I guess it can't be helped." He leaned back again, explored a pocket, brought to light a roll of money, with shaking hands stripped off 4 bills. "Well, anyway, there's your bit." Taking the bills, she examined them carefully. "That's a whole week," she said, surprised. "All right, it's coming to you." With neither thanks nor further protest, she put the money away in her pocketbook. "You've acted like a brick to me," he continued. "Don't let's talk about that now." "I don't want you should think I don't appreciate it. If it hadn't been for you, I don't know when I'd have got home. Chances are, not till tomorrow night, anyway." The old woman had been half crazy. Joan kept silence. "My mother," he amended, with a sidelong glance. "There's only the two of us." "Well," said the girl, rising, "if that's so, you'd better get home to her. She won't be any too happy until she sees you, and not then." Reluctantly he got to his feet. "She thinks I'm a great actor," he observed bitterly, "and I'm nothing but a damned drunken—" Joan interrupted roughly: "Ah, can that bunk! It'll keep till tomorrow. And maybe you'll mean it then." He subsided into silence, whether offended or penitent she never knew nor cared. She gave him his hat, avoiding his look, and without further speech they found their way out to the gate at 103rd Street. Here Joan paused to await an Eighth Avenue car. "You'd better walk all the way home, even if you don't feel like it," she advised Quard brusquely. "It won't do you any harm, and that mop of yours is a sight." "All right," he assented. He moved tentatively a foot or so away, checked, turned back. "I suppose this is good bye?" he said, offering his hand. "I guess it is," she agreed, without emotion. Barely touching his clammy and tremulous fingers, she hastily withdrew her own. A southbound car was swinging down to them, not a block distance. Quard eyed it with morose disfavour. "At that," he said suddenly, "maybe this wouldn't have happened if you hadn't been so standoffish. I only wanted to be friends." In her exasperation Joan gave an excellent imitation of Miss Maydean's favourite ejaculation. "My God!" she said scornfully. "If you can't think of any better excuse for being a souse than to blame it on me, good night." The car pulled up for her. She climbed aboard, left him staring. Chapter 14. Chapter 14 of Joan Thursby by Louis Joseph Vance. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Pierard. Though it was after 3 in the morning when Joan got home, she wasn't, as she had thought to be, the only waking person in the house. She had no sooner entered than, fagged though she was, she grasped this knowledge with a thrilling heart. Beneath the door of the back parlour a thin yellow line of light shone, as brilliantly in the obscurity as the rim of a newly minted coin. She paused, and there came to her ears the swift staccato chattering of a typewriter. Of a sudden she remembered how long it was since John Matthias had been anything but an abstraction in the background of her consciousness. He might have been at home for days. She had neither known nor thought of him, so wrapped up had she been with the routine of her work and the formless intrigue of emotions stimulated by the personality of Charlie Quard. But now Charlie had eliminated himself from her life. She was quite sure that she would never see him again. While to the man labouring late behind that closed door she must be even more a dim reminiscence than ever before. It stung her pride to think that Matthias had been able to forget her so easily, and she regretted bitterly that she herself had been so ready to let the image of her absent-minded benefactor fade upon the tablets of her memory. By way of mute apology and recompense, she hastened to enshrine anew in her heart her ideal of a gentleman, and it was fashioned in the likeness of John Matthias. And she resolved not to let another day pass without approaching him. She was sure he would help her if he could, and she was very anxious to make him realize her again. But morning found her in quite another humour, one as diffident as different. And promptly she made a discovery so infinitely dismaying that it put the man altogether out of her mind for the time being. The Deans, she learned, had on the previous day received an offer for an engagement at a summer park in the Middle West, and had accepted, packed up and departed, all in an afternoon. So she was more lonely than ever she had been since leaving home. The bedroom of the Dancing Deans, that salon where those stars of remote and lowly constellations had assembled to afford Joan her only glimpses of social life, was empty, swept and garnished. Those whom she had met there, and who had been nice to her, those scatterbrained, kind hearted, shiftless denizens of the vaudeville half world, were only again removed from her reach. She spent that day and the next on the streets, trudging purposefully through the withering heat of August, once more a figure of the pageant which marches that most dolorous way, theatrical Broadway in the dog days. One with the groups of idling actors with their bluish jowls and shabby jauntiness, one with and yet aloof from that drift of inexplicable creatures of stunted bodies and shoddy finery, less women than children, wistful of men, with their strange foreign faces and predatory eyes, bold and appealing to men, defiant to women. Nothing came of it. The agencies took no more interest in her fortunes than they had before she could truthfully lay claim to stage experience. Each night she crawled home, faint with fatigue and the burden of the broiling day, to relish the bitter flavour of the truth that she would never go far without influence. The third day she spent at home, resting and furbishing up her wardrobe to make a good appearance in the evening. Toward nightfall she bathed, did up her hair in a new and attractive way, shrewdly refrained from dressing her face with rouge and powder after the fashion the Deans had taught her, and clothed herself simply and sweetly in her best skirt and a fresh shirtwaist, both recent purchases. In the deepening gloom of evening she mounted guard alone upon the stoop. Circumstances could not have proved more favourable, and since her eyes were quick to distinguish the tall and slender figure of Matthias the moment he turned out of Longacre Square, the length of the block away, she had ample time to prepare herself. And yet it was with growing consternation that she watched his approach, and when at last he ran lightly up the steps, she was so hampered by embarrassment that the words she had framed to address him went unuttered, and her tentative movement to rise was barely perceptible. A start, a sinking back. So that Matthias, in his preoccupation, received only a faint impression that he had somehow disturbed the girl, whoever she might be, and lifting his hat, murmured an inarticulate word of apology and brushed past her into the vestibule. As the door of the back parlour was noisily closed, tears of anger and mortification started to Joan's eyes. Then, promptly, temper overcame that which had daunted her calmer mood. Before she knew it, she was knocking at Matthias's door. He answered immediately and in person, with his coat off and his collar unfastened, by way of preparation for a long night's work. Staring blankly, he said "Oh?" in a mechanical and not at all encouraging manner. "Mr. Matthias," Joan began with a slight, determined nod. "Oh good evening," he stammered. Seeing him more at loss than herself, her self confidence returned in some measure. "You don't remember me, Mr. Matthias," she asserted with a cool smile. He shook his head slowly. "So sorry. I've got a shocking memory. It'll come back to me in a minute. Won't you come in?" Joan said "Thanks" in a low voice and entered. "I am Joan Thursby," she added with a hint of challenge in her voice and glance. "Oh, yes, Miss Thursby. Of course. Won't you sit down?" Matthias offered her an easy chair, but the girl was quite aware, as she accepted it, that he was still vainly racking his memory for some clue to the identity of Joan Thursby. "You were very kind to me one night about 6 weeks ago," she said, choosing her words carefully in order not to offend his fastidious taste. "Don't you remember? It was a rainy night, and I had nowhere to go, and you let me stay here." "Oh!" he exclaimed, his face lighting up. "Of course. I remember now. Joan Thursby, to be sure. You left me a little note of thanks. I've often wondered what became of you." "I've been living here, right in this house, ever since." "You don't mean it? How very odd! I should think we'd have met before this, if that's the case." "You've had plenty of chances," she laughed, feeling a little more at ease. She rested her head against the back of the chair and regarded him through half lowered lashes, conscious that the lamplight was doing full justice to her prettiness. "I've seen you dozens of times." "That's funny," he observed, genuinely perplexed. "I don't see how that could have happened." "You were always too busy thinking about something else to look at poor me," she returned, and then, intuitively sensitive to the affectation of the adjective "poor," a trick picked up from one of Maizie's women friends, she amended it hastily. "At me, I mean." "Well, I don't understand it, but I apologize for my rudeness, just the same." He laughed, and sat down, understanding that the girl wanted something and meant to stay until she got it, wondering what it could be, and a little annoyed to have his working time thus gratuitously interrupted. "So," he ventured, "you fixed things up to stop here, did you? At least, I seem to remember you weren't in very good form, financially, that night we met." "Yes," she said, "I fixed it up all right. I'd lost my money, but the next day I found it again, and I came back here because I didn't know where else to go. And besides there was my friends upstairs, the Deans, you know." "Oh, yes, to be sure. And did they help you find work on the stage? You did want to go on the stage, if I'm not mistaken." "Yes, that's why I left home, you know. But they didn't help me any. The Deans didn't, at least, not exactly. Though it was through them I met a fellow who took me on for a vaudeville turn." "Why, that's splendid," said Matthias, affecting an enthusiasm which he hardly felt. "And you made good, eh?" "Well," she laughed a little consciously, "I guess I did make good. But he didn't. He was a boozer, and they threw us out of the bill last Wednesday." "That's too bad," said Matthias sympathetically. "I see." And truly he did begin to see. She was out of a job and wanted assistance to another. It wasn't the first time, nor yet merely the 100th, that he had been approached on a similar errand. People seemed to think that, simply because he wrote plays which, if produced at all, scored nothing more than indifferent successes at best, he could wheedle managers into providing berths for every sorry incompetent who caught the foot-like fever. It was very annoying. Not that he wouldn't be glad to place them all, given time and influence, but he had neither. Joan, watching him closely, saw his face darken, guessed cunningly the cause. And suddenly the buoyant assurance which had been hers up to this stage in their interview deserted her utterly. No longer enheartened by faith in the potency of her good looks and the appeal of her necessity, she became again the constrained and timid girl of unreasonable and inarticulate demands. After a brief silence, Matthias looked up with a smile. "I don't suppose you have anything else in sight?" Joan shook her head. "And you need a job pretty hard, eh?" "Oh, I do!" she cried. "I haven't hardly any money, and the Deans have gone away, and the agencies won't pay any attention to me." "I understand," he interrupted. "Half a minute. I'll try to think of something." Unconsciously he began to pace the way his feet had worn from door to window. "How old are you?" he asked abruptly. She started and instinctively lied. "20?" His surprise was unconcealed. "Really?" She faltered unconvincing amendment. "Nearly." "No matter," he said briskly. "It comes to the same thing. You're under 20. The stage is no place for girls of your age. Don't you think you'd better chuck it, go home?" Not trusting herself to speak, she shook her head, her eyes misty with disappointment. "Besides, you're too good looking." Struck by her unresponsiveness, he paused to glance at her, and noted with consternation the glimmer of tears in her lashes. "Oh, I say, don't cry. We'll find something for you, never fear." "I'm sorry," she gulped. "I didn't mean to. Only I can't go home, and I must find something to do. And you've been so kind to me once I thought " "And I will," he asserted heartily. "I'm only trying to advise you. I don't want to preach about the immorality of the theatre. A sensible girl is as safe on the legitimate stage as she would be in a business office safer. But theatrical work has other effects on one's moral fibre, just as disastrous, in a way. It's lazy work. Barring rehearsals, you won't find yourself driven very hard, unless ambition drives you. And you've got uncommon ability and mean to get to the top. Otherwise, you won't have much to do, even if constantly engaged. You'll get average small parts. You may be on in one act out of 3 or 4. But even if you appear in every act, you'll only be in the theatre 3 hours or so a day. The rest of it you'll waste, 9 chances out of 10. You'll lie abed late, and once up, it won't seem worth while starting anything before it's time to show up at the theatre. That's the real evil of stage life. To every hard-working actor, it turns out 100, 500, too lazy even to act their best, of no real use either to themselves or to the world." He checked and laughed in a deprecatory manner. "I didn't mean to speechify like this, but I do know what I'm talking about." Joan had listened, admiring Matthias intensely, but thoroughly skeptical of his counsel, to the tenor of which she paid just sufficient heed to perceive that doubts admitted would condemn her cause. "I mean to succeed," she said in an earnest voice. "I mean to work hard, and I do believe I'll make good, if I ever get a chance." "Then that's settled," assented Matthias promptly. "The thing to do now is to find out what you can do with a chance." He pawed the litter of papers on the table, and presently brought to light a typed manuscript in blue paper covers. "This," he said, rustling the leaves, "is the first act of a play we're going to put on early in September. It goes into rehearsal in a week or 10 days. There's a small part in the first act, a stenographer in a law office, a slangy, self-sufficient girl you might be able to play. As I say, it's small, but it's quite important. It's the fashion nowadays, you know, to write pieces with small casts and no parts that aren't vital to the action. If you should bungle, it would ruin the first act and might kill the play. But I'm willing to try you out at rehearsals, with the distinct understanding that if you don't fit precisely, you'll be released and somebody else engaged who we're sure can play it." "That's all I ask," said the girl. "You're awful kind." "Nonsense. I'd rather have you than any one else I can think of just now, because you're pretty, and pretty women help a play a lot. And the man who's putting this piece on would rather have you because he'll get you for less money than he'd have to pay an actress of experience. So, if you make good, all hands will be pleased." "Shall I begin to study now?" Joan asked, offering to take the manuscript. "Not necessary. Your part will be given you when the first rehearsal is called. I merely want to refresh my memory, to see how much you'll have to do." He ran hastily through the pages. "As a thought, you are on at the opening for about 10 minutes, and near the end of the act for a 2-minute scene. 12 minutes' work a day, for, say, $25 a week. That isn't bad. You'll be out of the theatre by 9:30 every night. You see the point I've been trying to make?" "Yes," Joan assented. "It seems very easy. I hope I can do it." "I'm sure you can," said Matthias. "But how are you going to live between now and the opening?" Joan's eyes were blank. "Have you any money?" he insisted. Very little," she faltered. $18. "You won't get pay for rehearsals, and they'll last 3 weeks. After we open, it will be another week before the ghost walks. That's, say, 6 weeks you've got to scrape through somehow. $18 won't cover that. Perhaps you'd better go back to your old job until we start." "I was fired from the last, and it would take more than 2 weeks for me to find anything like it, I know. And there you are." Matthias tossed the manuscript back to the table, waved his hands eloquently and threw himself into a chair, regarding her with his whimsical, semi-apologetic smile. "I'm afraid," he added after a minute, "I've reached the end of my string. Further suggestions will have to come from you." "I don't know," said the girl doubtfully. "Maybe I can think of something. Maybe something will turn up." "I hope so. Perhaps even I may invent something. If I do, I'll let you know, Miss Thursday." He arose, his manner an invitation to go, to which she couldn't be blind. She got up, moved slowly toward the door. "I hope I haven't bothered you much, put you out of your writing?" "Oh, that's all right," he interrupted insincerely. "And you have been awful good to me." "Please don't think of it that way." He was holding the door for her, but on the threshold she hesitated. "Unless," she ventured half-heartedly, "unless I could help you some way with your work." "Help me?" he exclaimed, at once amazed and amused. "I mean copying, if you ever have any." "Typewriting?" She nodded, with a flush of hope. "When I was a kid I mean, before I left school, I studied a while at a business college. Nights, you know. They taught me typewriting by the Dutch system. But I couldn't seem to get the hang of shorthand, and so had to give it up and go to work in a store." "Now that is a helpful thought!" he cried, turning back into the room. "Wait a minute. There may be something in this. Let me think." But his deliberation was very brief. "It can be done," he announced in another moment. "I have got a lot of stuff to be copied. You see, about a month ago I " He checked, his eyes clouding without cause apparent to the girl. "Well," he went on, with a nervous laugh, "I didn't feel much like work. Guess I must have done too much of it for a while. Anyway, I found I had to quit, and went out of town for a while. Of course I couldn't stop work, really. A man can't, if he likes his job. And so I took some manuscripts along and revised them in longhand. Now they ought to be copied. I'd been thinking of sending them out to some public stenographer. But if you want the work, it's yours." Chapter 15 of Joan Thursby by Louis Joseph Vance. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Pierard. Never had any of her difficulties been adjusted in a manner more satisfactory to Joan. She rose at once from an abyss of discouragement to sunlit peaks of happiness. Installing a rented typewriting machine in the room adjoining her own, temporarily without a tenant and willingly loaned by Madame Duprat, she tapped away industriously from early morning till late at night, sedulously transcribing into clean typescript the mangled manuscripts given her by Matthias. By no means a rapid worker, after renewing acquaintance with the machine she made up for slowness by diligence and long hours. And the work interested her. She thought the plays magnificent, and a novel, which Matthias gave her when his stock of old plays ran low, she considered superb. It was his first and only book, and had not as yet been submitted to the mercies of a publisher. But to Joan it was something more than a book. It was a revelation, her primal introduction to the world of the intellect. From poring over its pages she grew hungry for more, thrilled by the discovery that she could find interest and pleasure in reading. She began to borrow extensively from the circulation branch of the public library in 42nd Street, and to read late into the night, defying the prejudices of Madame Duprat on the question of gas consumption. Refusing an offer of public stenographer rates, she had asked for $10 a week. This Matthias paid her, under protest that the work was worth more to him. The arrangement was, however, a fortunate one. For though at first Joan earned more than she received, after rehearsals of The Jade God had started she was seldom able to give more than 2 or 3 hours a day to the copying. These rehearsals furnished her with impressions vastly different from those garnered through her experience with The Convict's Return. The company assembled for the first time on a mid August morning in the author's study. There were present 8 men, aside from Matthias and the manager, his producing director and his press agent, and 4 women, including Joan. After brief introductions the gathering disposed itself to attention, and Matthias, rocking nervously in his revolving desk chair, read the play aloud. To most of those present the work was new and unfamiliar. They listened with intense interest, keenly alive to the possibilities of the various parts for which they had been cast. But Joan was not of these. She had typed all the parts and knew not only the story but her own slight, though significant rôle, as she would have said, backwards. Sitting in a shadowed corner, she devoted herself to studying those with whom her lines were to be cast. The leading lady was an actress who, after several attempts to star at the head of her own company, was reduced to playing second to the young and handsome matinee hero of several seasons ago, planning to return in triumph to the stage after an unsuccessful effort to retire from it into the contented estate of well-financed matrimony. Through their widely published photographs, Joan was familiar with the features of both. She thought the star charming. Good-humoured, good-looking, well-mannered, slight and graceful, he had all the assurance of a Charlie Quard and none of his vain swagger. But Joan decided on sight to detest the leading woman. She was a pale, ashen blonde, with a skin as colourless as snow, level dark brows, sharp blue eyes set close to the bridge of her pointed nose, and a thin-lipped, violent mouth. The first impression she conveyed was one of dangerous temper; the second that she had been happy in her choice of photographers. Throughout the reading she sat negligently on the arm of a chair, swinging a foot and staring out of the window with an air of immitigable disdain. Of the other women, one was a grey-haired, sweet-faced lady of perhaps 50 years, whose eyes softened winningly whenever they encountered Joan's; the other an unlovely creature of middle age and long stage experience, who seemed to have no interest in life aside from her unfolding part. The remainder of the company, of a caste hall-marked by the theatre, offered nothing novel to Joan's eyes, aside from a fat, red-faced lump of a youth who was to act a thick-witted, sentimental office boy in love with the stenographer, Joan. This one she decided to tolerate on suspicion. He resembled a type which she had found difficult, apt to impertinence and annoying attentions. Rideout, the man financially responsible for the production, was an English actor of reputation and considerable ability, carrying his stoutish body with an ease that almost suggested slenderness. With his plump, blowsy face, twinkling eyes and fat nose of a comedian, the insuppressible staginess of his gesture would have betrayed his calling anywhere. Now and again Joan surprised an anxious expression lurking beneath his humorous smile. She had inferred from some casual remark made by Matthias that Rideout was staking all he possessed on the success of this play. The producing manager, Wilbrow, was a short, lean-bodied American, with lantern jaws, large, intent eyes, and a nervous frown. Joan was impressed with the aloof pleasantness of his manner. She was to know him better. The reading over, the company was dismissed with instructions to report at 10 the next morning, at an obscure dance hall masquerading under the name of an opera house, situate in the immediate neighbourhood between 8th and 9th Avenues. Several lingered to affix signatures to contracts, Joan of their number, and when these were gone there remained in conference the star, the leading woman, Matthias, Rideout, and Wilbrow. Going out to dinner that night, Joan passed Matthias bidding good-bye to the leading woman in the hallway. He seemed tired and wore a harassed look; and later, when the girl delivered the outcome of her day's copying, he had a manner new to her, of weary brusqueness. The first rehearsal proper was held in a stuffy and ill-ventilated room, so dark that it was necessary to use the electric lights even at high noon. The day was fortunately cool; otherwise the place had been insufferable. There was little attempt at acting. The company devoted itself, under Wilbrow's patient direction, to balking in the action. They had no stage, simply that bare foursquare room. Half a dozen chairs and a few long benches were dragged about to indicate entrances and properties. Nobody pretended to know his part, not even Joan, who knew hers perfectly. The example of the others, who merely mumbled from the manuscripts in their hands, made the girl fear to betray amateurishness by discovering too great an initial familiarity with her lines. So she, too, carried her script and read from it. When not thus engaged, she sat watching and noting down what was going on with eager attention. But she took away with her a depressing sense of having engaged in something formless and incoherent. But succeeding rehearsals, beginning with the second, corrected this misapprehension. That afternoon developed Wilbrow suddenly into a mild-mannered, semi-apologetic and humorous tyrant. He discovered an individual comprehension of what was required for the right development of the play, and an invincible determination to get it. He never lost either temper or patience, neither swore nor lifted his voice, but having indicated his desire, wrought patiently with its subject, sometimes for as long as an hour, until he had succeeded in satisfying it. He worked coatless, with his long black hair straggling down over his forehead and across his glasses. An incredibly thin, energetic, and efficient figure, dominated by a penetrating and masterful intelligence. Not infrequently, taking the typed part from the hands of one of his puppets, he would himself give a vivid sketch of its requirements through the medium of intonation, gesture, and action. And to Joan, at least, the effects he created by these means were as striking in the feminine rôles as in the masculine. Utterly devoid of self-consciousness, he had the faculty of seeming for the moment actually to be what he sought to suggest. One forgot the man, saw only what he had in mind. Another thing that surprised the girl more than a little was the docility with which her associates submitted to his dictation and even invited it. She had heard of actors "creating" rôles, but in this company no one but the producer seemed to be creating anything. The others came to rehearsals with minds so open that they seemed vacuous. Not one, whether the star, his leading woman, or any of their supporting players, indicated the least comprehension of what they were required to portray, or the slightest symptom of original conception. What Wilbrow told them, and then showed them how to do, they performed with varying degrees of success; so that Joan at last came to believe the best actors those most susceptible to domination, least capable of independent thought. As he gradually became acquainted with his lines and the business Wilbrow mapped out for him, the star began to give more compelling impersonations at each rehearsal; but to the girl he never seemed more than a carbon filament of a man, burning bright with incandescence only when impregnated with the fluid genius of a superior mentality. So, likewise, with the leading woman. As for herself, Joan was hardly happy in her endeavour to please. Having unwisely formed her own premature conception of her part, and lacking totally the technical ability to express it, she ran constantly afoul of Wilbrow's notions. She was called upon first to erase her own personality, next to forget the personality which she had meant to delineate, and finally to substitute for both these one which Wilbrow alone seemed able to see and understand. She strove patiently and without complaint, but in a stupefying welter of confusion. While on the pretended stage she was constantly terrified by Wilbrow's mild but predominant regard, which rendered her only awkward, witless, and ill at ease. Then, too, her attempts to imitate his brilliant and colourful acting were received with amusement, not always wholly silent, by the rest of the company. She seemed quite unable to follow his lead, and toward the end of the first week, throughout the whole of which she was aware from the calm resignation of Wilbrow's attitude she had improved not one whit, she began to despair. Inasmuch as she appeared only in the first act, she was customarily excused from attendance at the rest of each rehearsal, and spent this extra time at home, over her typewriter, thus maintaining the fiction of earning her weekly stipend. On Saturday afternoon, however, as soon as her bit had been rehearsed, there occurred one of those quiet, aloof conferences between Wilbrow, Rideout, and Matthias, which she had learned to recognize as presaging a change in the cast. Twice before, such consultations had resulted in the release of subordinate actors who had proved unequal to their parts. Now, from the author's uneasy and distressed eye, which alternately sought and avoided her, Joan divined that her own fate was being weighed in the balance, and her heart grew heavy with misgivings. None the less, she was permitted to leave with no other advice than that the rehearsals would resume on the following Monday, at 9 in the morning, on the stage of a Broadway theatre. She hurried home in a mood of wretched anxiety and creeping despair. Wilbrow had indisputable excuse for dissatisfaction with her. Rideout was quite humanly bent on getting the best material his money could purchase, and she was far from that, while Matthias couldn't reasonably protest against her dismissal for manifest incompetency. And dismissal now meant more to Joan than the loss of her coveted chance to appear in a first class production. It meant not only the loss of the living she earned as typist, and she had been engaged with the understanding, implicit if not explicit, that Matthias had only enough extra work to occupy her until the opening of his play. Dismissal from the cast of The Jade God, in short, meant the loss to her of Matthias. There was no longer in her heart any doubt that she loved him. The admiration conceived in her that first night, when he had turned himself out to afford her shelter, had needed only this brief period of propinquity to ripen into something infinitely more deep and strong. And from the first she had been ready and willing to adore his very shadow upon an excuse far less encouraging than his kindly, though detached, interest in her welfare. In her cosmos Matthias was a being as exotic as a Martian, his intelligence of an order that passed understanding, his thoughts and ways of speech, his interests and amusements, as far as she could define them, the delicacy of his perceptions, and the very refinements of his mode of life, all new and strange to her, invested him with a mystery as compelling to her imagination as the reticences of a strange and beautiful woman have for the mind of a young man. She worshipped him with a hopeless and inarticulate longing, and was content with this for the present; but hourly she dreamed of a day when through his aid she should have lifted herself to a position in which she would seem something more to him than a mere forlorn shop girl out of work and scratching for a living. If only she might hope to become an actress of recognized ability! It was a truism in her conception of life that the estate of actress was a lodestone for the hearts of men. If success were to be denied her! In her bedroom, behind a locked door, she hurried to her pillow and to tears. She had known many an hour darkened by the fugitive despairs of youth, but never until this day had she been so despondently sorry for herself. Later, the banal ticking of her tin alarm clock penetrated her consciousness, and she remembered that she had work to do, to be finished before evening, if her promise to Matthias were to be kept. She rose, splashed face and eyes with cold water, and went to her typewriter in the adjoining room. She had really very little to do in order to complete her task, only a few pages of scored and interlined manuscript to reduce to clean copy. But her mind was not with her work. Time and again she found herself sitting with idle hands, thoughts more errant, and now and then she had to dry her eyes before she could proceed, so stubbornly did she cling to the sorry indulgence of self-pity. Once, even, she was so overcome by contemplation of her sufferings that she bowed her head upon the table where the manuscript lay, and wept without restraint for several minutes, without restraint and, toward the last, with kindling interest, in the discovery that her tears were bedewing a freshly typed page. If Matthias were to notice, would he understand? And understanding, what would he think? With shamefaced reluctance she destroyed the blotched page and typed it anew. It was dark before she finished, and she was glad of this when she gathered up the manuscript to take to her employer. With no light in his room other than that of the reading lamp with the green shade, her stained and flushed cheeks and swollen eyes would escape detection. It was not that she wouldn't have welcomed sympathetic interest, but a glance in the mirror showed her she had wept too unrestrainedly not to have depreciated the chiefest asset of her charm, her prettiness. However, she could not well avoid the meeting. The work must be delivered, but if she were lucky she would find him in one of his frequent moods of abstraction, and their interview need only be of the briefest. Nevertheless she would have sent the work to him by the chambermaid if her week's wage had not been due that night. She waited a moment, listening at the door to the back parlour, but there was no sound of voices within, and reassured, she knocked. His response, "Come in," followed with unexpected promptness. She obeyed. though with misgivings amply justified as soon as she found herself in the room, which was, for once, well lighted, two gas jets on the chandelier supplementing the green shaded lamp. Matthias was bending over a kit bag on the couch, hastily packing enough clothing to tide him over Sunday. He threw her an indifferent glance and greeting over his shoulder. "Hello, Miss Thursday. I was beginning to wonder whether you'd forgotten me. I'm going to run down to Port Madison until Monday morning. Last chance I'll have for a day in the country for some time, probably. Chances are Wilbrow will keep us at work next Sunday. Got that script all ready?" Joan, depositing it on the table, murmured an affirmative in a voice uncontrollably unsteady. Before entering she had been quite sure of her ability to carry off the short interview without betraying her harrowed emotions. But to find the man about whom they centred packing to leave town, to leave her, added the final touch of misery to her mood. And the inflection of her response could not have failed to strike oddly on his hearing. Uttering a wondering "Hello?" he straightened up and swung round to look at her. And a glance sufficed. His smile faded, was replaced by a pucker of sympathy between his brows. "Why, what's the trouble?" Joan averted her face. "Nothing," she faltered. Her lip trembled, her eyes filled anew. She dabbed at them with a wadded handkerchief. Matthias hesitated. He drew down the corners of his mouth, elevated his brows, and scratched a temple slowly with a meditative forefinger. Then he nodded sharply, and, crossing to the door, closed it. "Tell me about it," he said, coming back to the girl. "Things not going to suit you, eh?" She shook her head, looking away. I she stammered. "I can't act." "Oh, nonsense," he interrupted, with kindly impatience. "You mustn't get discouraged so easily. Naturally it comes hard at first, but you'll catch on. Everything of the sort takes time. I was saying the same thing to Wilbrow today." "Yes," she mumbled, gulping. I know. I was watching you. He and Mr. Rideout wanted to fire me, didn't they?" "What? Oh, no, no," Matthias lied unconvincingly. They were just wondering, I assured them." "But you hadn't any right to," the girl broke in passionately. "I can't act. And I know it. And you know it, as well as they do. I can't. I just can't. It's no use. I'm no good." Of a sudden she flopped into a chair, rested her head on arms folded on the table, and sobbed aloud. Matthias shook his head and, since she could not see him, permitted himself a gesture of impotent exasperation. This was really the devil of a note. Women were incomprehensible. You couldn't bank on 'em, ever. Here was he preparing to catch a train, and not too much time at that. But a glance at the clock reassured him slightly. He had still a little leeway. All the same, he didn't much relish the prospect of being compelled to invest his spare minutes in attempting to comfort a silly, emotional girl. And besides, somebody in the hallway might hear her sobbing. This last consideration took him somewhat reluctantly to her side. "There, there," he pleaded, intensely irritated by that feeling of helplessness which always afflicts man in the presence of a weeping woman, whether or not he has the right to comfort her. "There, don't cry, please, Miss Thursday. You're all right. Really you are. You're doing all this quite needlessly, I give you my word. You might as well have attempted to stem a mountain torrent." "I wish I could make you understand this is all quite unnecessary," he groaned. "I'm so miserable," came a wail from the huddled figure. "I'm sorry," he said uncomfortably. "Awfully sorry, truly. But I'm not afraid you won't make good, and I don't intend to let you go until you've had every chance in the world. That's a promise." He ventured to give her quaking shoulder a light, encouraging pat or two, and rested his hand upon the corner of the table. "Come now, brace up. Please, With a strangled sob, Joan sat up, caught his hand and carried it to her lips. Before he could recover from his astonishment, it was damp with her tears and kisses. Instantly he snatched it away. You're so good to me!" she cried. Matthias, horrified, stepped back a pace or two, as if to insure himself against a repetition of her offence, and quite mechanically dried his hand with a handkerchief. And then, in a flash, he lost his temper. "What the devil do you mean by doing that to me?" he demanded harshly. "Look here, you stop this nonsense. I won't have it. Why, it's outrageous. What right have you got to do anything like that?" The shock of his anger brought the girl to her senses. Her tears ceased in an instant, as if automatically. She rose, mopping her face with her handkerchief, swallowed one last sob, and moved sullenly toward the door. "I'm sorry," she mumbled. You've been very kind to me. I forgot myself. I'm sorry." "Well," he said grudgingly, in his irritation. "But don't let it happen again." "There's no chance of that," the girl retorted with a brief lived flash of spirit. "Good night." "Good night," he returned. She was gone before he recovered, and then compunction smote him, and he followed her as far as the hallway. In the half light of the flickering gas jet he saw her only as a shadow, slowly mounting the staircase, and a glance toward the front door discovered indistinct shapes of lodgers on the stoop. "Miss Thursday?" he called in a guarded voice. She heard, hesitated a single instant, then with quickened steps resumed the ascent. He called once again, but she refused to listen, and he returned to his study in a state of insensate rage, which, however, had this time himself for its sole object. Joan's transgression quite lost sight of in remorse for his brutality. He could not remember ever having spoken to any woman in such wise. No man had any right to speak to any woman in such a manner, for any cause, however exasperating. Tremendously disgusted with himself, and ashamed, he tramped the floor so long, trying to quiet his conscience, and made so many futile attempts to apologize to the girl by word of hand, one and all either too abject or too constrained, that he had lost his train before he produced the lame and halting effort with which he was at length fain to be content. A later train was bearing him under the East River to Long Island, when Joan read his message. A servant had taken it to the girl's room and, knocking without receiving an answer, concluded that Joan was out and slipped it under the door. When the descending footsteps were no longer audible, Joan rose from the bed, lighted the gas, and with blurred vision deciphered the lines. "Dear Miss Thursday, please forgive me for my unmannerly exhibition of temper. I regret exceedingly my inability to make you understand how sorry I am to have hurt your feelings. And do please understand that there is no grave dissatisfaction with your work at rehearsals. Remember that you have 2 weeks more in which to show what you can do. I shall hope that you are not too deeply offended, to overlook my loss of temper and to continue typing my book. If possible, I'd like to have another chapter by Monday night. Sincerely yours, John Matthias. P.S. I enclose what I'd completely forgotten, the regular weekly amount, $10. She fell asleep at length with this note crushed between her pillow and her cheek. End of Chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Joan Thursday by Louis Joseph Vance. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Pierard. Her work proved invaluable distraction for the greater part of that long and lonely Sunday. When not at her typewriter, she was tormented by alternate fits of burning chagrin and of equally ardent gratitude toward Matthias. Had this last been in town and chanced to meet her, she must either have quitted him definitely or have betrayed her passion unmistakably even to the purblind eyes of a dreaming dramatist. As it was, the girl had time to calm down, to recognize at once his disinterestedness and her own folly. If her infatuation did but deepen in contemplation of his generosity, she none the less regained poise before bedtime, and with it her determination to succeed in spite of her stupidity if only to justify his kindness. But the morning that took her back to rehearsals found her in a mood of dire misgivings. She would have forfeited much, anything other than their further association, to have been spared the impending encounter with Matthias. And although the author was not present when she reached the theatre, her embarrassment hampered her to a degree that rendered her attempts to act more than ever farcical. Wilbrow, seated in a chair on the apron of the stage, his back to the lifeless footlights, did not interrupt her once, but despair was patent in his attitude, and despair informed his eyes. And not long after her scene was finished the producer for the first time betrayed indications of temper. "Blaine," he said abruptly in a chilling voice to one of the minor actors, "don't you know there's a window over there, up left center?" The player thus addressed, who had been idling purposelessly near the center of the stage, looked up with a face of blank surprise. "Sure," he said. "Sure, I know it." "That's something, at least," Wilbrow commented acidly. "I'm glad you remember it. If I'm not mistaken, I've reminded you of that window twice every day since Monday." "Yes," agreed the other with a look of painful concentration, "I guess that's right, too." "And yet you can't remember what I've told you just as often, that I want you to be up there, looking out of the window when Sylvia enters." The actor turned out expostulatory palms. "But, Mr. Wilbrow, what for? I don't see " "Because," the producer interrupted incisively, "the stage directions indicate it. Because the significance of this scene requires you to be there, looking out, unaware of Sylvia's entrance, because you look better there, because it dresses the stage, because you're in the way anywhere else. Because God help me, because I want you to be there." A smothered giggle broke from a group of players technically off stage. Wilbrow glared icily toward that quarter. "Yes, I know," Blaine agreed intelligently. "But how do I get there?" The front legs of Wilbrow's chair rapped the boards smartly as he jumped up. In silence he grasped Blaine's arm, and with a slightly exaggerated melodramatic stride propelled him to the indicated spot, released him, and stood back. "Walk!" he announced with an inimitable gesture of tolerant contempt, and went back to his chair. Not a line of his face had changed. He sat down, nodded to the leading woman. "All right, Mary," he said, and to another actor, "Now the cue for Sylvia, please." Joan shivered a little. Matthias did not come in until after the girl had finished her part in the afternoon rehearsal. She caught sight of him in the darkened auditorium just as she went off, and hurried from the house in tremulous dread. But a meeting was inevitable, and that evening, just before the dinner hour, found her reluctantly knuckling the door of the back parlour. The voice of Matthias bade her enter, and she drew upon all her scant store of courage as she turned the knob. To her immense relief he was not alone. Rideout and Moran, the scene painter, were in consultation with Matthias over two small model stages set with painted pasteboard scenery. Matthias greeted her with a preoccupied smile and nod. "Oh, good evening, Miss Thursday. More script, eh? Thank you." Silently Joan gave him the manuscript and left the room. But the door had no sooner closed than it was reopened and again closed. She turned to face this dreaded crisis. His smile was friendly and pleasant, if a trace uncertain. He made as if to offer his hand, and thought better of it. "Oh, Miss Thursday, I sent you a note." She nodded, timid eyes avoiding his. "Am I forgiven?" "I if you'll forgive me," she faltered. "Then that's all right," he cried heartily. "I'm glad," he added with unquestionable sincerity, "and sorry I was such a brute. I ought to have understood what a strain you'd been under. Shall we say no more about it?" She nodded again. "Please." "Good." He offered his hand frankly, subjected hers to a firm, cool pressure, and moved back to his study door. "Good night." She whispered her response, and ran upstairs to her room, almost beside herself with delight. It was all right! Best of all, the advances had come from him. He it was who had sued for pardon where the fault was hers, clear proof that he thought enough of her to wish to retain her friendship. With a glad and comforted heart she settled down to attack anew the vexatious problem of her rôle in The Jade God. But for all her worry and good will, the next morning's rehearsal of her scenes passed off in the same terrible silence as had marked Monday's, and in the same afternoon the storm broke. After plodding through her first scene, Joan was about to go off when Wilbrow called her. "Miss Thursday," he said quietly, "one of three things has got to happen now. Either you'll follow my instructions, or you'll quit, or I will. I've told you what I want so many times that I'm tired of repeating myself. Now we're going to go over that scene again and again, if it takes all afternoon to get what I'm after. But before we start, I will ask you to bear one thing in mind. This isn't an ingenue part. There's no excuse for acting it like a petulant schoolgirl. Even pretty stenographers are businesslike in real life sometimes, and we're trying to secure some semblance of real life in this production. In other words, I want you to forget Billie Burke, and try to act like a human being who's a little sore on her job and her employer, but not sore enough to chuck it just yet. Now, if you please, begin right at the beginning." For an instant Joan stood hesitant, on the verge of refusing. There seemed to be no satisfying this man. He either didn't or wouldn't understand. She tried desperately to please him, and her sole reward was to be held up to the derision of the entire company. It was intolerable, and of a sudden she hated Wilbrow with every atom of her being. But if she were to talk back or refuse to go on, Matthias would be forfeited from her life. She choked down her chagrin, resisted the temptation to wither Wilbrow with a glare, and sulkily resumed her place in the chair beside another chair that was politely presumed to be her typewriter desk. At once the fat boy whom she detested crossed the indefinite line dividing the scene from "off stage," and, leering insolently, spoke the opening line of the play. Seething with indignation, the girl looked up and in cutting accents shot her reply at him. She was pleased to surprise a look of dumb amazement in his eyes. At all events, she had succeeded in letting him know just how she felt toward him, and this success inspired her to further efforts. She rattled through the remainder of the scene with the manner of a youthful termagant. When she had finished, Wilbrow said nothing beyond "Again, please." The demand served only to deepen her resentment, and the second repetition differed not materially from the first. Ceasing to speak, she flounced away, but Wilbrow's voice brought her back. "Very good, Miss Thursday," he said mildly. "Very good indeed. But why, in the name of Mike, if you could do it, why wouldn't you until now?" "Because," Joan stammered "because " But she didn't dare say what she wished to, and checked her tongue in a fit of sulks more eloquent than any words she could have found. Wilbrow waited an instant, then laughed quite cheerfully. "The usual reason, eh? I might have guessed you had a sure enough one concealed about you. That's all for today. Tomorrow morning at 9." Privately pondering this experience, Joan surprised its secret and drew from it a conclusion that was to have an important influence upon her professional future. In order to act convincingly, she must herself feel the emotions accredited to her part. As applied to her individual temperament, at that stage of its development, this rule had all the inflexibility of an axiom. Others might, as others do, act in obedience to the admonitions of their intelligence. Joan could at that stage act only according to the promptings of her emotional self. So she encouraged herself to hate Wilbrow with all her heart, to despise him without ceasing, night or day. No charitable thought of the manager was suffered to gain access to her humour at any hour. And so admirably did she succeed in impregnating her mind with virulent dislike of the man, that she afforded him no end of amusement. She made a point of coming to the rehearsals early enough to infuriate herself with contemplation of him in the flesh, and of walking up and down, before and between her scenes, thinking evil of him. The twinkle with which his eyes followed her, in place of their erstwhile calm indifference or resignation, worked only to intensify her rancour. Curiously enough, a clear comprehension of the illogical absurdity of it all made her temper even more bitter. One day, just before the final rehearsals, Wilbrow, meeting her at the stage door, planted his slender body squarely in her way. "Good morning," he said cheerfully, with a semi-malicious smile. "My congratulations, Miss Thursday. You're doing nobly." "Thanks," Joan said curtly, pausing perforce. "You ought to be very grateful to me. Are you?" "No." "I wonder what you'd do under the direction of a man you happen to like." "I don't know." Joan gave him a sullen look. "Will you please let me pass?" "Delighted." He moved aside with mocking courtesy. "I ask only one thing of you. Don't fall in love with me before our first night. I haven't got time to sour another sweet young thing's amiable disposition. Keep on hating me as hard as you like, and we'll make at least a half portion actress of you yet." Toward the end of the second week, Joan began to notice that Rideout was growing less assiduous in attendance. At first inclined to lay this to his satisfaction with the progress, to her the production seemed to be taking on form and colour in a way to wonder at. She later overheard a chance remark of one of her associates to the effect that Rideout was himself rehearsing with another company. "Well," someone commented, "if it was my coin back of this show, I'd stick by it if I had to play the office boy." "I guess," was the reply, "Rideout ain't got any too much outside what he's sunk in this production. Shouldn't wonder if he needs what he's to get with Minnie Aspen. Mebbe. He's a good trouper. What does he drag down, anyway?" "$400 a week." "Nix with those Lambs Club figures. I mean regular money." "Oh, $250, sure." "Now you've said something." During the third week it was announced that the Jade God would open in Altoona on the following Monday. And at the same time Joan discovered that she was expected to provide her own costume, a simple affair, but unhappily beyond the resources of either her wardrobe or her pocketbook. In despair she took the advice of Mrs. Arnold, the sweet faced lady of 50 whom Joan counted her only friend on the company, and approached Rideout's personal representative, Druggett, with a demand for an advance. With considerable reluctance Druggett surrendered $15, and promised her as much more on Monday, toward expenses on the road. And again, on the advice and introduction of Mrs. Arnold, the girl succeeded in satisfying her needs at an installment plan clothing house, paying $8 down on a bill of about $40, and agreeing to remit the balance at the rate of $4 each week. The final dress rehearsal was called for Saturday morning. They were to leave New York Sunday night. But on Friday afternoon a sense of uneasiness and uncertainty invaded the temper of the organization. Wilbrow neglected the players to engage in protracted conferences with Matthias, Rideout, Moran, and Druggett out of earshot at the back of the auditorium. One or two weather-wise troopers hazarded gloomy surmises as to the nature of the snag. That most favoured involved a shake-up with the Shuberts over some change in their route. With a singular unanimity the prophets of disaster either avoided or overlooked the actual cause of the trouble. At 10 o'clock the next morning, a little late, Joan, with her costume in the dilapidated wicker suitcase, hurried into the theatre to find the company scattered about the stage in poses variously suggestive of restless dejection. Neither the star nor the leading woman was present, and there was no scenery in sight, other than that belonging to the production which occupied the same stage nightly. Rideout was nowhere to be seen, but the author, the producer, and Druggett were engaged in earnest but inaudible argument out front. From their manner, Joan inferred that Druggett was advocating some course actively opposed by Wilbrow and passively by Matthias. The group broke up before she found opportunity to question her associates. Druggett, in manifest dudgeon, turned sharply and marched out of the house, while Wilbrow strode purposefully back to the stage by way of the passage behind the boxes. Matthias followed with an air of profound disgust and despondency. From the center of the stage the producer addressed the little gathering. "Ladies and gentlemen," he said sharply, and waited until he had all their attention, "there'll be no rehearsal today, and unless something quite unexpected happens, we won't open Monday. The truth is, there isn't money enough behind this show to finance it beyond Altoona. Moran can't collect on his scenery, and won't deliver. Mr. Matthias has offered to fix Moran up if we agree to go out, but I can't see it that way. Mr. Rideout's proposition is that we go on the road and run our chances of making expenses, but I don't have to tell you people what a swell show we'd have of breaking even on a tank road at this season of the year, hot weather still with us, and all that. We might, but that's about all you can say, and I don't think any of us want to count ties from Altoona. Mr. Druggett thinks that Mr. Rideout will be able to make a deal with the Shuberts, but I doubt it. Just now they're all tied up with their own productions and have no time to waste on a gambling risk like this. Of course, if I'm wrong, you'll all be notified, but I wouldn't, if I were you, pass up another engagement on the off chance of this thing panning out after all. I'm sorry about this. We're all sorry, naturally. We all lose. Mr. Matthias here loses as much as any of us. The right's in a valuable property for several months, at the inside. I'm out $1,500 I was to get for putting the show on, and Rideout's out the $2,000 real coin he's invested in expectation of backing, which failed to materialize. Personally, I refuse to shoulder the responsibility of letting you go out in ignorance of the real state of affairs. That's all." He hesitated an instant, as if not satisfied that he had dealt fully with the situation, and glanced a little ruefully from face to face of the company. But for the moment none made any comment, and with an uncertain nod to the author, Wilbrow turned and disappeared through the stage door. Matthias waited a trifle longer, as though anticipating trouble with the disappointed players, but there was no feeling manifest in their attitude toward him other than sympathy for a fellow sufferer, and presently he consulted his watch and followed the stage director. Those left in the theatre discussed the contretemps in subdued and regretful accents, betraying surprisingly little rancour toward anyone connected with it. Even Rideout escaped with slight censure. He was, in the final analysis, one of them, an incurable optimist who had erred only in banking too heavily on hope and promises. By twos and threes they gathered up their belongings and straggled off upon their various ways, a sorry philosophic crew. Within 10 minutes their dissociation was final and absolute. End of Chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Joan Thursby by Louis Joseph Vance. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Pierard. Late in the evening Matthias gave it up, and shaking off Rideout, whose only hope had resided in the author's anxiety to save his play, betook himself to an out-of-the-way restaurant to idle with a tasteless meal. He was at once dog-weary and heart-sick. The net outcome of some 10 hours of runnings to and from, of meetings and schemings, of conferences by telephone and of communications by telegraph with those who had promised financial support to Rideout's project, was an empty assurance, indifferently given by the Shuberts, to the effect that, if nothing happened to make them think otherwise, they might possibly be prepared to consider the advisability of producing The Jade God about the 1st of January. The truth of the situation was that neither the Shuberts nor any other managerial concern was likely, as Wilbrow put it, to look cross-eyed at the piece, until they could get full control of it, which would be in some 3 months, when Rideout's contract to produce would expire by limitation. And since Rideout might be counted upon to hold on to his contract rights till the last minute and leave nothing else undone in the effort to recoup his already substantial losses, it was useless to consider the play as anything but a property of potential value relegated indefinitely to abeyance. Matthias believed in the play with all his heart. During the last 3 weeks he had watched it come to life and assume the form he had dreamed for it, coloured with the rich hues of his imagination and quick with the breath of living drama. And because he possessed in some measure that rare faculty of being able to weigh justly the work of his own hand, and had looked upon this and seen that it was good, he had counted on it to win him that recognition which, more than money, his pride craved, partly by way of some compensation for what it had suffered at the hands of Venetia Tankerville. He was still sore with the hurt of that experience. Privately he doubted whether he would ever wholly recover from it. But the doubt was a very private one, never discovered even to his most sympathetic friends, not even to Helena, whose scorn of her sister-in-law remained immeasurable. Fortunate in having been able to afford those several weeks in the wooded hills of Maine, in their fragrant and passionless silences, Matthias had found peace and regained confidence in his old, well-tried, wholesome code of philosophy, which held that though here and there a man ill-used by chance or woman might be found, the world was none the less sound and kind at heart, and good to live in. For all that, he could not easily endure the thought of Venetia's lowering herself to use him to further her love affair with Marbridge, of Venetia going from his arms and lips to the lips and arms of that insolent animal Marbridge, the one amused by her successful cunning, the other contemptuous in his conquest. And he often wondered with what justice he judged the woman. It comforted him a little, at times, to believe that she had not acted so cruelly altogether as a free agent, to think her meeting with Marbridge in New York a freak of chance and fate, her elopement an unpremeditated and spontaneous surrender to the indisputable magnetism of the man. Marbridge commanded the reluctant admiration of men who did not like him, who knew him too well to like him. How much more easily, then, might he not have overcome the scruples of a girl untutored in the knowledge of her own heart? Or had it all been due merely to the fact that John Matthias was not a man to hold the love of women? Such men exist, antipathetic to the Marbridges of the world. Was he of their unhappy order, incapable of inspiring, enduring love? He could review a modest cycle of flirtations with women variously charming and willing to be amused, light-hearted attachments and short-lived, one and all, those that might have proved more lasting, broken off without ill will on either side, though always by the woman. Venetia alone had named love to him as if it stood to her for something higher and more significant than the diversion of an empty hour. Venetia, who was now in Italy, the bride of Marbridge! And yet, oddly enough, it wasn't his memories of Venetia and his regrets and wounded self-esteem that rendered insipid his belated dinner and made him presently abandon it in favour of the distracting throngs of Broadway. They were thoughts of another woman altogether that urged him forth and homeward, a poignant sympathy for Joan Thursby, the friendless and forlorn, whose high anticipations had with his own that day gone crashing to disaster. He couldn't remember what had made him think of her, but now that he did, it was with disturbing interest. He found himself suddenly very sorry for the girl, much more sorry for her than for himself. What to him was at worst a staggering reverse, to her must seem calamitous beyond repair. It wasn't hard to conjure up a picture of the child pitifully huddled upon her bed, in tears, heartbroken, desolate, perhaps, since he had not been home to pay her, supperless and hungry. Matthias quickened his stride. He suddenly awakened, and deep solicitude tormented him. He had received evidence that Joan's was a nature tempestuous and prone to extremes. He didn't like to contemplate the lengths to which despair might drive her. Through the texture of this new found care ran a thread of irritation that it should have proved a care to him. He realized that he must of late have been giving a deal of thought to the girl. Formerly he had been aware of her much as he was of Madame Duprat. Such kindness as he had shown her had been no greater than, and of much the same order as, he would have shown a stray puppy. Tonight he found himself unable to contemplate her as other than a vital figure in his life, a creature of fire and blood, of spirit and flesh, at once enigmatic and absolute, owning claims upon his consideration no less actual because passive. He who had pledged his ability and willingness to find her a foothold on the stage was responsible for her present distress and disappointment, and if his good offices had been sought rather than voluntary, still was he responsible, for she wouldn't have dreamed of seeking them if he hadn't in the first place insisted on putting her under obligation to him. He had in a measure bidden her to look to him. Now it was his part to look out for her. Hardly a pleasant predicament. Matthias resented it bitterly, with impatience conceding the weight of that doctrine which teaches the fatal responsibility of man for his hands each and every idle turn. He had paused to pity a stray child of the town, and because of that he now found himself saddled with her welfare, a situation exasperating to a degree. And, he argued, it was merely this subconscious sense of duty which had of late held the girl so prominently in his mind, ever since, in fact, that night when she had broken down and impulsively kissed his hand. Just that one hot-headed, frantic, foolish act had primarily brought home to Matthias his obligations as the object of her unsought, unwelcome gratitude. He found Joan waiting on the stoop, a silent and vigilant figure, aloof from the other lodgers, a woman and 2 or 3 men lounging on the steps. And as these moved aside to give Matthias way, Joan rose and slipped quietly indoors, where, in the hall, she turned back with a gesture that too clearly betrayed the strain and tensity of her emotions. But, to his gratification, she was dry of eye and outwardly composed. "You were waiting for me?" he asked, and taking assent for granted, rattled on with a show of cheerful contrition. "Sorry I'm late. There were 10 dozen stones we had to turn, you know." Her eyes questioned. He smiled, apologetic. "No use. Rideout simply can't swing it." "I've finished typewriting that book," she announced obliquely. "Have you? That's splendid. Will you bring it to me? And then we can have a little talk." She nodded. "I'll go fetch it right away," and scurried hastily up the stairs as he went on to his room. Leaving the door ajar and lighting his reading lamp, Matthias closed the shutters at the long windows, adjusting their slats for ventilation. Then for some minutes he was left to himself. Resting against the edge of his work table, he studied ruefully a cigarette which he was too indifferent or too distracted to continue smoking. Smouldering between his fingers, its slender stalk of pearly vapour ascended with hardly a waver in the still air, to mushroom widely above his head. It held his eyes and his thoughts in dreaming. He was thinking, simply and unconsciously, of the Joan he had just realized in the half light of the hallway, a straight, slim creature with eyes like troubled stars, her round little chin held high as if in mute defiance of outrageous circumstance, vividly alive, giving a strange impression as of some half wild thing, at once timid and spirited, odd and beautiful. To the sound of a light tap on the open door, the girl herself entered, a mute incarnation of that disturbing memory. She put down the manuscript before acknowledging his silent and intent regard. But becoming aware of this, her eyes wavered and fell, then again steadied to his. He was vastly concerned with the surprising length of her dark, silken lashes and the delicate shadows on her warm, rich flesh. And he was sensitive to the virginal sweetness and fluent grace of her round and slender body. Vaguely he divined that the calm courage of her bearing was merely a naïve mask for a nature racked by intense feeling. "That's the last," she said quietly, indicating the manuscript. "I finished up this evening," she added, superfluously, yet without any evidence of consciousness. "Thank you. I'm glad of it." Ransacking his pockets, Matthias found money and paid her for the week. "I suppose that'll be all?" she asked steadily. "I mean, you won't want any more typewriting done for a while?" "I don't know," he said slowly. "We'll have to talk things over. Today has changed everything. If you don't mind, I'll shut the door. People all the time passing through the hall." She shook her head slightly to indicate a mild degree of impatience with his punctiliousness about that blessed door. Unconscious of this, having closed it, he returned to her, frowning a little as he reviewed her circumstances, with a mind that seemed suddenly to have lost its customary efficiency of grasp. He found her eyes and lost them again, glancing aside in inexplicable embarrassment. "I'm sorry," he said slowly, looking down at the manuscript she had just delivered, and abstractedly disarranging it with thin, long fingers. "Awfully sorry about the way things have turned out. She interrupted him sharply. "Oh, no, you're not." He looked up quickly, amazed and disconcerted by the hint of anger in her tone. A little tremor ran through her body and she lifted her chin a trace higher, while she met his stare with eyes hot and shining. Red spots like signals blazed in her either cheek. Confused, he stammered: "I beg your pardon?" "I say you're not sorry. You're glad. You're glad just like anybody else might be. I don't blame you." She shot these words at him like bullets, with a disturbing display of passionate resentment. He opened his lips to speak, and thinking better of it, or else not thinking at all in his astonishment, gaped witlessly, wholly incapable of conceiving what had got into the girl. With a flush of scornful satisfaction her eyes remarked these evidences, so easily to be misinterpreted. Then quickly she lowered her head and turned away, leaning against the table, her back to the light and face in shadow. "I don't blame you," she repeated in a sullen murmur. He demanded blankly: "My dear girl, what do you mean?" "I mean why, just that you're glad to get rid of me," she returned, looking away. He noticed the nervous strength with which her hands closed over the edge of the table, the whitening of their small knuckles. "It's perfectly natural, I guess. I've been a nuisance so long, you've got every right to be tired of having me hang around." "But, my dear young woman " She interrupted impatiently: "Oh, don't call me that! It don't mean anything. I guess I know when I'm not wanted. I'll go now, and never bother you any more." Moving a pace or two away, she resumed before Matthias could muster faculties to cope with this emergency: "All the same, I don't want you to think I don't appreciate how good you've been to me, and patient, and all that. I am grateful, honest. But I'm not as dumb as you think. I know when I'm in the way, all right." "But you entirely misunderstand me." "Oh, no, I don't. You've made yourself plain enough, if you didn't think I had sense enough to see. It don't take brains to see through a man who's only trying to be polite and kind, all the time bored." "But, Miss Thursday " She turned toward the door. He made a gesture of open exasperation. This was all so unfair. He had only meant to be kind and considerate and everything like that. And now she had drawn against him one of those unique and damnable indictments which seem to be peculiarly the product of a certain type of feminine mentality, and against which man is constitutionally incapable of setting up any effective defence. Reason and logic alike being arbitrarily ruled out of court by the essential injustice of the charge. She chose to accuse him of having adopted toward her a mental attitude of which he was wholly guiltless, and there was no way by which he might persuade her of his innocence. And it was so confoundedly clear that she considered herself, temporarily at least, abused and altogether justified of her complaint. "Please," he begged, "don't go yet. Give me a chance." Her hand was on the knob. She hesitated, with an air of expectant and generous concession. "You're really quite unfair," he began, but paused to regain control of himself and to wonder a little, blindly, why it was that he tolerated her impudence. For it couldn't be called anything less. It would be much more sensible and quite just to bow to her construction of their indefinite relations and let her go her ways without more argument. In spite of everything, he could not refrain from one last attempt to set himself right. "I don't quite know what to say to you," he resumed patiently. "When you insist on putting thoughts into my head that never were there, I've really wanted to help you." "Why?" The monosyllable brought him up startled and staring. "Why? I hardly know." "Didn't you know better?" "I don't understand you." Her eyes were wide and dark to his. All trace of petulance had faded from her manner. You ought to know," she insisted quietly, "that a man like you can't be just kind to a girl like me without Oh," she cried, "I suppose it would have been different if the show had gone out and everything, but now, with that hope gone, and nothing more to do for you, with no prospects but to lose you, the only friend I've got in the world!" Her voice broke at a high pitch, and she fell silent, turning away to stare with swimming eyes down at the table. He saw her trembling violently, her lips quivering. His amazement was extraordinary and bewildering. He heard his voice, as it might have been another's, saying: "Does it really mean so much to you?" "Oh, can't you see?" With a little helpless motion of her hands, she lifted quickly to him a face of flushed and tear dimmed loveliness. Another man might have been numb to its appeal. To Matthias it proved irresistible, coming sharp upon the shock of comprehending that she offered him her love, herself. In a stride, hardly knowing what he did, he folded the girl in his arms. She lay therein for an instant, as though bewitched by the exquisite wonder of this consummation of her fondest, maddest dreams, then, in a breath, became a woman reanimate and wild with love, clinging to him with all her strength in an ecstasy of impassioned tenderness. Bending his head, Matthias found her lips. "My dear, dear girl," he murmured. "Oh," she breathed, "I have loved you always, always!" "If I had only known, if I had only guessed!" "How could you? I didn't know, not till a little while ago. And even then, I couldn't have told you. Only the thought of losing you, my dear, my dear!" "I never guessed." "You're not sorry? You're not angry with me?" "Angry? I adore you!" "You will love me always?" "Always and forever." "And never send me away from you?" "You shall never leave me but of your own will." "I think I was going mad with the thought of losing you." "My beloved girl!" The dusky stillness of the room was murmurous with whispers, sighs, terms of endearment half smothered and all but inaudible. To these a foreign and alarming sound: a rapping at the door. Matthias lifted his head, wincing from the interruption. The girl in his arms moved feebly, as if to disengage. He held her for a moment still more close. Her heart sounded sonorously against his bosom. "Hush!" he said, in a low and warning voice. And then the rapping was repeated. At once he released her. She moved away, blushing and dishevelled, the fragrant freshness of her starched linen waist a crumpled disorder, her hair in disarray, her crimson face one of many evidences of the tumult of her senses. In the hallway a man's voice said: "He must be in. There's a light." A woman answered impatiently: "Of course he's in, but the chances are he's asleep." She called in a louder tone: "Jack! Jack Matthias." Recognizing the voice of his aunt, that person groaned aloud. "Oh, Lord!" Stole a glance at Joan, hesitated, shrugged, as if to say, "There's no help for it." Then he answered the door. Helena swept in with a swirl of impatient skirts. "Good Heavens!" she cried. "What ails you, Jackie? We knocked half a dozen times. Were you—" Her glance encountering Joan, the words dried on her lips. Tankerville, at her heels, jerked a motor gauntlet from his fat hand in order to grasp that of Matthias. "Surprised you, eh?" he chuckled. "Getting in so late. Well, it's all accidental. We were bound home. Been visiting the Hastings for a week, you know. But the car broke down just this side of Poughkeepsie and delayed us and—" He became distressfully aware of his wife's silence, simultaneously ascertained the cause of it, and cut his speech short in full stride. Matthias laughed a little, quietly. No good trying to carry off the situation. By many a clue aside from Joan's confusion, they were betrayed. "You've caught us," he said cheerfully. "We may as well own up. Helena, this is Joan. Miss Thursday, my fiancée. And Joan, this is my aunt, Mrs. Tankerville, and her husband." And immediately he was conscious of the necessity of bridging the pause that would inevitably hold these three confounded, pending adjustment to his amazing announcement. "We had intended to keep it quiet for a while," he pursued evenly, shutting the door. "Helena, let me help you with that cloak. But since you've declared yourselves in, we can only ask you to hold your peace until we're ready. I'm sure we can count on you both." Tankerville puffed an explosive "Oh, certainly!" Helena glanced shrewdly from Joan to Matthias. He smiled his confidence in her, knowing that he might count upon her doing the right thing to put the girl at ease, just shoulders of the girl as positively as he might count upon her violent opposition to the match, as soon as she discovered that he engaged himself to her pet abomination, a woman of the stage. With a bright nod to him, she turned back to Joan, drew slowly near to her, dropped kindly hands upon the shoulders of the girl. "But, my dear," she exclaimed in a tone of expostulation, "you are beautiful!" Chapter 18 of Joan Thursday by Louis Joseph Vance. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Pierard. Escorting his aunt to the car, Matthias helped her in, closed the door, and then, with a grin of amused resignation masking that trepidation to which he was actually a prey, folded his arms on the top of the door, and invited the storm with one word of whimsical accent. "Well?" "Is it true?" she demanded, as if downright incredulous. "Most true," he insisted with convincing simplicity. The tip of one gloved finger to her chin, Helena considered remotely. "She's very beautiful," she conceded, "and sweet and fetching and hopelessly plebeian. She'd be wonderful to have around, to look at. But to listen to! Oh, my dear, what are you thinking of?" "Cut it," Tankerville advised from his corner. "None of your funeral, old lady." "That consideration never yet hindered a Matthias," his wife retorted. "Or a Tankerville, either, as far as I've been gifted to observe. However," she turned again to her nephew, "you are presumably in love, and I hope you'll be happy, if ever you marry her. I shan't interfere. Don't be afraid. But I could murder Venetia for this." "Good night," said Matthias, offering his hand. But instead of taking it, his aunt leaned forward, caught his cheeks between both hands, and kissed him publicly. "Good night," she murmured in a tragical voice, "and Heaven help you. When is it going to be?" "We haven't settled that yet," he laughed. "But you may be sure I shan't marry until I'm able to support my wife in a manner to which she's unaccustomed." He returned to Joan with, until he recrossed the threshold of his study, a thought ironic concerning the inconsistency of Helena's veneration of caste with her union to fat, good-natured, pretentiously commonplace George Tankerville. For that matter, the Matthias dynasty itself was descended from a needy, out-at-elbows English adventurer who had one day founded the family fortunes by taking title to Manhattan real estate in settlement of a gambling debt and on the next had died in a duel, the only act of thoughtful provision against improvidence registered in his biography. So Matthias wasn't much disposed to reverence his pedigree. Social position, at least as a claim upon his consideration, meant little to him. The only class distinctions he was inclined to acknowledge were those created by the intellect and of the heart. In his private world, people were either intelligent or stupid, either kindly or stupidly egoistic. To the first order, with humility of soul, he aspired. For the other he was, without condescension, heartily sorry. But there was nothing half so analytical as this in his temper when he rejoined Joan, only wonder and rejoicing and delight in her. He found her near the door, tense and hesitant, as though poised on the point of imminent flight. There was in her wide eyes a look almost of consternation. They seemed to glow, shot with the fire of her lambent thoughts. A doubting thumb and forefinger clipped her chin. A thin line of exquisite whiteness shone between her scarlet lips. Closing the door, he opened his arms. She came to them swiftly and confidently. Doubts and fears vanished in the joy of his embrace. She was no longer lonely in a world unfriendly. From the eloquent deeps of their submerged and blended senses, words now and again floated up like bubbles to the surface of consciousness. "You still love me?" "I love you." "It wasn't pity, impulse, Jack." "It was love. It is love. It shall be love, dear heart, forever and always." "You told her, your aunt, we were engaged." "Aren't we?" A convulsive tightening of her arms. A whisper barely articulate. "You really want me enough to marry me?" "I love you." "But isn't that enough?" "But I am only me nothing a girl who dares to love you." "Could any man ask more?" "You what will your friends say? You'll be ashamed of me." "Hush! That's treason." "But you will. You won't be able to help it." A faint, half-hearted cry of protest, words indistinguishable, silenced by lips on lips, a space of quiet. "How shall I make myself worthy of you?" "Love me always." "How shall I dare to meet your family, your friends?" "You will be my wife." "But that won't be for a long time." "Yes, we must wait. Be patient, Joan." She lifted her head, wondering. "But don't fear. Love will sustain us." "I will be patient. You'll have to give me time to learn how not to disgrace you." "What nonsense!" "I mean it. I must be somebody. I'm nobody now." "You are my dearest love." "I must be more, to be your wife. Give me time to learn to act. When I am a success "No more of that." There was a definite resolution in the interruption. "You must give up all thought of the stage." "But I want to." "It's not the place for you for my wife that is to be." "But we're not to be married for a long time, you say." "I'm a poor man, dear. I have enough for one, not enough for two. It may be only weeks, it may be months or years before my work begins to pay." "But meantime I must live, support myself somehow." "You will leave that to me?" "I must do something, be independent." "Won't you leave it all to me? I will arrange everything." "I'll do whatever you wish me to." "And forget the stage?" "I don't know. I'll try, Jack." "You must, dear one." It was not a time for disagreements. Joan clung more closely to him. The issue languished in default, was forgotten for the time. Transports ebbed. The faintest premonitory symptoms of a return to something resembling sanity made their appearance. Of a sudden Matthias remembered the hour. "Do you know," he said, with tender gravity, having consulted his watch, It's after 11? It doesn't seem possible." She laughed happily. "And I'm hungry," he announced. "Aren't you?" She dared to be as frank as he. "Famished!" "Come along, then. Run, get your hat. It gives us an excuse for at least 2 hours more." By the time she had repaired the damage this miracle had wrought with her appearance, Matthias had walked to the Astor and brought back a taxicab. The attention affected Joan with a poignant and exquisite sense of happiness. It was only her second ride in a motor vehicle. The top being down, they sat very circumspectly apart. But Matthias captured her hand and eye spoke to eye with secret laughter of delight, each reading the other's longing thought. The speed of the cab and its sudden slackening as it picked its path down Broadway, the flow of cool air against her face, the swimming maze of lights through which they sped, the sense of luxury and protection, added the last touch of delirious pleasure to Joan's mood. Matthias had chosen the café of Old Martin's at 26th Street, the first place that suggested itself as one where they could sup without the girl being made to feel out of place in her modest workaday attire. But his thoughtfulness was misapplied. Joan was exalted beyond such annoyances, and those feminine glances which she detected, of pity, disdain, and jealousy, she took complacently as envious tributes to her prettiness and her conquest. From a seat against the wall, in a corner, she reviewed the other patrons of the smoke wreathed room with a hauteur of spirit that would have seemed laughable had it been suspected. She thought of herself as the handsomest woman there, and the youngest; of Matthias as the most distinguished man, and the luckiest. The circumstances of the place and her partner enchanted her to distraction. The food Matthias ordered she devoured heedlessly, but there was a delicious novelty in the experience of sipping her first glass of champagne. It was, for that matter, the first time she had ever tasted good wine, or any kind of alcoholic drink other than an occasional glass of lukewarm beer, cheap and nasty to begin with, and half stale at best, and that poisonous red wine of the Italian boarding house to which Charlie Quard had introduced her. She had never dreamed of anything so delicious as this dry and exhilarating draught with its exotic bouquet and aromatic bubbles. With a glowing face and dancing eyes she nodded to Matthias over the rim of her goblet. "When we are rich," she laughed softly, "I'm never going to drink anything else." He smiled quietly, enjoying her enjoyment. But, when emptied, the half bottle he had ordered was not renewed. There was without that enough intoxication in his fondness, in this simulacrum of gaiety manufactured by the lights, the life, the laughter, and in the muted interweaving strains of music. Joan felt that she was living wonderfully and intensely, a creature of an existence transcendent and radiant. It was after 1 when another taxicab whisked them homeward through the quieting streets. She sat as close as could be to her lover, and would not have objected on the grounds of people looking had he put an arm round her. Though he didn't, she was not disappointed, sharing something of his mood of sublimely sufficient contentment. But when he bade her good night at the foot of the stairs, in the deserted and poorly lighted hallway, she gave herself to his caresses with a passion and abandon that startled and sobered Matthias, and sent him off to his room and bed in a thoughtful frame of mind. Lying awake in darkness until darkness was dimly tempered by the formless dusk that long foreruns the dawn, he communed gravely with his troubled heart. "Things can't go on this way, as they've started. There's got to be sanity. It's myself I've got to watch, of course," he said with stubborn loyalty to his ideal. "I mustn't forget I'm a man, 9 years older, nearly 10. Why, she's hardly more than a kiddie. She doesn't know. I've got to watch myself." And in her room, 4 floors above, Joan sat as long before her bureau, chin cradled on her slim, laced fingers, eyeing intently the face shown her by gaslight in the one true patch of the common, tarnished mirror. When at length she rose, suddenly conscious of a heavy weariness, she lingered yet another long moment for one last fond look. "It's true," she told herself with a little nod of conviction. "I am beautiful. She said I was. He thinks I am. I must be." Chapter 19.
Chapter 19 of Joan Thursby by Louis Joseph Vance. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Pierard. For a long time Joan lay snug between the sheets, staring wide-eyed into the patch of lustrous blue morning sky framed by the window, reviewing this new and wonderful adventure of her heart from a point of view remote, detached, and critical. Thoughts recurred that in the excitement and ardor of the night had been passed over and neglected, and from them she derived a new, strange, and intoxicating sense of power. Her first waking thought was as her last before sleeping: "I am beautiful." Her second, not "I love him," but "he loves me." And her third grew out of the second: "I can make him do what pleases me." Yesterday a lowly supplicant at the shrine of love, today love's very self, adored and desired by an erstwhile divinity, now humbled to the level of humanity. A fit of petulance, beauty in tears, a whispered word of passion, strange and strangely simple incantation to have turned a world upside down. How easily was man supplied to the spell! The sense of power ran like wine through her being. She felt herself invincible, an adept of love's alchemy. She had surprised its secret, and now the world of man's heart lay open to the practices of her disastrous art. For a moment she experienced an almost terrifying intimation of empires ripe for conquest that lay beyond Matthias, but from this she withdrew her troubled gaze. Nor would she look again. Not yet. She considered his mad extravagance of last night: taxicabs, champagne, tips. Was he, then, able to afford such expenditures? In her understanding they went oddly with his pretensions to decent poverty. Or had he merely lost his head under the influence of her charms? This last theory pleased her. She adopted it with reservations. The question remained one to be cleared up. He disapproved of a career upon the stage for her? Joan smiled indulgently. That matter would be arranged in good time. She meant to have her way. At a tap on her door she changed suddenly from the aloof egoist to a woman athrill before the veil of portentous mysteries. She sat up in bed, called out to know who was knocking, gave permission to the chambermaid to enter, and received a note in the hand of Matthias. "Past 12 o'clock," she read, "and still no sign of you, sweetheart. I give you 30 minutes to dress and come to me. If you don't, I'll come for you. After breakfast we'll run out of town for the day. Our first day together. Matthias." Half wild with delight she hurried through her toilet and ran downstairs to find her lover waiting in the hallway, watch in hand. He closed it with a snap and made her a quaintly ceremonious bow. "In 2 minutes more," he observed in a tone of grave menace. "But before we go out, have the kindness to step into my humble study. I have something to say to you." She appeared to hesitate, to be reluctant and preoccupied. "What about?" she demanded distantly. But her dancing eyes betrayed her. "Business," he said, sententious. His gesture indicated a vigilant universe of eavesdroppers. Nobody's but our own. Nevertheless there was none to spy upon them as he drew her gently by the waist, down the hall and into the back parlour. She yielded with a charming diffidence. In his embrace the sense of power slipped unheeded from her ken. returned the deep, obliterating rapture of overnight. Lips that first submitted soon gave in return, then demanded. She clung heavily to him, a little faint and breathless with a vague and sweet and nameless longing. At breakfast in a neighboring restaurant, Matthias disclosed his plans for the day, involving a motor trip down along the north shore of Long Island, dinner at Huntington, a return by moonlight. Joan, enchanted by the prospect, the sum of whose experience outside Manhattan Island was comprised in a few trips to Coney Island, consented with a strange mingling of eagerness and misgivings. The thought of the cost troubled a conscience still haunted by memories of last night's prodigality. "I didn't know you had an automobile." "I haven't. I'm chartering one for the day." "But won't it be awfully expensive?" "Don't worry, dear." "But you know you aren't rich." "I'm a magnet of happiness, at all events, and today is our day, the first of our love, sweetheart. For 12 long hours we're going to forget everything but our two selfish selves. Why fret about tomorrow? It always does manage to take care of itself, somehow. And frankly, I don't care to be reminded of its existence today. For tomorrow I work, a day of quicksilver hours slipping ever from their jealous grasp, of hours volatile and glamorous, in Joan's half-dazed consciousness, a delectable pageant of scenes, sensations, and emotions no sooner comprehended than displaced by others no less wonderful. Abed, long after midnight, visions besieged her bewilderingly: a length of dusty golden highway walled by green forest, with a white bridge glaring in sunlight at the bottom of a hill; the affrighting onrush of great motor cars meeting their own, and the din and dust of their passage; the bright harbor of Huntington, blue and gold in a frame of gold and green, viewed from the marble balustrade of the Château des Beaux Arts; the wrinkled, kindly, comprehending face of a waiter who served them at dinner; the look in her lover's eyes as she repeated, on demand, guarded avowals under cover of the motor's rumble; the ardent face of the boy who had seemed unable to cease staring at her in the restaurant; silver and purple of the road by night, wheeling ranks of lights dotting the desolation of suburban Brooklyn, the high-flung span of Queensboro Bridge, a web of steel and concrete strung with opalescent globes; the glare of the city's painted sky; the endless pulsing of the motor, their last caress on parting at the foot of the stairs. On the morrow she went back to her typewriter like Cinderella to her kitchen. But what work Matthias was able to invent for her was neither arduous nor urgent. She was able to take her time on it, and wasted many an hour in dreaming. Her mind was, indeed, more engaged with thoughts of new frocks than with the circumstances of her love or her services to her lover. She was to receive thenceforward 25 instead of $10 a week. Matthias had experienced little difficulty in overruling her faint protestations. They were to be together a great deal, he argued, and she must be able to dress at least neatly. Moreover, by requiring her promise to marry him at some future time when his fortunes would permit, he had in a measure made her dependent upon him. She couldn't reasonably be asked to wait for long on a bare pittance. His arguments were reinforced by one he knew nothing of, a maxim culled from the wisdom of Miss Maizie Dean. It was up to a girl to look out for herself, first, last, and all the time. The platitude had made an ineffaceable impression upon Joan's sense of self-preservation; and if Matthias were able to afford nightly dinners for two, at good restaurants, in addition to theatre tickets several times a week, he ought to be able to afford a decent compensation to his stenographer, especially when it was his wish that she refrain from attempting to earn more money on the stage. It was, however, true that no offer had come to Joan of other theatrical work, and that the issue of her ambition remained in abeyance, a subject which she didn't care to raise and which Matthias, since that first night, had considered settled. Customarily they met each evening about 6:30 at some distance from their lodgings, a precaution against gossip on the part of the other inmates of the Maison Duprat. Thence they would go to dine at some favourite restaurant, where food was good and evening dress not obligatory; the café of their first supper, by preference, or else the Lafayette in University Place, the Brevoort House, or one of a few minor French establishments upon which Matthias had conferred the approval of a discriminating taste. Thereafter, if he meant to work, they would take a taxicab for a brief whirl through Central Park or up Riverside Drive to Grant's Tomb and back; or, if he considered attendance upon some first representation important enough to interfere with his work, as forming part of the education of a student of contemporaneous drama, they would go to a theatre, where he always contrived to have good but inconspicuous seats. In all, Joan must have attended with him 8 or 9 first nights; and since Matthias refused to waste his time on musical comedy, they witnessed for the most part plays dealing with one phase or another of social life in either London or New York. From these Joan derived an amount of benefit which would have surprised any one ignorant of the quickness of perception and intelligent adaptability characteristic of the American girl, however humble her origin. The poorest plays furnished her with material for self criticism and improvement. As plays, indeed, she was but vaguely interested in them, but as schools of deportment they held her breathlessly attentive. She never took her gaze from the stage so long as there remained upon it an actress portraying, however indifferently, a woman of any degree of cultivation whatever. Gestures, postures, vocal inflections, the character of their gowns, and the manner in which they contrived to impart to them something of their wearer's personality, the management of a teacup or a fashion of shaking hands, all these were registered and stored away in the girl's memory, to be recalled when alone, reviewed, dissected, modified, to fit her individually, practised, and eventually to be adopted with varying discretion and success. She was to be the wife of a man of position, was determined that his friends and associates should find little censure in her manners. For long Helena Tankerville figured to Joan as an impeccable model of tact, distinction, taste, and gentlewomanliness. To become as Helena was summed up by the dearest aspirations of the girl. She began to be very guarded in her use of English, eschewed as far as her means permitted the uniform style of costume to which New York women are largely prone, dressed her hair differently and upon no superstructure other than its own, and spent long hours manicuring and observing the minor niceties of the feminine toilet. Paradoxically, with the obtuseness characteristic of a certain type of imaginative man, Matthias appreciated and was grateful for the improvement in his fiancée without realizing it objectively. What pleased his sensitive tastes he accepted as normal expressions of innate good breeding; what jarred he glossed with charity. It was inconceivable that he should love any woman but one instinctively fine. He endowed Joan with many a grace and many a virtue that she did not possess, and this implicit assertion of his, that she was all that the mistress of his heart ought to be, incited her to more determined efforts to resemble all that, by birth and training, she was not. It was some time before the novelty palled and she grew restive under the strain of it all. "I had a talk with Rideout today," he observed during dinner, on an evening about a fortnight subsequent to the disbanding of the Jade God Company. "He's dickering with Algerson; thinks the thing may possibly come to a deal before long." "How do you mean?" Joan inquired with quick interest. "Algerson wants to buy Rideout's interest in the play. At a bargain to himself, of course. Rideout is holding out for a better offer, but he's hard pressed, and I rather think he'll close with Algerson within a few days." "Who's Algerson?" Joan asked, after an interval devoted to ransacking her memory for some echo of that name, resulting in the conviction that she had never heard it before. "He runs a chain of stock companies out on the Pacific coast, and now he's anxious to branch out into the producing business." "And if he gets the Jade God, when will he put it on?" "Can't say. Haven't seen him. I'm not supposed to know he's interested as yet, though of course they'll have to come to me before the deal can be ratified." "But she'll consent?" "Rather! Especially if Algerson will take over Rideout's contract as it stands. It provides for pretty good royalties, and as a prospective bridegroom I'm very much interested in such sordid matters." Joan traced a meaningless pattern on the cloth with the line of her fork, glanced surreptitiously at Matthias, remembered that toying with the tableware wasn't good form, and quietly abandoned the occupation. "I wonder," she murmured abstractedly. "You wonder what?" Matthias prompted when she failed to round out her thought. She laughed uneasily. "I was just wondering if he gets the piece, Algerson would give me a chance at my old part." "Not with my consent," said Matthias promptly. "You know I don't want you to stick at that game." "But I'm tired of doing nothing," she pouted prettily. Matthias shook his stubborn head. "Besides," he added quickly, "Algerson will probably try the show out in one of his stock houses before he goes to the expense of organizing a new and separate production. I mean, he'll use people already on his payroll, and not engage outsiders until he knows pretty well whether he's got a success or a failure on his hands." "You think he will produce out West?" "Probably." "And will you have to go?" "I don't know. I shan't unless I get some guarantee of expenses. Although I don't know, perhaps I ought to. Wilbrow and I are the only people who know how the thing ought to be done, and Algerson most certainly won't pay what Wilbrow asks for making a production, and his expenses to the coast and back besides. It would be a shame to let a valuable property go smash for want of intelligent supervision." "Then you may go, after all?" "I can't say until something definite is arranged. I'll have to think it over." Joan sighed. A week elapsed before the subject came up again. Matthias had been out all day. Joan, with no typing to engage her, had sought surcease of ennui with a book and an easy chair in the back parlour. But the story was badly chosen for her purpose. Its heroine, like herself, had in the beginning been merely a girl of the people, little, if any, better equipped for the struggle to the top. Joan could see no reason why she should not rise with a rapidity as wonderful, given but the chance denied her through the unreasonable prejudice of her lover. And presently the book lay open and neglected in her lap, while her thoughts engaged mutinously with this obstruction to her desires, seeking a way to circumvent it without imperilling her conquest. Joan was proud and sure of her power over Matthias, but she realized that in spite of it she didn't as yet fill his life. There existed in his nature reticences her imagination might not plumb, and until chance, or the confidence only to be engendered through long, slow processes of intimate association, should make these known to her, she hesitated to join issue with his will. And yet she was continually restless and discontented. Sometimes she felt that the old order of uncertainty and stifled longings had been better for her soul, that she couldn't much longer endure the tension of living up to the rigorous standards of Matthias and his kind, that she might even be happier as the object of a passion less honourable and honest than that which he offered her. But never before this day had she admitted so much to herself.
even in her most secret hours of egoistic self-communion. Matthias came in briskly, in a glow of high spirits, shortly before sunset, and immediately, as always, her every doubt and misgiving vanished like mists in the morning glow of his love. Throwing hat and stick upon the couch, he went directly to her chair, knelt beside it, gathered her to him. She yielded with a sedate yet warm tenderness, perhaps the more sincere today because of a conscience stricken by the memory of her late disloyalty of thought. And something of her fond gravity and gentleness penetrated and sobered his own mood. He held her very close for many minutes, but when he drew back at arm's length to worship her with his eyes, she turned her head aside quickly, if not quickly enough to deceive him. He was instant to detect the glimmer of tears in her long lashes, the childish tremor of her sweet lips, and again drew her to him. "My dearest one," he whispered with infinite gentleness and solicitude, "what is it? Tell me." "Nothing," she breathed brokenly in return. "Nothing. Only I guess I'm a little blue. Lonely without you, dear. I'm afraid I need either to be at work or with you always." "Then be comforted, sweetest girl. The time won't be long. Now. I believe in my very soul." "Till when?" She leaned back in her chair, examining his face with eyes that shone with infectious fire of his confident excitement. "Till when? What do you mean? Something has happened?" "You're right!" He laughed exultantly. "Two big things have happened to me today. Wiley has accepted Tomorrow's People. We signed the contract this afternoon. He's to put it on about the first of the year." "Oh, I'm so glad." "But that isn't all. Algerson has bought Rideout's contract and is to produce The Jade God in Los Angeles as soon as it can be got ready." "Dearest!" There was an interval. "Only," he said presently, "it's going to mean a little real loneliness for you, dear. Not more than a few weeks." "Why?" she demanded sharply. "Because I've promised Algerson to superintend the rehearsals. I couldn't well refuse. You know how much it means to us, dear heart." "When do you leave?" "Monday. The 20th Century Limited for Chicago, then on to Los Angeles." "And you'll be gone altogether how long?" Joan persisted tensely. "With good luck, about a month. If we strike a snag, of course, I may have to stop over a week or so longer. It's hard to say." "Then I'm to be left here alone, with nothing to do but wait, perhaps more than a month?" "I'm afraid so, dear. It's for both of our sakes. So much depends " "Jack!" Placing her hands on his shoulders, Joan held him off. "Take me with you," she pleaded earnestly. "Think a moment, sweetheart. You must see how impossible it is. For one thing, it wouldn't oh, it's all very well to say, conventions be hanged, but it wouldn't look right. We're not married." "Take me with you, Jack," she repeated stubbornly. He shook his head. "And fairly and squarely, dear, I can't afford it. I haven't got enough money. Even if we were married, I'd have to leave you here." For a moment longer the girl kept her hands upon his shoulders, exploring his face with eyes that seemed suddenly to have been robbed of much of their girlishness. Then, "Very well," she said coldly, and releasing him, she sat back and averted her countenance. Matthias got up, distressed and perplexed. "You can't mean your love won't stand the strain of a few weeks' separation, Joan?" She made no answer. He shrugged, moved to the work table, found a cigarette and lighted it. "Surely you can wait that long?" "I'll do my best," she interrupted almost impatiently. "If it can't be, it can't. So don't let's talk any more about it." "I'd give a good deal to be able to arrange things the way you wish," he grumbled, "but I don't see." She was silent. He paced the worn path on the carpet for a few moments, then turned aside to his desk and stood idly examining a little collection of correspondence which had been delivered in his absence. One or two letters he opened, skimmed through without paying much attention to their contents, and tossed aside. A third brought from him an exclamation: "Hello!" "What is it?" Joan inquired indifferently. "What do you say to running down to Tanglewood over Sunday?" "Tanglewood?" "My Aunt Helena's home. Down at Port Madison, Long Island, you know. She has just written asking us. It would be rather fun. Would you like to go?" A blunt negative was barely suppressed. Curiosity made Joan hesitate, and temporarily to forego further petulance. "I've got nothing to wear," she doubted uncertainly. "Rot! You don't need anything but shirt waists and skirts. There won't be anybody but you, Helena, George Tankerville, and myself." Matthias leaned over the back of her chair and caught her face between his hands. "It'll be a splendid holiday for us, before I start. Say yes, sweetheart." Joan turned up her face to his, lifting her arms to encircle his neck. She nodded consent as he bent his lips to hers. Chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Joan Thursby by Louis Joseph Vance. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Pierard. At times Joan was more than half inclined to doubt the reality of some of those unique phases of existence to which her love affair introduced her. Some experiences seemed beyond belief, even to an imagination stimulated by inordinate ambition and further excited by incessant novel reading and theatre going. On the Friday morning following the receipt of Helena's invitation she went shopping, squandering upwards of 3 weeks' savings with that delicious abandonment to extravagance which is possible only to a woman of supremely confident tomorrows. The hundreds she was in subsequent days to disburse as thoughtlessly never afforded her one half the pleasure that accompanied the expenditure of those 70 hoarded dollars. For aside from the rent of her room, her association with Matthias had spared her nearly every other expense of daily life. Among other things, she purchased for $25 a simple evening frock, eminently adapted to her requirements. A tolerably faithful copy of a foreign model, it had been designed to fetch a much higher price than that at which Joan was able to acquire it at an end of the season bargain sale. She tried it on before deciding, and had the testimony of the department store mirrors that it was wonderfully becoming to her years and type of beauty, and it was the only garment of its kind that she had ever owned. As she hurried tardily to keep an appointment with Matthias for lunch at Martin's, she told herself that she would never know greater happiness. She could not rid her mind of that wonderful frock and the figure she had cut in it, posing in the dressing room. But after luncheon, over which they lingered until they were quite alone in the eastern dining room, with some hesitation, and having assured himself that there was not even a waiter near at hand, Matthias fumbled in one of his waistcoat pockets, produced a small leather-covered case, and passed it across the table. "I meant to keep this till we got home," he said with an awkward smile, "but I don't think I can wait." Joan opened the box, and drew the longest breath of her life. Her heart seemed to leap and then stand stock still for a full minute before she grasped the magnificence of his present, her engagement ring. Then and there the girl lost all touch with the tough verities of life. And throughout the day and until she lost consciousness in bed that night, a sensual enchantment held dominion over all her being. Nor was the great adventure of the visit to Tanglewood of a nature calculated to dissipate that glamour, save, perhaps, in one untoward circumstance which, wholly unforeseen, could not have been provided against. A woman less shrewd and intelligent than Helena Tankerville, and one as violently opposed to the match, might have planned that short week end visit to influence and discourage the girl rather than Matthias, but Helena knew that contrast would have the desired effect only upon the man, to whom its significance would be in inverse ratio to the emphasis lent it. So, with infinite tact and thoughtfulness, Joan's way was made smooth for her from the moment she alighted from the train until the moment of her leave taking, and this without the least tangible suggestions that any especial consideration was being shewn her. The smallness of the party sanctioned informality, and George Tankerville's obtuse kindness of heart, which permitted him to see nothing in the stratagems of his wife other than a desire to put the girl completely at her ease, facilitated matters immensely. Joan was spared the embarrassment of a maid, was, indeed, given no reason to believe there were any such servants attached to the establishment. Suffered to unpack her modest effects and dispose of them herself, she received at Helena's hands the indispensable service of hooking up; and her unpretentious pretty frock was by no means overshadowed by Helena's, or by the unceremonious dinner jackets of the men, while the simplicity of the evening meal put her thoroughly at her ease, whose recently acquired but rather extensive acquaintance with New York restaurant ways and waiters robbed the attentions of a butler of their terrors. Nor was it, possibly, altogether a matter of chance that neighbouring friends telephoned an after dinner invitation to Helena and Tankerville to run over and make up a table of auction, so that Joan was left alone with her lover to become acquainted with and at home among the charms of Tanglewood. But it wasn't until the first hours of a still and splendid September Sunday that her sense of wonder was quite ravished by the place. Its foreign and luxurious atmosphere, the half wild loveliness of its grounds, the perfection of its appointments and the uniquity of its location. Then the sense of unreality resumed full sway over her perceptions. She seemed to move and have her being in a strange, new world of rare and iridescent witchery. And Helena was at pains to leave her no time for doubts or analysis. They motored in the morning to the South Shore and back, and after luncheon took the Enchantress for a short span up the Sound, returning for tea upon the terrace. Tankerville and Matthias were wrangling amiably about the least comfortless routes overland to the Pacific. Helena, with binoculars at the balustrade, was simulating an extravagant interest in the manoeuvres of two small yachts far in the distance, and, in the breathing space thus cunningly contrived, wildly ransacking a rather extensive fund of resource for some subject which might prove a common ground of interest between herself and her guest. And Joan, in the depths of a basket chair, while seeming smilingly to attend to the light banter of the men, was deeply preoccupied in consideration of her extraordinary sensation of comfort and security in this exotic environment. She was deliciously flattered by appreciation of her own ease and adaptability. The conclusion seemed inevitable that, somehow, strangely, nature had meant her for just such an existence as this. The terrace was aflood with the golden glow of the westering sun, the season so far advanced that there was no discomfort in its warmth. The Sound shone like a sapphire, still and vast, and the cup of the skies bending over it was flawless sapphire, banded at its rim with an exquisite shade of amethyst. Ashore, the wooded slopes were all aflame in the mortal passion of Indian summer. In the stirless, suave and aromatic air hung an impalpable yet ineluctable hint of melancholy. From landward, with unusual resonance in the deep quiet of that hour, sounded the long, dull, whining purr of a motor car. Helena lowered the glasses, turned an ear to the sound, and came slowly back to the tea table and Joan. Her faint smile, together with a slight elevation of her delicately darkened brows, indicated surprise. Engrossed in their argument, Matthias and Tankerville gave no heed to the threatened visitation. Resentfully, Joan detached her attention from the diamond Matthias had given her, and at discretion tossed aside a cigarette which she had been pretending to like because Helena smoked quite openly, and it was consequently the smart thing to do. Undoubtedly the car was stopping on the drive. Helena moved a few paces toward the house, paused, waited. A woman's laugh with an accent of cheerful excitement came to them. Joan saw Helena start and noticed Matthias break off a sentence in the middle and swing round in his chair. Immediately a woman ran through the doorway to the terrace, a light dust wrap streaming from her shoulders. A man followed, but at the time Joan hardly noticed him. The woman absorbed all her interest, even though it was an interest compounded of jealousy and hostility. She was unquestionably the loveliest creature Joan had ever seen. Without moving, but staring, the girl sat transfixed with distrust and poignant envy. With a cry of wonder, "Venetia!" Helen ran to greet these unpresaged guests. Meeting, the two women indulged in an embrace almost theatrically perfunctory. The commonplaces of such situations were breathlessly exchanged. Then Helena, disengaging, turned to the man and extended a hand. "Well, Mr. Marbridge," she cried with a light note of semi-reproof in her laughter. At this, with a brightening smile, Marbridge bent over her hand, saying something indistinguishable to Joan. She was watching the meeting between Matthias and Venetia Marbridge. He held both her hands, and she permitted him to retain them for a longer moment of silent greeting than Joan thought necessary. But this circumstance alone betrayed whatever constraint was felt by either. A smile, vague, and perhaps not lacking a thought of tender sadness, touched the lips and eyes of Venetia. Matthias returned his twisted and indefinitely apologetic grin. "More than ever charming, Venetia." "Thank you, Jack." If there were any hint of challenge in her tone or her straightforward eyes, Joan didn't detect it. George Tankerville submitted with open resignation to the embrace of his sister. "I suppose I've got to stand for this," he observed with philosophy. "Do you mean me to infer that you're humble and contrite?" "Not in the least," Venetia retorted defiantly. "Oh, very well," said he. "That being the case, I extend to you my belated blessing. How did you leave things on the other side?" "Much as usual, and by steamer." "When'd you get back?" "Last Monday." Venetia became openly aware of Joan. Matthias interposed. "Miss Thursday." "My fiancée, Joan. This is Mrs. Marbridge." "Truly?" The shock told. She had been playing off very deftly a painful contretemps, but this announcement dashed Venetia. Momentarily she hesitated, scarlet lips apart but inarticulate, widening eyes of violet, a shade darker, with, if possible, a pallor deeper even than that most striking attribute of her beauty. But the check could have been apparent only to the initiate or to a strongly intuitive intelligence. "I am so glad!" she cried with sincerity. "So glad for both of you!" Impulsively she caught Joan's hands, drew the girl to her. "May I, my dear? We're to be great friends, you know." Kissed her, then swinging round, "Vincent!" she called gaily. "Such news! Do come here immediately." Marbridge showed a face strongly marked with the inquiry of his heavy, lifting eyebrows. His glance comprehended Joan with kindling interest. With Helena he approached, his heavy body rolling a little in spite of the elasticity of his stride. "My husband, Vincent Marbridge. Vincent, this is Joan Thursday. She's engaged to Jack Matthias. Isn't it wonderful? And aren't they both fortunate? And isn't she pretty?" Marbridge's unctuous and intimate smile accompanied his reply. "Yes to all. Twice yes to your last question." His warm, strong hand closed over Joan's diffident fingers. "My heartiest congratulations to you both. Ah, Mr. Matthias, how are you? So we meet again at Tanglewood."
The hands of the two men touched and fell apart. But this clue was wasted upon Joan, who stood silently abashed and sullen with consciousness of her own inept awkwardness, as contrasted with the amiable aplomb of these people with whom good breeding was a cult, the practice of the art of self possession its primary right. To Marbridge she stammered: "Pleased to meet you," and immediately felt her face burning and as if she could faint for sheer mortification. It was Helena who, pitiful for the gaucherie of the girl, saved the situation by raising the issue of tea. Venetia demurred. They were, it seemed, visiting friends in Southampton, had driven over only for a call of a moment, would be late for dinner if they tarried. But Marbridge settled the question by dropping solidly into a chair and announcing that there he was and there would stay, pending either tea or a highball. Venetia, unable to disguise a flush of resentment, showed her back to her husband and devoted herself to George Tankerville. As Helena summoned a servant, Marbridge hitched his chair closer and inaugurated a rather one-sided conversation with Joan. Again in her basket chair, knees daintily crossed in imitation of a pose mentally photographed from the stage, Joan experienced renewed consciousness of her attractions, and with it regained a little ease. It could scarcely be otherwise under the wondering regard that Marbridge bent upon the girl. His admiration was unconcealed, and to Joan, at first, the sweeter since it was diverted from his wife. But insensibly the situation began to affect her less pleasantly. She grew sensitive to an effect of strain in the atmosphere, made up in equal parts of Venetia's indignation, Matthias's annoyance, Helena's suave but quite fruitless efforts to interpose and distract the interest of Marbridge to herself. And there was a confusing and disturbing element of familiar and personal significance in the man's undeviating and brazen stare. Truly, in the older sense of the word, impudent, it hinted an understanding so complete as to be almost shameful. Worse, it educed a real if unspoken response from the girl. Unwittingly she admitted the existence of a bond of sympathy between herself and this man, whom she had never seen before, a feeling more true and intimate than that which her association with Matthias had inspired, than any she had ever known. For a time she fought against this impression, in a bewilderment that evoked from her only witless and hesitant responses; then, suddenly encountering his eyes, actually against her will, she was stricken dumb and breathless by a comprehension of their intent. In effect, they stripped her. Bodily and mentally they made her naked to this man. Nor was this the sum. For the merest fraction of a moment Joan felt herself answering. In her bosom a strange oppression, strangely troubling and sweet. In her own eyes a kindling light, sympathetic, shameless. Instantly quenched, distress and affronted modesty incarnadined her face, veiled her eyes. Almost unconsciously she turned away. Indistinctly she saw the white face of Venetia, set and hard, with a scornful lip for her husband. Shifting to view the object of his admiration, it showed no change of expression. Her voice cut incisively through his lazy, drawling accents. "This is quite impossible," she said coolly, consulting a jewelled watch on her slender, gloved wrist. "If we stay another instant we shall be unforgivably late. But" to Helena "thank you so much, dear, for wanting us to stop. Vincent, I am going." She moved slowly toward the house. Marbridge kept his seat. "Nonsense," he expostulated. "Plenty of time. Tea's just coming, and I'm dying the death of a dog with thirst." "I am going," Venetia repeated in an uninflected voice. His dark face darkening, Marbridge glanced to Helena, to Tankerville, ignored Matthias, looked back to Joan, gaining as little encouragement from her as from his host and hostess, since she dared not again meet his gaze. With a movement of his heavy shoulders and a chuckle, he heaved himself out of the chair. "Oh, all right," he called indulgently to his wife. "Come in. All women are crazy, anyhow," he confided to the others. "You got to let 'em have their own way. So, good night. Hope I'll have the pleasure of seeing you all soon again." He extended a hand to Helena, who gave him cool finger tips, and paused before Joan. "Au revoir, Miss Thursday." The girl was unconscious of the proffered hand. Her eyes averted, she murmured a good night. His smile broadening, Marbridge turned to Matthias, received from him a look that was as good as a kick, gave back a grin of graceless effrontery, and swinging, linked arms with Tankerville. "Come along, George. Take a look at our new car. She's a wonder." Civilly playing his part, Tankerville submitted. They disappeared, Marbridge gabbling cheerfully, into the house. Joan uncurtained her eyes. Her lover, with a face of thunder, was looking toward his aunt, who made a slight negative motion of her head, with an admonitory flutter of one hand. A servant with a tray was drawing near. Matthias answered her with a gesture of controlled wrath, turned to the balustrade, stood there staring straight into the angry sunset glow. On the drive a motor snored, drew away with a whine diminuendo. Throughout the remainder of Joan's visit the incident was not once referred to, but it had had its curious and disturbing effect upon the girl. She remembered it all very vividly, reviewed it with insatiable inquisitiveness. From this she derived a feeling, which she resented, of having witnessed a scene fraught with significance indecipherable to her. Chapter 21